Magical lineage. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301, Defense of the Shrine, Folded Space, and the Treasure Left Behind by the Senior Wizard. You are becoming more and more despicable. Alazan snorted coldly. Ronan exhaled lightly, looked at the vast and bright distance, and shook his head and said, "For a small person like me who is struggling at the bottom, it is natural that I need more means than others to do things. Speaking of which, Alazan," Ronan suddenly said seriously, "what you taught me these 2 times really helped me a lot. I owe you one. Whether it is soul simulation or soul nail, they are not complicated and have many restrictions, but they are particularly useful in certain specific situations. If it weren't for Alazan, he would be restricted and in trouble after entering the Spirit Lake." Facing Ronan's seriousness, Alazan acted particularly calm. "Is there anything between us?" Ronan said him. The more Alazan said this, the more he felt like he had something heavy in his heart. He went from being wary of Alazan at the beginning to gradually trusting him. Just like the process of getting to know Binigo. But whether he can eventually reach the same state as he and Binigo are now, it is still unknown. Ronan found that he could always get along well with those people with strange temperaments. Perhaps he had already become a freak in the eyes of others without realizing it. "I'm approaching the end of the black line." Ronan saw the transparent black line extending infinitely in the void in front of him, and the direction began to extend downward, and his eyes moved slightly. His luck was pretty good. The shrine he found through the secret technique was not far away from him. Perhaps the number of shrines left in the world was not as rare as he imagined, but the location was too hidden and difficult to be discovered. Cut off the connection with Alazan, and he chose to keep the secret of austerity body forging as secret as possible. The black line continued to go down. Ronan pressed his body and gently landed on a relatively flat land. All around were bare steep peaks with little vegetation, as desolate as a desert. Following the guidance of the black line, Ronan quickly came to a valley. The valley was unfathomable, and bursts of cold air kept coming out. Ronan released a mental force field and slowly descended along the mountain wall from the valley entrance. Unexpectedly, the black line ended at a position not too deep from the valley entrance. It was a cave concave inwards, with several dried dove corpses hanging in front of the cave. Pushing aside the layers of dry vines entangled at the cave entrance, Ronan covered his mouth and nose lightly and walked a few steps inside. Soon he saw a strangely shaped black altar appear in front of him. This cave was shallower than he expected, and the process of finding the second shrine was also unusually smooth. Ronan narrowed his eyes and carefully looked at the unopened shrine in front of him with a faint light of the spell. Like the shrine he saw in the cold spirit python's lair last time, the whole thing looked like a black stone pillar. On the top of the stone pillar was a statue of a girl with her face slightly upturned and her hands raised upwards. The girl put her hands together, and a faint blue light seeped out between her delicate fingers. The shrine was built by ancient wizards in imitation of the shrine. The power sealed in the shrine is divided into many kinds. I wonder if the power sealed in the shrine in front of me is the kind I want. Ronan took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Then he reached out and gently pressed the palms of the girl's hands on the top of the stone pillar. After just a few fiddles, the girl's closed hands clicked and opened to both sides like a pair of small wings. Immediately afterwards, a ball of blue light leaped out, like a wave, like a flame, and instantly reflected the entire cave into deep blue. Buzz! Ronan's mental power immediately covered it, wrapping up the power flowing out of the shrine layer by layer. A trace of strange power quickly penetrated into his body through his mental power. In an instant, Ronan felt his whole body tighten. Bang! The next second, crack, 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 a series of fine bone and flesh explosions. The blue spiral in Ronan's body started to work. The immaculate body was automatically activated, and he naturally entered the state of the body of the ancient demon. Ronan tore off the dark blue robe on his body, covered his body with titanium, and his figure rose step by step. The surging vitality and blood flowed and washed through the bones, flesh and blood vessels like the ocean. With a boom, the invisible airwaves spread in all directions, directly collapsing the narrow cave. Ronan broke the collapsed rubble with his bare hands, and he found that there was an extra layer of light blue transparent film around him, which was extremely tough. The black spirit belonging to the ancient power was compressed by this film, and directly formed a black flame flowing like mercury on his body surface. The ancient and wild battle axe appeared in his hand, clearer and heavier than any other time. Ronan felt as if all the pores in his body were blocked, and the great power inherited from the ancient times had nowhere to vent. The runes representing the ancient power grew wildly on his body like vines in flames. They were also bound by the light blue film and could not break free. Then they gradually twisted into another pattern. In an instant, it seemed as if countless dragons were colliding in Ronan's body. The quiet valley was surrounded by gray mist and was as calm as a pool of rotten dead water. Suddenly, invisible waves came from the valley, expanding rapidly, visible to the naked eye, and instantly cleared all the miasma and gray fog in the valley. Immediately afterwards, silently, a huge axe light as black as ink broke through the layers of obstacles and flew out from the bottom of the valley. Boom! The valley mouth, which was not very wide, was immediately cut out of a large piece of butter by a hot knife when the axe light passed by. The terrifying axe light wrapped with countless black lightning was still rising, but a figure was faster than it. After just a few flashes, he appeared above the axe light, then opened his arms and took the initiative to face the axe light that was slashing upward from below. Shoo! The terrifying axe light hit the figure head-on. Compared with the huge and majestic axe light, the figure with dancing black hair was as small as an insignificant dent. However, just as the axe light touched a layer of light blue transparent film in front of the figure, the terrifying power was strangely and rapidly eliminated. Circles of black ripples spread out, and finally, the two forces offset each other until they were completely exhausted, and all the movements subsided. Ronan stood quietly in the air, feeling the power of the shrine in his body that had not yet completely dissipated. It did have a certain effect on my unsullied body, compressing the power of ancient runes, and strengthening the strength of ancient demon body, which can be regarded as a disguised enhancement of the combat power in this state. But austerity body forging shows no signs of breakthrough, which is not what I am looking for. Ronan thought for a while. The power sealed in this shrine should be the main defense effect. Although the thin layer of light blue light film is not impressive, the defensive power is amazing, and it can even effortlessly block Ronan's high-level, ancient power, with full force. There is no need to cast spells, and there is no consumption of oneself. The only disadvantage is that it cannot last long. This power of the shrine only stayed in Ronan's body for less than 5 minutes before it dissipated naturally. And during these 5 minutes, even if Ronan did not use this power, it would automatically disappear when the time was up. It can only be used as a trump card at a critical moment and a disposable consumable item. Ronan flipped his palm and a black sphere appeared in his hand. There was a very small crack on the surface of the sphere, and a faint blue light shone from it. This was the remaining part of the power of the shrine that he had preserved using the secret method recorded in his notebook. It was probably enough for him to use it once more. It's not completely useless. Ronan exhaled lightly and exited the state of ancient demon body. The power of the shrine was effective for a mortal body, which further confirmed his guess in his heart. The key material for austerity body forging to break through to the next level of the master level is the power of the shrine. It's just that he didn't find the right power of the shrine. Perhaps the power contained in the shrine that prompted the cold spirit python bloodline to evolve and return to its ancestors is exactly what I want. Ronan guessed in his heart. Taking out the robe of the spirit lake deep sea skull and putting it on again, Ronan released the restrictions on Alazan, intending to try to get more knowledge about the power of the shrine from him indirectly. Unexpectedly, before Ronan talked to Alazan about the power of the shrine, Alazan suddenly changed his tone and said in a hurried voice, "Damien, look to the southwest on your right." Huh? Ronan was slightly startled and looked in the direction Alazan directed. He saw a barren chaotic rocky peaks, and he scanned it with his mental power, but did not find anything surprising. "Did you see a semicircular thing?" Alazan continued to speak. Ronan's eyes moved, quickly locked on a position, and nodded. Yes. The semicircular thing Alazan was talking about was two black stone peaks. They were all eroded by wind and sand into arcs with curved tops, and they happened to be quite symmetrical, so from a certain angle, they looked like a hollow semicircular ring. "Go over there," Alazan whispered. "Remember not to use any mental power or magic to wrap yourself up, just naturally pass through the center of the circle." Ronan's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. He just followed Alazan's instructions, and when he flew to a position close to the semicircle of the stone peak, He retracted his mental power and let his body fall naturally through the center of the semicircle. Everything seemed normal. However, just as Ronan's body was about to pass through the center of the semicircle, a strange space fluctuation suddenly occurred. Ronan's pupils shrank slightly, and he had no time to be shocked. The next second, he inexplicably entered a mysterious space entrance. Ronan's feet landed steadily, as if he had crushed something, making some crisp cracking sounds. He didn't care about this, but immediately asked Alazan in his mind. How could there be a space entrance here? Why can't my mental power detect it? An ordinary space entrance is like tearing a piece of paper in two sides, but this space entrance is more complicated. It is torn a piece of paper and then overlapped together. From the outside, the surface is still a complete piece of paper, but in fact, there is a torn hole in the gap between the papers. Alazan explained to Ronan calmly, this kind of space entrance is not only secretive, but also the slightest fluctuation of mental power or spells will cause the position of the entrance to shift, so it is extremely difficult to be discovered. This method is actually not difficult to do, but the wizard who opened up the space is very smart. All of this is formed naturally by utilizing the terrain and environment. Boy, you are lucky. Generally, only when a wizard wants to take the initiative to give something away and leave it to later generations will he use this method of folding space. Look around carefully. See what kind of good things this generous creator of the secret space has left for you. Alazan's calm voice made Ronan's breathing become rapid. He tried to calm down his excitement and began to look around carefully. He was now standing on a cliff-like place, with bird skeletons densely packed under his feet. Some were already decayed, and some were rotting. They should be the unlucky birds that accidentally broke into this secret space, could not get out, and then died of starvation and thirst here. Please give me a monthly ticket, thank you. Chapter 302, World Devourer, Fate, Hollow Mountain, Hollow Stone. The whole space is not big. A narrow stone path winds upwards and you can see the end at a glance. At the end is an ancient altar built with a few simple stone pillars. Something seems to be glowing on the altar. Ronan walked towards the altar. In the darkness, several bats flew towards him and were driven aside by him. Ronan has entered many lost secret realms to explore. This secret space is definitely the one with the least risk. Maybe it's like what Alazan said, this is a treasure place left by the predecessors. It's just like what was described in some martial arts novels in the previous life, the kind of hidden cave with natural treasures piled on the ground and martial arts secrets engraved on the walls only waiting for the right person. He had done similar things more than once, such as the austerity bodybuilding technique left under the bed in the Hoddam treehouse area, and the meditation technique and magic tool inheritance left in the secret room of the East Coast family castle. People always want to leave something of their own in this world. A few seeds sown casually will become a tree for someone to rest and shade after many years. Wizards are no exception. Ronan strolled in the quiet space and could hear the echo of his footsteps. With a special mood, he was looking forward to what the owner of this secret space would leave him, until he reached the end of the stone path, in front of the simple and ancient altar. There were 6 stone pillars standing on the altar. 5 of them were arranged in the shape of a pentagram, and the remaining one was located in the center of the pentagram. Except for the largest stone pillar in the middle, the other 5 stone pillars were suspended with a white, transparent crystal stone that emitted a faint glow. Apart from this, there was nothing else. After Ronan looked around, he was about to approach one of the stone pillars to check, but he heard Alazan's soft sigh first. It's a pity that we're a step late. What do you mean? Ronan was startled, and subconsciously looked at the stone pillar in the center of the pentagram. Alazan said slowly, there should have been a world stone here, but I don't know if it decayed over time or was taken away by someone first. World stone. Ronan's eyes turned slightly, and he slowly walked to the center of the stone pillar. There was an obvious groove on the top of the stone pillar, and some powdery things were scattered in the groove, which really looked like the trace of something being placed there. Ronan stretched out his hand and gently rubbed it in the groove, and rubbed some powder between his fingers. Suddenly, his expression moved, and then he took out a square black wooden box the size of a palm from the space ring. The box was shaking violently, as if something was eager to run out of the box. Ronan hesitated, but still opened the wooden box, and a black one-horned longhorn beetle immediately flew out of it. It landed directly in the groove on the stone pillar, and then crawled and sucked the powder in the groove bit by bit, and at the same time, some translucent mucus was discharged from its tail, which was sprinkled on the groove like urine. "You still have this thing? Where did you get it?" In his mind, Alazan made a surprised voice. "What is this?" Ronan stared at the behavior of the one-horned longhorn beetle on the stone pillar and asked casually. This mysterious black beetle was bought by him and Ghost Crying Fish at a stall in a sunset gathering in the south. According to the stall owner, this beetle came from an unknown ancient wizard's tomb. When it was first obtained, this mysterious beetle secreted a similar transparent mucus, and then it directly caused the coordinates of the world stone on Ronan's body to change. Now, perhaps because of the world stone, this guy crawled out again. "World Devourer," Alazan replied. "A strange creature that specializes in feeding on the breath that is about to destroy the world has always been called the Messenger of Doom. It shouldn't be." Alazan suddenly couldn't say anything. The atmosphere inexplicably became somewhat oppressive, and only the sound of the unicorn beetle eating the world stone powder could be heard. After a long time, Ronan whispered, "Is it that serious? I can only make a judgment if I find the place where this thing first appeared and check it out." Alazan paused and said, "There is nothing absolute in this world. Many reasons may lead to the appearance of the world devourer. It may be that a world that is about to be destroyed is adjacent to our world, and then a few world devourers happen to fall in from a certain space crack. It may also be that the pets raised by a wizard escaped from the laboratory. As long as the world devourer does not appear on a large scale, it does not mean anything." Ronan nodded, and felt that he was a little worried. Whether a world is about to be destroyed cannot be judged by relying on a small insect. He subconsciously touched the coordinate position of a world stone hidden under the back of his right hand, and felt that the two speculations Alazan just mentioned were very likely. Take good care of this thing. In an era when even awake snakes are hard to catch, devourers are even rarer. Once devourers are cultivated to a certain scale, they are still extremely powerful. Alazan seemed to recall something and whispered, "I remember that a wizard once successfully cultivated a legion composed entirely of devourers. Those who didn't even reach the 7th level ended up causing the death of several 8th level wizards." Ronan looked at the ordinary unicorn beetle in front of him with a slightly surprised look in his eyes. "So terrifying. Don't underestimate any existence that can be related to the world-destroying level. However, it is difficult for ordinary people to reproduce devourers in large numbers. You have to find a world that needs to be destroyed as food to feed it. Even in our time, this is an extremely difficult thing to do," Alazan said lightly. Ronan took a breath and carefully put the unicorn beetle, which had finished eating and was motionless, back into the small wooden box. Then he collected all the translucent mucus it secreted. Alazan didn't know that he had the exact coordinates of a place that would destroy the world, or, maybe, possibly, one day, he could cultivate this little world-eating worm. Of course, that day was too far away for him now. The central stone pillar had even lost the powder left by the world stone, and there was nothing to see. Ronan turned his eyes to the remaining 5 stone pillars. Each of these stone pillars was suspended with a transparent crystal of similar size and irregular shape. Ronan tried to pick up a piece and found that the crystal was as light as nothing, and it could float naturally in the air after letting go. The crystal seemed hollow inside, and a light tap with the fingertips could produce a clear hollow echo. Alazan Ronan habitually used Alazan as an encyclopedia of strange objects. Alazan also gave an answer quickly. "This is a hollow stone. It is a kind of crystal associated with a world stone." Ronan listened and was suddenly stunned. "Then what? What do you want then?" For example, Ronan glanced at the transparent crystals on the other stone pillars. "What is its function and what is its value?" "It has no special value. It is generally only used when activating the world stone to open up a space channel, and in some special spell experiments. Hollow stones are not particularly precious materials, but they are also quite rare. Because only wizards who hold the world stone can produce them stably, and this production process requires a period of time." "Is that all?" Ronan couldn't help frowning. He looked around, the empty altar, and the unobstructed secret space, and suddenly he felt a sense of disappointment that the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. On the way from the entrance to the altar, he had thought about the possibility of obtaining various inherited resources and treasures in his mind, but in the end, there were only a few hollow crystals that were of little use to him at the moment. Exclamation mark. Ronan was inevitably disappointed. Alazan also frowned and said, "It's really strange. Logically speaking, a specially open treasure transmitting space should not have only these few things. If the world stone was taken away by someone first, there is no reason for the person to keep the accompanying hollow stone. Forget it. Ronan shook his head, having gotten rid of the feeling of loss. It was a pleasant surprise, and it was good to be able to gain something. There was no need to expect too much. Alazan didn't say anything else. Ronan began to take the hollow stones on the stone pillars one by one. When he took the fifth hollow crystal stone, he suddenly felt something was wrong. The hollow stone that was originally hanging on the stone pillar like a hydrogen balloon seemed to have taken root underneath. He exerted a little force, and the rune pattern began to appear on the top of the stone pillar below. Take it and run quickly. Alazan reminded him in a serious tone in his mind. Huh? Ronan was startled. This is a self-destruct rune. After all the hollow stones are taken away, this space will self-destruct. You have to be fast, otherwise you will be caught in the space turbulence and it will be very troublesome. It is really a special space for storing treasures, and it also has a self-destruct mechanism. Ronan thought about it and simply left the last hollow stone. Leave it for the next person who is lucky enough to enter here. I can't be the only one to experience this feeling of expectation and disappointment in the end. Maybe the last person who took the world stone also thought so. Ronan gave Alazan a middle finger in his heart, and then checked the entire altar again. There was still space, and finally returned the same way. Between the two semicircular stone peaks, invisible space ripples emerged, and a slender and tall figure suddenly walked out of nothingness. There were also two hungry bats that came out with it. When they were stimulated by the bright sunlight outside, they immediately fell to the bottom. Ronan spread his mental power and scanned the surroundings, but did not find any traces of others passing by. After taking out the book of the spirit lake and determining the route back, he set off without stopping. This time when I return to the spirit lake, I have to condense all the remaining soul symbols in one go. I don't know how many resources I can get from selling myself to the wizard genius in the deep sea. Ronan was silently calculating in his heart while flying. Suddenly, at this moment, a suppressed and low roar of a beast came from a distance, accompanied by a strong spatial fluctuation that was still clear when it was transmitted to him. Ronan instantly raised his body and looked in the direction where the sound and fluctuation came from. Soon, he saw a strange monster as huge as a mountain, carrying countless hurricanes and tornadoes, flying high in the sky. With a lion's head, a sheep's body, a long tail of a black scorpion and a venomous snake, and huge bat-like wings, it was like a living dark red copper sculpture that walked out of the pages of a legendary book. On the back of this huge ancient monster, there was a dazzling light that Ronan was very familiar with. Juventus. Ronan's pupils shrank slightly, and then he saw that under Juventus' feet, riding the Chimera bloodline monster, two semicircular stone peaks were collapsing rapidly. The extremely strong spatial fluctuations were also transmitted from the middle of the two collapsed stone peaks. Juventus also entered the secret treasure space. He took away the last hollow stone I left. Ronan slowly pressed down his tall figure, carefully hiding his breath, and watched Juventus go away. From his exit from the space to Juventus' entry, the time interval was so short that it was almost the same as before. There are such coincidences in the world. Fortunately, I didn't run into this guy head-on in the space. Ronan's eyes flickered. He had encountered Juventus head-on once before, and he had brushed the other party's face. If they met again in that situation, and interests were involved, the other party might directly attack him. With a gap of a whole realm and the suppression of the first-generation bloodline of level 7, he could never be a match for Juventus. Ronan did not forget that in the entry selection, Juventus was rated 9 stars in the Tower of Magic. This time I really have to thank the goddess of luck for favoring me, and I have avoided an unnecessary trouble. If I had not chosen to leave a hollow stone, the situation might have been different. I can only say that everything is the best arrangement. Ronan thought, and suddenly two figures in gray robes appeared in his vision. The two seemed to be attracted by the spatial fluctuations and the voice of Chimera, and cast a probing look after seeing him. Ronan did not stop and left this place directly. On the top of the stone peaks, the man in the gray robe slowly withdrew his gaze from a figure that was quickly moving away. He turned his sight back and fell on the direction where Chimera left. The beginning of the spirit lake. A gray-robed man spoke in a low voice, following the footsteps of Hermes, in the hollow mountain, the hollow temple, take away the hollow stone. There are already many prophecies left by the old prophet that match him. It seems that Juventus is the person we are looking for, the one in the prophecy. As the son of the Black Witch King, he has unparalleled talent and talent. If this continent really needs someone to turn the tide, that person can only be Juventus. A gray-robed man sighed. Don't rush to draw a conclusion. The new prophet has given us a lot of time. Let's wait and see. What is the next prophecy? One of the gray-robed men asked. His companion carefully took out an exquisitely shaped box and opened it. A square-sized parchment was quietly placed in the box. However, this time, there was no text prompt in the parchment, only a simple pattern. The gray-robed man holding the box picked up the parchment and squinted his eyes to look at it carefully in the sunlight. It looks like a strange black snake. Do you think this pattern symbolizes the second tail of the chimera under Juventus? Maybe. The two gray-robed men talked in a low voice, and their figures gradually faded, and finally disappeared completely into the air bit by bit. Please vote for me, thank you. Chapter 303, Thank You Miksha, Control Method, is completed. In the clear pond, Ronan stood on a lotus leaf swaying in the wind. He moved his lips slightly towards the water surface and whispered a short spell. Soon, waves appeared in the center of the pond, and a whirlpool appeared. A huge red-skinned frog jumped out of the whirlpool. The protruding eyeballs of the red-skinned frog spun around, reflecting Ronan's shadow, and spoke in human language, proof. Ronan raised his right hand and showed the spirit lake ring on his ring finger. The red-skinned frog nodded slightly, then opened its mouth, and a white light burst out from its dark mouth, and an entrance appeared. There are many entrances to the Spirit Lake secret realm, often hidden in places that ordinary people would never expect. Ronan chose the one closest to him. When he stepped into the red-skinned frog's huge mouth, Ronan's figure suddenly trembled slightly, and there seemed to be a moment of trance in front of his eyes, and the whole person froze in place. After a moment, when the red-skinned frog urged him impatiently, he returned to normal and walked in. After passing through a short space corridor, he reappeared on the huge spirit lake. Ronan did not rush down, but stood there, rubbing his temples with his fingers. Soul sequelae. Memory flashback again. Alazan's voice sounded in his ears, "You'd better prepare everything quickly and try to advance." Ronan slowly put his hand down from his temple, and did not respond to Alazan's words. Instead, he muttered to himself thoughtfully, "Even the devourer can be found. There is no reason why there is no awake snake left in the entire wizard world. Alazan, do you think the prophecy spell can provide me with guidance?" Alazan slowly said, "You can try. If there is really a clue, with your current strength, it is always much easier than going to another world to capture it yourself. If you want to continue to practice in the Spirit Heart Ember, the Awakening Potion is an indispensable aid for you." Ronan nodded, said nothing more, broke a whirlpool on the lake, passed through the winding crystal tunnel, and finally came to the transferring lake. He entered the deep pit of the waterfall in the center of the lake, and slowly fell down. When he was about to reach his residence, Ronan suddenly found that at the door of his private space, there was a figure standing quietly, as if waiting for him. Ronan approached, and the figure waiting at his doorstep slowly turned around. It was a very young male wizard, handsome, and a fourth-level Dawn. He was wearing an extremely exquisite and luxurious robe, and even his hair seemed to have been carefully groomed. The whole person had a luxurious and extraordinary temperament from head to toe, like an aristocrat among wizards. The young wizard looked at Ronan, a smile appeared on his face, and a circle of light glowed around him. "Ronan Damien." He called out Ronan's name accurately, and then whispered, "My name is Zorn. I'm here to give you something on behalf of Misha." Ronan looked at the noble wizard in front of him, his eyes flickering. After a moment, he took a breath and said, "Please come in and talk." In the spacious and bright secret space, with the blue-gold hair flowing slightly, Misha sat on his throne like a young monarch, casually fiddling with a magic sand table in front of him while talking to the people around him. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the entrance of the space, and several people looked up. Zorn is back. Zorn, with his crystal red hair and the most standard noble wizard posture, looked so dull in front of Misha. He walked in front of several people and took the initiative to salute Misha. "Did you see someone?" Misha looked at him, squinting her eyes and waiting for his answer. Zorn nodded, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Like every person who crawled out of the mud, he is resolute, stubborn, and proud. Although he has outstanding talents, he lacks enough confidence. He was very respectful when facing me. He entertained me warmly, but he couldn't even provide a decent tea set. The place where he lives has not been repaired or upgraded." Zorn paused and shook his head, It is said that he now only relies on serving as an assistant to Heliado and occasionally taking on some low-difficulty tasks to slowly accumulate magic stones. He really needs this resource. Heliado is notoriously stingy. No wonder he took the initiative to express his loyalty to me. Misha said lightly, "Did you hand the things to him?" "Of course." Zorn seemed to think of something interesting, and couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. He said humorously, "When I took the things, I could clearly feel his fingers trembling slightly. Maybe he thought you gave too much?" Several wizards nearby laughed happily when they heard this. He kept expressing his gratitude to me and sent me all the way to Huanhu. When the space door closed, I could still see him waving goodbye to me. Zorn raised his voice slightly, and his tone became more relaxed. Miksha couldn't help laughing. Such a person will willingly become a qualified sword in my hand. Miksha's face was full of confidence, and for a moment she was full of vigor and vitality. "Together with you, I will help me take the position of the son of the Spirit Lake step by step. Do you believe it?" Miksha looked around at the few people, smiled lightly but firmly, and said, "Even without the constraints of the soul agreement, this Ronan Damien will be convinced by me." No one can resist Miksha's charm, even men. Someone shouted exaggeratedly, and the field was suddenly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Miksha raised her hand slightly to suppress the laughter of the crowd, and regained the calmness and composure that a leader should have. "Of course, whether he is worth my more investment depends on his performance in the future." Miksha looked at Zorn again and asked, "You should have obtained the qualification to enter the silent corridor, right?" Zorn nodded, hesitated slightly, and added, "Siegel is a little dissatisfied. Ronan Damien's quota was originally promised to his nephew. Let his nephew wait for next time." Miksha frowned and said coldly, "He actually dared to show his dissatisfaction to me? He probably forgot who was the one who stood up to the pressure of the tyrant Canes for him when he moved to the deep sea. He took so many benefits from me, but almost no value was reflected." "Huh?" Miksha's eyes moved for a while, and suddenly said, "Didn't he fight for the quota for his nephew? Then let him accompany Ronan Damien to the silent corridor this time. I want to see if he is really dissatisfied with me." After speaking, Miksha stroked the sleeves of her robe and said indifferently, "Reset the sandbox, and you will play with me again." "Yes." "Is this the magic crystal?" Ronan sat on the sofa in the living room, looking at a fist-sized mysterious crystal in his hand, which was similar to crystal but much more beautiful than crystal. There were some colorful lights flowing in the crystal from time to time, occasionally outlining rune-like patterns. "This lowest-level magic crystal is worth your attention. In our time, these were stones that no one would pick up even if they were thrown on the roadside." Alazan spoke slowly in his mind, and seemed to look down on the so-called magic crystal that Ronan regarded as a treasure. "Times have changed, my dear wizard chief." Ronan flicked away Ariete, who was holding a magic crystal with shining eyes and refused to let go, and collected all the magic crystals on the table. He sighed softly. "In the wizarding world today, even for a 4th-level dawn wizard, this is a precious treasure." At least, Ronan did not find any trace of magic crystals in the portable space ring of Lumion, a 4th-level fire wizard of the elemental magic ring. Magic crystals are wizards' currency at a higher level than high-level magic stones. In addition to storing many times more energy particles than the same level high-level magic stones, the magic crystal also contains some naturally grown rune fragments. Magic stones are usually used as the energy core to activate magic tools and rune arrays, and magic crystals are the key props to maintain some high-level ancient large arrays. It is no exaggeration to say that they are strategic energy resources. In the 2 promotion plans provided by Alazan to Ronan, magic crystals are also indispensable. Linghu has a special magic crystal exchange channel, but it requires a lot of contribution points and magic stones. Ronan has always been worried about when he can collect them. Now, the problem is solved. Not only that, Misha has planned Ronan's entire promotion route. Considering Ronan's poor solo qualifications, they specially arranged for Ronan to enter the Silent Corridor. The Silent Corridor is a large ancient secret site in the Destiny Empire. Every once in a while, wizards from major forces in the Destiny Empire are allowed to enter and explore. Among them, there are relatively well-preserved ancient promotion arrays. These magic crystals are used to activate the operation of the array. Ronan thought, since it can be identified as more effective than the general promotion array, then the ancient promotion array in the Silent Corridor should be able to meet the standards of Alazan's first plan. In this way, All the problems that Ronan had been worried about before were solved at once. The effort he made for this was just to politely invite a guy who looked up to him to sit in the house, and he didn't even make a cup of tea for him, and there was only a piece of waste paper soul contract. Thank you. That stranger Misha. Ronan couldn't help but sigh. He came up with this tricky operation, originally just thinking that he could cheat a little resource from the culprit who hired a killer to hunt him down, and save some of his energy and time. Unexpectedly, he still underestimated the credibility of the soul contract among wizards, and the other party's thirst for talent. It seems that he really wants to become the son of the deep sea. The mountain in front of him was easily moved away by someone, and Ronan still felt a little empty in his heart. After thinking about it, he continued to condense his soul seal. Now there are no external factors that can hinder his promotion. Ronan was lying when he said that he was not stimulated by Juventus twice. Only by advancing to level 4 as soon as possible can he narrow the distance between him and the opponent. 3 months later, Ronan went to the Spirit Lake secret realm again. In a remote and uninhabited suburb, he removed a soul nail nailed in the body of the Skyweaver wizard SYNOPSIS. He promised that he would take one of the remaining 2 for him every year. When the competition of the Son of the Deep Sea is over, all the soul nails will be removed. SYNOPSIS did not know that the effect of this soul nail can only last for 3 years at most, and it will slowly dissipate after 3 years. Although SYNOPSIS had some complaints about this decision, he was constrained by Ronan after all, so he did not dare to say much. He could only leave in depression and said that he would come to him again in a year. Afterwards, Misha sent someone to ask him in detail about the time to enter the silent corridor for promotion, and told him not to be anxious. The quota for entry would always be reserved for him, and he must adjust his condition and strive to be promoted smoothly in one try, and so on. Then he sent him a batch of resources, which made Ronan feel warm in his heart. The potion preparation work at Heliado's side has also been going on. As Ronan's proficiency in potion preparation and material processing has become higher and higher, perhaps some of his own talents have also appeared. The processing of 10,000 potion formulas has progressed faster and faster, and is constantly approaching completion. Buzz, Ronan stood under the blue sky, his robes fluttering silently, and his white hair was raised. A trace of bright magic fluctuations spread from his body, like countless strings of nothingness being plucked at the same time, and the outline of the whole person's figure became blurred. Above his head, large patches of dark clouds rolled in, as if some terrible storm was brewing. At a certain moment, in Ronan's consciousness space, the 7 spiritual power crystals gathered together and combined tightly. He suddenly opened his eyes, and his clear blue eyes turned deep purple in an instant, becoming as vast and deep as the starry sky on a summer night. Then, an extremely complex and mysterious rune flashed in the depths of his pupils. Torbu. Ronan uttered, and slowly pointed at the ground in the distance. Black hole. In an instant, pure black lightning silently fell from the dark clouds that had accumulated to a certain extreme above his head. An indescribable and terrifying taboo aura surged out. The dense and pure black lightning all gathered between Ronan's fingers like a stream of water, and then a black light emerged, expanding and spreading in an instant, turning into a bottomless black hole that swallowed everything. The terrifying black hole melted a big mouth directly in the void, and under Ronan's traction, it slid down to the ground. Like a twisted black sun that was sinking, countless mud, sand, and rocks were swallowed up by the black hole wherever it passed, turning into pure nothingness, and boosting the power of the black hole. It's done. Ronan looked pale, shaky as he watched the light twist, the land disappear, and the black sun sinking. His slightly weak face was filled with joy. He didn't know how much effort, time, and energy he had spent, how many failures and repetitions he had gone through, but he finally condensed Hermes's spell control rune into his own soul rune. He could finally summon this forbidden black hole with his own ability without relying on the effect of the spell control armlet. At this moment, Ronan's inner joy and satisfaction were hard to tell others. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304, Annihilation, Frost Song, Mentor. During this period, in order to adjust the activation process of the 7 talismans, I have been casting Energy Missile Particle Torrent continuously, and my proficiency in this spell has increased a lot. Ronan casually pressed the sinking black sun, opened his character panel, and saw that the proficiency of Energy Missile Particle Torrent in the skill column has reached the master level, 1567, 1600, and it is not far from the perfection of the master level. When the Particle Torrent domain is completely transformed into Taboo, Energy Missile will be promoted to Taboo Black Hole. At that time, combined with the amplification of the talisman, and even the amplification of the magic arm ring. Under the double amplification, what will the power of Taboo Black Hole skyrocket? It's unimaginable. Who would have thought that a zero-level elementary spell that was so common that almost no wizard would study it would be transformed step by step into what it is now in Ronan's hands? Ronan took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He only wanted to wait until the consumed mental power was almost recovered, and then try the double amplification of the seal and the armband, Taboo Black Hole. Two identical runes, one as a soul seal and the other as an external magic tool support. Theoretically, the effect of superposition will be weakened, but it is definitely stronger than a single amplification. The only problem is whether Ronan's soul and body can withstand the huge pressure after the double amplification. When you are promoted to level 5, you will be able to build your own inheritance array and open up your own elemental pool. This spell will not need such a long accumulation time, and its power will be greatly enhanced. Alazan, who had been watching Ronan's entire spell casting process, spoke leisurely at this time, and was showing off his knowledge as an 8th level wizard. Although Ronan was quite interested in the inheritance array and elemental pool, thinking that the 5th level was too far away from him now, he was too lazy to continue asking along with Alazan's words. He found a piece of open space and sat down casually. With a thud, the titanium attached to his body's surface spread out from under his robe like water waves. It turned into a deep and indescribably lively silver color. At the edge, the metal was constantly broken and reassembled like a weathered piece of paper. In this way, an indescribable aura of severance and fragmentation gradually diffused out. Ronan gently placed his finger on the edge of the titanium, shattering and reassembling. The aura of destruction left a clear-cut mark on his fingertips, and a faint trace of blood seeped out. This was the effect of Ronan's 2nd and 7th soul runes being activated at the same time. The 2nd rune was Space Silverization, and the 7th was the mysterious space rune in the GIF dynamic format that he had obtained from the secret realm of the ancient Mirror Garden. Because he had not practiced the corresponding space-related spells, Ronan could not fully display the effect of this rune. He could only activate part of its mystery by activating it at the same time as Space Silverization, using one rune to bless another rune. The final result was this: the power of Space Silverization was significantly improved, and it could even be said that it had undergone a certain degree of qualitative change. The space collapse power contained in it was transformed into a more powerful annihilation power. The power of the two secrets, Broken Silver and Broken Winter Mirror, was also greatly enhanced. Ronan simply named this rune Annihilation. The Annihilation rune is so profound and complex that if Ronan had not memorized more than 1,000 ancient spiritual texts and absorbed the countless rune knowledge in the space of the magic arm ring, it would be difficult to successfully replicate it even if he copied it. He was too lazy to count how many times he failed in the middle. In addition to the Annihilation rune, Ronan also successfully engraved the Crimson Ice rune inherited from Hikalto. This rune is the key to open the forbidden door of Hikalto's bloodline. Ronan would not easily knock on it unless it was absolutely necessary. As for the vacant position of the last soul rune, Ronan chose the one he exchanged in the Spirit Lake Spirit Text Collection Hall, Frost Song rune. The effect is to enhance the power of the ice method. Although it is not as powerful as Ronan's other soul runes, it is also a good one at the same level. It's just that it's not yet fully condensed, and it still needs some time to polish it. It's estimated that it will take this month. Once all the talismans are condensed, it's time to enter the silent corridor and officially impact the 4th level. Ronan finished his rest, stood up on the spot, silently took out Heremes's magic armband and put it on his right arm. At the same time, the 7 spiritual power crystals in the consciousness space gathered, and at the same time, the armband effect was activated, and he tried to cast Taboo Black Hole again. At the moment the spell was completed, Ronan's pupils shrank suddenly, and he felt as if someone had hit his heart hard. An indescribable terrifying force seemed to want to stretch him from the inside out. Cough. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Immediately afterwards, a huge black sun that was more than 10 times larger than the previous one was reflected in his eyes, which directly swallowed the real sun above his head, bringing a terrifying visual effect like a total solar eclipse. Good afternoon, dear Silver Coin. Ronan walked slowly into the messy experimental space, dodging the vines growing wantonly under his feet with ease. A fat white cat jumped into his arms, and he gently hugged it and stroked it gently. The big white cat obviously enjoyed Ronan's caress of it, squinting its eyes, and its whiskers trembled slightly with comfort. Ronan held the white cat all the way to Heliado, who was concentrating on the operation, and whispered, "Mentor. I have forgotten exactly when the name for Heliado began to change. Anyway, in the later period when Ronan was processing the formula materials for him, Heliado had already begun to slowly teach Ronan some knowledge about potions and pharmacy, and then the relationship between the two also changed from a simple professor and assistant to a similar master and apprentice." Heliado raised his head and glanced at Ronan. His eyes lingered on his face for a moment, then he took out a bottle of potion from somewhere and threw it to Ronan. "You don't look very well, your mental strength is weak, and your breath is a little disordered." Ronan took the potion bottle thrown by Heliado, glanced at it, then unscrewed the lid and drank it slowly, answering truthfully, "I just went to practice spells for a while, and accidentally received some energy backlash." Heliado couldn't help frowning, and then in the tone of a true mentor, he scolded with a bit of concern, "If you have this time, you might as well think about how to get promoted to level 4 as soon as possible. The most powerful weapon of a wizard is not the staff in his hand, but..." Heliado tapped his head with his finger and said lightly, "After I was promoted to level 5, I never learned any offensive spells. Don't let useless things waste your energy in vain. Your real talent is not in fighting with others." "Yes," Ronan responded respectfully. Heliado was very satisfied with Ronan's attitude. He waved his hand to signal him to do his own thing. After Ronan tactfully said that the task of processing 10,000 potion formula materials he had assigned to him had been completed last week, Heliado's face was obviously dazed for a moment. "How long has it been since you came in?" "1 year, 3 months and 7 days. Ronan replied. Heliado couldn't help but murmured, "Has it been so long?" Heliado looked at the calm and quiet handsome young man in front of him with an indescribable complex look. Although he said that time flies, what he really sighed in his heart was such a short time has passed. Compared with Ronan's change in addressing him, he was actually the one whose thoughts and attitudes changed the most among the two. After a short silence, Heliado took out a small space ring, threw it to Ronan, and said, "This is your reward, count it." After that, he turned his head and ignored him. Ronan took the ring given by Heliado and probed into it with his mental power. Even though he had prepared himself, he was still deeply touched when he saw Heliado's so-called reward. A whole set of materials needed to build the Dawn Ascension array. There were probably thousands of bottles of various potions, 2 bottles of each potion. 1 bottle was made by Ronan himself during the processing, and he was not allowed to take it away before, but now all of them were returned to him. The other bottle should be made by Heliado. Obviously, this was meant to be a demonstration for him. Heliado intended to lead him to continue on the path of pharmacy. "Thank you." Ronan put down the ring and whispered to Heliado in front of him, "Teacher." Heliado raised his head, squinted his eyes and looked him up and down, but said something else. "You are so anxious to thank me. Have you really counted all the things?" "Huh?" Ronan was startled, and his mental power re-infiltrated the ring. Only then did he notice that in an inconspicuous corner of the ring space, there was still a rune crystal quietly placed for recording. Ronan picked up the rune crystal, and after he finished reading the contents of the crystal, his fingers holding the crystal trembled slightly. He took a deep breath, slowly raised his head, and looked at Heliado in front of him. Isn't this what you have always wanted?" Heliado stopped the work at hand, narrowed his eyes, and at this moment smiled like a sly and complacent old beaver. "The inheritance that Haramis left in Linghu. Please vote for the monthly ticket." Chapter 305 Fated Enemy, Secret Pupa, The Truth. "But wasn't it taken away by someone?" Ronan asked, holding the rune crystal in his hand. "What was taken away was only what Haramis left behind. The contents inside have been copied countless times and analyzed and studied by countless people." Heliado took off the sleeves on his arms and summoned a water ball to wash his hands that had just been soaked in potions. You can keep this crystal. You can't practice it anyway. Just treat it as a collection, but remember not to pass it to anyone else." Ronan nodded. He was silent for a while and said, "Who took it away?" "I knew you would ask that." The roots and vines under Heliado's feet grew rapidly, weaving into the shape of a rattan chair. He sat on it, and the silver coin lay obediently on his thighs, allowing him to touch it. "Juventus." Heliado said a name, which was exactly the same as Ronan's guess. "That guy is the most outstanding descendant of the Dark Wizard King. He wants to be the second Hermes. Part of his purpose in coming to the Spirit Lake is for this inheritance." The elders of the three major schools seem to have reached some agreement with the Dark Wizard King, and almost all of his requests are granted. Heliado raised his eyelids and looked at Ronan, and said, "Have you heard of Hermes's inheritance of the Spellbinder?" "Yes." Ronan was slightly touched, but his expression did not change at all. "The wizard who gets the chief position in Hermes's wizard seat may get one of the inheritances." Heliado nodded and said lightly, "Hermes divided his inheritance of the Spellbinder into 9 parts in total, and some people say it is 10 parts. Who knows? The inheritance determined by the battle for the wizard seat only accounts for 5 of them, and the rest are randomly placed in a secret realm by him. Juventus has been collecting this whole set of inheritances. As far as I know, he has collected 1/3 of it by himself and the power of his father, the Dark Wizard King." "Amazing!" Ronan exclaimed, but his heart was suddenly moved. He finally understood why he felt inexplicably touched every time he saw Juventus. He once thought that it was because his incomplete storm bloodline was suppressed by the opponent's 7th level first-generation bloodline. Now he understands that bloodline is only a part of it. The fundamental reason is that they all carry the parts of Hermes's guardian set. They are all one of Hermes's inheritance heirs. They have the same goal. They are fated enemies who are destined to embark on the same road of game competition. Are you scared? Back at his residence, Ronan sat quietly under the apple tree by the small lake outside the house, and Alazan's voice sounded in his mind. "Not that scared." Ronan shook his head and said calmly, "At worst, I will give up my inheritance." "Your heart doesn't say that." "Unless it's a last resort, I will naturally not agree." Ronan's eyes flickered slightly. If possible, he certainly wanted to know how earth-shattering the power of Hermes's guardian set would be after it was assembled. Juventus has already collected 3 pieces of the suit. It is no secret that he won the first place in the wizard and obtained the inheritance of Hermes in the south. If Juventus keeps following the clues of the inheritance, he will find him sooner or later. 7th level first-generation bloodline, plus multiple pieces of the magic suit. Ronan looked at the shimmering surface of the small lake in front of him, exhaled slowly, and stopped thinking too much. Instead, he took out the rune crystal he got from Heliado and looked at it carefully. The inheritance that Hermes left in the Spirit Lake is a secret method. It is called Secret Pupa. The effect is incredible. It can transform a selected secret energy, that is, an energy spell. The specific transformation method is not detailed above, but since it comes from Hermes, it will not disappoint people. Ronan carefully checked the training conditions of Secret Pupa, and then he knew why Heliado said that this inheritance was a useless existence. Because it must rely on Hermes's magic control set to practice. Without one of the parts of the magic control set, or the core rune of the magic control inheritance system, the first step cannot be carried out. It must be a wizard who specializes in energy spells, and needs the assistance of the parts of the magic control set. The final result is full of uncertainty. No wonder this secret method has been shelved in Linghu for so many years, and no Linghu wizard has ever practiced it. There are too many restrictions, and Linghu has its own powerful inheritance. Naturally, there is no need to go far away and do such a thankless task. Only he, who happened to have a part of the magic control inheritance, and Juventus, who was determined to become the second Hermes in the Upper Ring continent, would take the initiative to seek. The second step requires a part of the soul vacancy. Does the blank spiritual power crystal count as a part of the soul vacancy? Ronan thought. It happened that his last spiritual power crystal, the Frost Song rune he planned to condense, was originally randomly selected to make up the number, and could be erased to make room. The third step requires the aid of hollow stones. After forming a secret pupa, you can nourish it with your own soul, flesh and blood, and the power of runes. Hollow stones. Ronan blinked, feeling a little surprised. He just happened to have a few hollow stones in his hand. Looking at the whole content, this secret inheritance called Secret Pupa seemed to be specially prepared for him. What a coincidence. Ronan thought about it and simply started to try to practice it. He closed his eyes, and the mottled water from the apple tree fell on his face. Listening to the sound of the breeze blowing through the leaves, he entered a meditative state. In the consciousness space, 15 golden diamond-like spiritual power crystals shone brightly. Freeing up a spiritual power crystal and a position for a soul seal, ordinary wizards may hesitate, but Ronan has no psychological burden. Little by little, he erased a half-finished, Frost Song, rune on the 15th spiritual power crystal and re-engraved the rune belonging to Secret Pupa. The shape of the Secret Pupa rune is like a coiled silkworm, and it is somewhat similar to the ancient spiritual texts that Ronan has memorized many times. The engraving process is not difficult. Ronan only took 7 days to complete it. Then comes the key step. Ronan took a light breath, took out the magic armband from the space ring, and put it on his arm. Almost at the same time as he took out the magic armband, the wonderful connection between the two began to occur. The magic armband made a series of clear and light sounds on Ronan's hand, and the core, magic, rune inside glowed, followed by a trace of elusive mysterious aura gushing out of the armband, passing through Ronan's body and quickly infiltrating into the Secret Pupa. From Ronan's perspective, the magic armband on his hand seemed to be oozing out countless colorful silk threads, passing through his consciousness space, and closely connected with the 15th spiritual power crystal. During this process, the light of the 15th spiritual power crystal gradually converged, and then some dense silk threads grew and ramped itself up layer by layer. The runes inside the crystal also moved, and seemed to curl up tighter. When the entire cocoon was fully formed, Ronan seemed to hear the heartbeat of some living creature in the cocoon in an instant. It was as if a new life was really being nurtured. Unbelievable. Ronan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. However, the heartbeat soon gradually weakened. Ronan knew that it was time to use the hollow stone. But before he could take the hollow stone out of the space ring, suddenly, the silent cocoon uttered bits of information to him. Buzz! Ronan suddenly opened his eyes by the lake. In an instant, the entire apple tree behind him moved with a wind, and the leaves made a rustling sound. At this moment, Ronan's expression became quite strange. He stretched out a hand, and dots of light floated in the palm of his hand, gathering into a line of faint handwriting, and then he pinched it out. It's the coordinates. Ronan muttered to himself. It was the coordinates of the treasure space hidden behind the semicircular stone peak. He finally knew the meaning of the existence of the treasure space. That space was opened up by Hoddam back then. He placed a world stone in the space, and took it away after raising the hollow crystal stone, so that the wizard who practiced this secret method could use it one day. Hoddam prepared everything for his inheritors, just waiting for the later people to open it under the guidance of the secret method. No wonder Juventus found that space and went in after me. He is the orthodox inheritor who followed Hoddam's arrangement step by step, but I was a little bit mistaken. Ronan shook his head and couldn't help but sigh again at the wonders of the world. He took out a hollow crystal stone and placed it on his forehead according to the inheritance, close to his skin. Soon the whole hollow stone melted like water, entered his consciousness space, and perfectly wrapped the white light cocoon. After being wrapped by the hollow stone, countless fine lines immediately appeared on the light cocoon, which was densely connected to almost every corner of Ronan's body. His flesh, soul, and the other 14 spiritual crystals in the consciousness space. The mysterious nutrients absorbed from these became the food for the growth of the light cocoon. When the white light cocoon turns pure black, it means it is completely mature. Ronan didn't know how long this process would take, but it was mentioned in the inheritance that the magic crystal could play a part in promoting it. After thinking about it, Ronan took out a magic crystal from the space ring and pressed it against his forehead in the same way as absorbing the hollow stone. After the entire magic crystal was absorbed and turned into a pool of powder in his hand, he saw that the bottom of the white light cocoon in his mind seemed to be turning black a little bit. One magic crystal only promotes this little bit. How much resources will it take to quickly mature it in a short period of time? Ronan couldn't help shaking his head. He couldn't afford such a waste now. He only had a few magic crystals in his hand, and he had to keep them for activating the ancient magic circle when he was promoted to Dawn. Chapter 306, Seagull, Silent Corridor, Spell Echo, Ancient Sound School. Juventus has probably already mastered the Secret Pupa. As the first-generation offspring that the Black Wizard King values the most, Juventus must have no shortage of magic crystals. Ronan couldn't help but wonder what could be hatched from Jovenus's secret pupa. However, the magic of the secret pupa lies here. The final existence formed in the secret pupa is related to the foundation, comprehension, bloodline and soul characteristics of the wizard who practices it, and varies from person to person. The most important thing is that it is most closely related to the energy-based spells that choose transformation. It is not impossible for 100 wizards to practice secret pupa and finally achieve 100 different spells. They may be very different from each other. Ronan, without a doubt, naturally chose energy missile as the spell carrier. When the proficiency of energy missile is promoted to master level or above, it will transform into forbidden black hole. What will it become after another transformation through secret pupa? Ronan touched his smooth chin and couldn't help but look forward to it. The appearance of secret pupa brought his original promotion plan forward a little. Ronan spent 2 weeks to polish himself from the inside out. He had originally planned to try to break through austerity body forging before promotion, but the time required to take this last step to the master level of austerity body forging was full of uncertainty. In addition, he no longer lacked promotion resources, so there was no need to risk using his body to resist the energy impact during promotion, so Ronan did not force it. 2 weeks later, Ronan took out a communication stone and contacted Misha's people. On the open plain, at the edge of a narrow rift, Ronan pressed the airship and slowly stepped on the ground. He put away the airship, then took out a fiery red crystal and slowly crushed it in his hands. The crystal powder turned into a burning flame when it fell to the ground. A blood-red parrot flew out of the flame, with an incredible speed. In just a blink of an eye, it plunged into the rift in front of him and disappeared. After the blood-red parrot disappeared, Ronan waited for 2 hours before he finally felt the energy fluctuations rising from the rift. A figure stepped out of the rift step by step, walking straight towards Ronan. The force field around him proved that this was a 4th-level wizard. He looked like an ordinary middle-aged man, with short silver-gray hair, strong features, and 3 flame patterns made of scars on his left cheek. The other party was not wearing the clothes of Linghu, but a simple pure black woven gold robe with a red cloak on the outside. Ronan narrowed his eyes. In the Linghu Deep Sea School, wizards who majored in fire magic are really rare. The essence of fire magic is inseparable from combat. Most wizards who practice fire magic will choose to join the School of Fire. The middle-aged wizard who came towards him had a cold look in his eyes. He walked close to Ronan and said coldly, "Are you Ronan Damien? Lord Seagull?" Ronan saluted the other party. The Silent Corridor is not a place specifically for the Spirit Lake wizards to be promoted. On the contrary, the Silent Corridor is a kind of trial secret realm that has not been fully explored. It is quite dangerous. Many level 4 wizards will choose to hone their tactics in it. So this time when he entered the Silent Corridor for promotion, Miksha was very considerate to arrange a level 4 wizard to escort him. It was the middle-aged wizard named Seagull in front of him. "I have been waiting for you at the entrance of the corridor for more than a year." Seagull looked at Ronan and said. Ronan lowered his eyes and replied, "Sorry." Perhaps because of his good attitude, Seagull snorted lightly and said nothing more. He left a sentence, "Follow me," and turned to fly in the direction of the rift. Ronan followed Seagull into the rift and saw that both sides of the rift were covered with glowing moss. At the bottom, there was a thin river that seemed to be condensed by moonlight, flowing slowly. In the dark environment, occasionally a falcon with lightning wings would pass by, leaving a few bright but fleeting tracks. The two of them kept going down until they were about to approach the bottom of the rift valley and the moonlight river. Seagull turned around and dodged into a cave on the rock wall. Then there was a long and tortuous circuit until Ronan saw the light source again. A giant crystal cluster was suspended in the air, illuminating the unusually empty cave space. There were some translucent energy chains on the crystal cluster that were tightly connected to the ground, forming a series of natural bridges. This area seemed to be sealing something. The energy field was a bit disordered, and in some areas, stones floated upwards, forming a strange landscape of upside-down stone forests. Ronan saw the outline of a giant rune array at the bottom of the stone forest. He accidentally kicked a piece of gravel under his feet, and there was a very clear echo in the cave. "If you have any questions, ask them all here in one breath." Seagull stopped in front of the huge crystal cluster and turned to look at him. "After you go in, remember to keep your mouth tightly shut. It's best not to make any sound." Ronan thought for a while and finally shook his head. Siegel turned around expressionlessly and walked straight to the location of the crystal cluster, followed closely by Ronan. Just as the two were about to reach the bottom of the crystal cluster, a vortex-shaped entrance suddenly appeared on the giant crystal cluster, and a wizard in a dark blue robe quickly walked out of the vortex, bringing a little snowflakes and cold air to the front. He was also at the 4th level. The wizard who happened to come out and bump into them was obviously brightened when he saw Siegel. He must have known him for a long time, and he greeted him with a big laugh. "Oh Siegel. You are still guarding here. When did you start guarding the silent corridor?" He turned his head and glanced at Ronan, as if sensing the mental fluctuations emanating from Ronan, and said half-jokingly, "Is this your nephew who makes people worry? It seems that he has a much better future than you." Ronan lowered his head very tactfully, pretending not to hear anything. Siegel, who was standing next to him, snorted coldly, and then his lips moved. It was estimated that he was communicating something quickly with the wizard opposite. Ronan heard the wizard say "oh" in a daze, and then the look in his eyes became a little strange. The other party obviously chose to skip his topic and continued to talk about other things with Siegel. Ronan couldn't hear their conversation, but he could only see that the expressions of both of them gradually became serious. In the end, the wizard said goodbye to Siegel and left, and before leaving, he hurriedly said, "The madman in the Witch Heart Hall has no rules at all. Anyway, you should be careful and don't run into him." Witch Heart Hall. Ronan's eyes flickered when he heard this word, and he subconsciously thought of Jason, who entered the Witch Heart Hall at about the same time as him. At this time, Siegel had cast a spell under the giant crystal cluster to open a teleportation entrance. Ronan saw him carefully sprinkle some unknown powder to dispel the time curse entrenched in front of the vortex entrance, and then he called Ronan to follow in a low voice. Ronan's soul age on the character panel now only showed that he was 26 years old. The time curse had almost no effect on him, and he passed through smoothly. As soon as he entered the secret realm of the silent corridor, a decadent, desolate and ancient atmosphere rushed towards him. What appeared in front of Ronan was an extremely tall and narrow corridor, with mottled traces left everywhere, as if a giant had walked there before. Ronan felt a distribution of free energy particles in this secret space, and suddenly glanced at the wall not far away in front of him. Suddenly, several human-shaped phantoms appeared, holding magic wands and rushing straight towards him. Ronan subconsciously took a step back. Paw! The subtle footsteps were amplified into a thunderous sound in the corridor space at the moment. Before Ronan could react to the sudden loud noise, countless ripples appeared under his feet and around him. Then countless ripples formed vines with runes flowing, rolling towards him frantically. Bang! The titanium attached to Ronan's robe exploded directly, turning into layers of metal barriers flowing like mercury, firmly blocking the surroundings. The glowing vines with runes slammed against the metal barrier, making a series of thunderous noises, followed by more ripples in the void. The already numerous glowing vines grew wildly again as if they had been injected with hormones. Ronan frowned, and the metal barrier around him melted like water, turning into countless tentacles that tightly entangled the vines in all directions. Seeing more and more vines growing, it was almost to the point of making his scalp numb. He accidentally caught a glimpse of the sneer on Siegel's face, who was watching coldly not far away. His eyes flashed, and all the titanium suddenly dissipated, allowing part of his mental power to penetrate his body. Who? Ronan stood still, breathing steadily without making any sound. Around him, a layer of translucent golden mental force field firmly resisted countless vines, and the space seemed to be still at this moment. Ronan watched the vines that were still twitching just a second ago quickly wither and dissipate under his eyes, until there was not a single one left. When all the noises died down and they were completely immersed in the quiet corridor, Siegel, who had watched the whole show from beginning to end, walked towards him silently, and a wave of consciousness came over. "It seems that you are different from those guys under Misha who only know how to flatter." Ronan looked at him calmly and replied with consciousness, "Is this the reason why you must not make any sound in this silent corridor?" Siegel nodded. Perhaps Ronan's previous performance had changed his attitude to some extent. He rarely took the initiative to explain to Ronan. The silent corridor is the site of an ancient school of sound magic. Due to its unique environment, any spell summoned in the silent corridor will leave an echo, and sound is the condition that stimulates the activation of these spell echoes. What you just saw was the image of an ancient silent corridor wizard who passed by here, and what attacked you were also the ancient sound magic echoes that remained here. Spell echoes, ancient sound magic. Ronan blinked, feeling that his knowledge was being broadened. Chapter 307 The Spirit of Gu Yindro is promoted. This is the entrance to the corridor. There is no danger, but it is troublesome. Go further in, and you can see the more aggressive ancient sound spirit. What is the ancient sound spirit? A magical life composed of spell echoes, energy particles and rune fragments under specific circumstances. Siegler Poisden added, ancient sound is the name of the wizard force that occupied the silent corridor in the past, an ancient sound magic school comparable to the Spirit Lake. But it suffered a catastrophic disaster overnight, and no wizard in the entire force survived. What power can destroy a powerful force comparable to the Spirit Lake overnight? Ronan was slightly moved. Siegel acted much calmer. Curse, strong enemy, who knows? He stopped communicating with Ronan's consciousness and walked forward. Ronan followed Siegel, and the two walked forward along the huge corridor. On the way, Ronan once again saw the image that caused his riot before. There were two wizards in light yellow robes talking, just like real people. One of them even turned his head and glanced at Ronan vaguely. When passing through an old and dilapidated hall, another shadow appeared. In the center of the hall was a long and gorgeous table covered with silk and satin. The table was filled with all kinds of bizarre delicacies. People in robes of various colors sat around the table. The golden lamb roasted in the silver plate exuded an alluring aroma. The red wine glasses shook and produced charming colors. People in front of the long table were toasting. Next to them were large and small violins that were suspended in the air and played automatically. This was clearly a lively wizard banquet, but there was no sound at all. The whole hall was shadowy and dead silent. Ronan followed Siegel and walked straight through the center of the hall. The luxurious and lively scenes were torn like pieces of paper as they passed by, turning into dust and disappearing, leaving only the real and decayed background. The silent corridor has the magical ability to record images and sounds, but these also require a long time to evolve. So what they encountered now were basically left by the ancient Yindro wizards who once lived here. Walking out from the other side of the hall, the scene in front of them became wider. It was hard to tell whether it was a garden or a courtyard, but there were broken walls and ruins everywhere, and some ancient buildings of strange styles appeared in the field of vision. Siegel stopped at a position and deliberately made a little sound with his feet. Rustle. In an instant, several lights and shadows suddenly broke into Ronan's view. Siegel stood still in the same place, calmly emitting the spiritual power of the fourth level dawn through his body. In the distorted void caused by pure spiritual power, Ronan saw several strange creatures hovering in the air. The outline of the body was like a cat, but it had 7 or 8 legs, as if composed of countless fluctuating light patterns, and traces of runes flashed continuously. This is the ancient sound spirit. These few are very ordinary, probably at the level of the first level. Siegel glanced at Ronan calmly, and then his mental power surged, and the bodies of the ancient sound spirits that were frozen in the air were silently annihilated, leaving only a few dull gray round beads that gently fell into Siegel's palm. The core of the ancient sound spirit is energy after all. This kind of thing can be used as magic stone and magic crystal to a certain extent. If you are lucky enough, you may be able to inherit the sound spell of ancient sound. Ronan heard this, and his eyes flickered a few times. Siegel stepped forward, and continued to have a simple communication with Ronan as he walked. This is the inner corridor of the silent corridor, where the ancient Yindro wizards used to live. It is relatively safe here. In the outer corridor, the spirits of the ancient Yindro can be seen everywhere. Even if you don't make a sound, they may actively attack you. If you don't have the strength of level 4, it's best not to try to get involved. Most of the wizards who are qualified to enter the silent corridor to explore also gather in the outer corridor to explore. Ronan listened carefully. The two walked quickly in the silent courtyard, passing by one ancient building after another. When turning around a corridor, 2 figures suddenly appeared in Ronan's field of vision one after another. Ronan thought it was a photo at first, but when he looked carefully, he found that they were wizards who came in to explore like them. Coincidentally, these 2 wizards also came from Linghu. 1 man and 1 woman, both wearing pure black robes with moon patterns. When Ronan saw clearly that one of the female wizards had braided her emerald green hair into long braids, his expression was slightly stunned. He had seen this woman once, when he participated in the entrance selection of Linghu. This green braided witch was the genius who had reached the 8-star solo qualification and was accepted by the Black Moon School. The other party obviously recognized him, and a little surprise appeared on her ordinary face, but she soon looked away with indifference. The two groups bumped into each other unexpectedly and all stopped. Siegel and the leading 4th level wizard of the Black Moon School exchanged glances silently, and then the other party led the green-braided woman quietly into a building next to it. Siegel immediately changed direction. There are only a few promotion arrays that can still be maintained in the inner corridor area. They came first and occupied this one. Let's go to the next place. Ronan blinked and realized that the green-braided woman was also here to challenge the 4th level like him. The other party had 8-star qualifications and was originally the strength of a late 3rd level wizard. Calculating the time, it was indeed about the same. The silent journey continued. At a certain moment, Ronan suddenly spoke with his consciousness. "Don't you like Lord Misha?" Siegel stopped moving. He turned around expressionlessly and looked at Ronan coldly. "I take back my previous evaluation of you. You are no different from those guys." Siegel sneered. "Go back and tell Misha that since I promised him, I will do it. There is no need to use such a clumsy method to test me." After saying that, he directly and forcefully disconnected the consciousness connection with Ronan and walked forward on his own. Ronan looked at Siegel's back, with a faint thoughtful look on his face. Because of his question, Siegel's attitude towards him changed 180 degrees, back to the beginning, even colder than the beginning. After that, he did not communicate with him at all. Until he took Ronan into a building, walked through several halls, and finally stopped completely in a room that looked like an altar. "This magic array is still working. If it can't meet your requirements, let Misha find another way for you. Anyway, I have done my duty." Siegel showed his disgust towards Ronan without disguising it. "Set up a few more soundproof magic arrays. Although it can't block all the noise, it can at least reduce the number of sound spirits that come here after hearing the news. This 4th level magic array I set up for you should be enough to last until your promotion is completed. If not, pray that I can arrive in time after receiving the message." After saying that, Siegel turned around and left the room without looking at Ronan again. Ronan didn't care about Siegel's attitude at all. On the contrary, Siegel's malice towards him because of Misha made him feel more at ease. "Is this magic array okay?" Ronan followed Siegel's advice and set up layers of soundproof magic arrays in the room while asking Alazan in his mind. "It can barely meet the standards of the intermediate promotion magic array. Don't you want to wait?" Alazan replied. "No." Ronan shook his head. Although the more advanced one ascension array can solve the problem of his soul's sequelae at one time, the requirements are too harsh and too far away from him now. He no longer has time to stay at the 3rd level for too long. After the soundproofing array was set up, Ronan took out the magic crystals given by Misha and inserted them into the grooves of the ascension array, one by one. After all the assembly was completed, he found that there were 3 more magic crystals, which was a pleasant surprise. After the energy of the magic crystals was injected, the entire ascension array began to operate slowly, and light burst out. Ronan walked into the array and took off his robes, including titanium. Then he took out some boxes and medicine bottles, and applied some of the ointments and powders on his body or held them under his tongue. These are auxiliary materials to help the soul withstand the pressure during the promotion. Ronan did not use the magic potion to protect the flesh for the time being. He still planned to try to resist it first. If austerity body forging can break through under the energy impact during the promotion, it would be the best. If not, it would not be too late to use it at that time. Everything was ready, and Ronan felt that a huge amount of free energy particles were gathering outside the magic circle. One after another, visible energy vortexes appeared in the void in front of him, and gradually there was a sound of waves. Ronan radiated his mental power, and vaguely felt the same energy torrent flowing in another distant direction. It should be the green-braided which he had seen before, who was also making a breakthrough at this moment. The magic circle was running, and the subtle sound of the energy flow was blocked by the soundproof magic circle, but blurry light and shadows soon appeared quietly at the door of the room. It was the ancient sound spirit that came after hearing the sound. They came directly towards Ronan, with a ferocious posture, but were stopped by the outermost 4th order magic circle, like a group of wildcats scratching the glass through the window, scratching one after another on the magic circle energy wall, and could not cause any impact on Ronan. Ronan was relieved, slowly closed his eyes, and entered a state of meditation. In the state of lake of no thought, all his distracting thoughts were frozen, deep in the bottom of the lake of his heart. In the consciousness space, the 14 spiritual power crystals, Together with the white light cocoon generated by practicing, secret pupa slowly moved towards the center of the space under the control of spiritual power. Soon they were clustered together. Ronan did not stop and continued to try to squeeze the 15 crystals. This was the first step for a level 3 wizard to be promoted to level 4, condense all the spiritual power crystals into a ball, and then under the effect of the soul seal and the burning of soul power, find the true self and breed the Yuanling. Chapter 308 Echo Tide, Breakthrough. When Ronan's own thoughts could no longer have any more influence on the 15 crystals, boom! The energy particles gathered by the promotion array finally fell on him, turning into greater pressure, and exerted hard on the 15 crystals. Crunch, crunch, the 14 spiritual power crystals plus a light cocoon squeezed and made a tooth-grinding sound. The effect of the array acted on Ronan's soul, and part of his soul power began to burn, turning into a turbid flame with a hint of black and gray in the golden color, entwined between the spiritual power crystals and the light cocoon that were squeezed into a ball. At this moment, Ronan understood why Alazan said that the success rate of choosing the lowest level promotion array would be very low. Because his foundation was too deep, he had a full 15 spiritual power crystals that far exceeded the average 3rd level wizard, and because of the 3 times of spiritual power purification, the strength of each spiritual power crystal was also far beyond that of ordinary people. The soul fire generated by the burning of the soul was not pure enough, so the first step of breaking and melting was extremely difficult. Without the help of a higher level promotion array, the squeezing force that the low level array can provide is simply not enough. Even with the intermediate one promotion array, Ronan's spiritual power crystal is a bit too stubborn. Ronan thought of the green braided witch who was promoted almost at the same time as him. She might have already started the 2nd step, or even the 3rd step. The ancient array continued to operate, and the plump magic crystals embedded in the array were quickly consumed and dimmed. The energy particles gathered in the void were like a snowball, gathering more and more, turning into a substantial crystal-like water flow, fiercely washing over Ronan's body. Ronan's body and soul felt a great pressure at the same time. It was unknown how long this process took. Crack! Ronan finally heard the long-awaited cracking sound. In the desolate ruins, the ancient sound spirits wandered around. Siegel walked silently in the ruins, trying to avoid those wandering sound spirits in groups and those with faint black light emitting from their bodies. Boom! He suddenly heard a dull thunder. It came from a far-away place. The sound was so clear in the dead wilderness. In an instant, countless strange ancient sound spirits in the ruins suddenly stopped their wandering movements and raised their heads in one direction. Siegel turned around and looked in the direction where the thunder came from. He saw a huge energy vortex with mottled colors appear in the dim sky in the distance. Every time the vortex rotated and the energy rolled, there would be a sound similar to thunder. In the ruins, some ancient sound spirits stimulated by the sound returned to normal and continued to wander aimlessly. Some were attracted by the sound of the vortex and began to move slowly in the direction of the sound. Siegel stood there, silently watching the flow of the vortex, his eyes flashing. After a moment, he turned around expressionlessly and continued his unfinished work. He had been delayed enough time. Crack, crack, fine cracking sounds continued to sound in the consciousness space. At this time, except for the white light cocoon of secret pupa, the surfaces of Ronan's other 14 spiritual crystals have already shown signs of cracks, and the degree of cracks is still deepening. The soul fire burned faintly, burning the broken edges of the spiritual crystals like beeswax melting. At the same time, it was also taking away some of the impurities that had settled in Ronan's soul. Ronan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed quietly, standing still in the energy torrent pouring down like a waterfall, like an unchanging reef. Around him, the edge of the 4th level magic circle was now densely packed with ancient sound spirits attracted by the static. They lay on the energy light shield of the magic circle, and their blurred figures were like distorted faces in the ripples that were constantly rippling. They rushed to press their faces on the transparent light shield, staring greedily at the figure in the center of the magic circle with wide eyes, and more sound spirits were still squeezing in. Too slow. Ronan began to be dissatisfied with the current speed of promotion. He suddenly released a part of his spiritual power and infiltrated the huge energy torrent outside his body. Actively pulled by the spirit power, the already huge energy vortex suddenly became even larger, and more energy particles gathered. Boom! As if a whole mountain suddenly pressed on him, Ronan's body shook slightly, and the speed of the rupture of the 14 spirit crystals in his consciousness space suddenly increased. Similarly, the number of ancient sound spirits outside the magic circle also began to surge, and soon the entire room and the entire magic circle were crowded, and even the figure in the center of the magic circle was completely submerged. Who? Ronan's consciousness space shook slightly. The 14 completely broken spirit crystals melted like wax under the burning of the blazing soul fire, perfectly wrapping up the remaining white light cocoon. In the broken spirit crystals, the soul symbols engraved in them, like totems floating in the water, gradually gathered towards the center. This is a process of breaking and then building, transformation and rebirth. Ronan's heart slowly calmed down, and gradually entered an indescribable mysterious state. He looked at his spiritual power that had melted and gathered into a ball. It was solidifying and recondensing into another more advanced form. From the outside, it looked like a multifaceted golden crystal, and then it quickly turned into a perfect golden sphere. The shadows of runes flashed in the sphere one by one. At first, Ronan could still see what each of the flashing runes looked like. Gradually, he could not see clearly, and he only felt that the sphere became particularly turbid. It was as if there was a thick fog lingering in it. He instinctively wanted to clear the fog, and he didn't know how long this process took. Suddenly, a beam of light leaked out from the fog of the sphere. Ronan was like a person who stumbled and ran in the fog of the night for a long time, and finally walked out of the fog and welcomed the bright dawn he had been looking forward to. He opened his eyes wide to embrace the suddenness and joy of this moment. Then, in the light behind the fog, he saw, in the wind and snow, a multi-headed giant snake with eyes as red as the sun. Above the yellow sand, the eternal, immortal, and brilliant golden kingdom. Under the sky, thunder and hurricanes raged and roared. In the void, a silver key formed by countless mirror lights. In the vast sea of stars, a pitch-black hole that swallowed everything. One after another, the visions of magic flashed before Ronan's eyes. It was as long as a century. Or just as short as a blink of an eye. At a certain moment, plop, Ronan seemed to hear a heartbeat like the birth of a new life. The next second, he was completely immersed in the boundless ocean of elements. Roar, in the ruins and wilderness, the ancient Yindra spirit, with a narrow body, many claws and legs, shaped like a mantis, and a large number of white twisted light patterns floating on its dark body, raised its head and roared silently. Visible ripples rippled from its mouth one after another. After the roar, it looked like a ghost, silently rushing towards a colorful energy cloud in the distant sky. Similar scenes were staged in every corner of this ruined wilderness. If you look down from the sky at this time, you can clearly see that in the area where the inner and outer corridors of the silent corridor meet, countless ancient sound spirits are all swarming towards one location. It has formed an echo tide. Several figures were suspended in the sky, and one of the wizards looked towards the inner corridor and murmured. At this moment, you can even speak directly with your mouth without attracting any attack from the ancient sound spirits. Almost all the ancient sound spirits in this area were attracted by the energy cloud piled up and rolling in the distance, and the wilderness continued to hear the sound of falling rocks or thunder. Who is the reckless guy who did this and made such a big noise? Now he can't get out for a short time. A dignified wizard frowned and said, "Let's go deeper into the outer corridor and wait for this echo tide to pass." Someone suggested, and soon someone shook his head. The genius Sieg of the Witch Heart Hall has just been promoted to level 5. Since the opening of the silent corridor, he has been honing his combat skills in the depths of the outer corridor with the help of the sound spirits. The noise there is even louder than this. Several people were whispering to each other, and they did not notice that a wizard standing at the edge of the crowd had a gloomy face at this time. Suddenly, his figure suddenly shot out, heading towards the direction of the spectacular echo tide. Siegel quickly passed through the silent ancient sound spirits, his eyes flickering rapidly. He had no expression on his face, and he just kept speeding up. Two figures hurriedly flew out from the countless ancient sound spirits like a tide to the depths of a flowing inner corridor. A man and a woman, wearing the robes of the Black Moon School, both had a slightly solemn expression. Siegel passed by the two people straight away, and at the moment of passing by, he saw the surprised and puzzled expressions on their faces. He rushed into the inner corridor without saying a word. Siegel stopped abruptly when he arrived at the door of a familiar place. Seeing the densely packed and almost countless ancient sound spirits in front of him, even though Siegel was a 4th-level wizard, he felt his scalp tingling at this moment and subconsciously took a breath of cold air. Chapter 309. You won't tell Miksha, right? Level 4 Dawn. Although most of the ancient sound spirits were low-level, too many sound spirits crowded together, and their instincts made them merge and devour each other, just like two drops of water sticking together to form a larger and fuller water droplet. The air was filled with all kinds of chaotic and distorted sound waves, like countless beasts roaring in the ears, and like a poorly skilled orchestra playing randomly, humming, making people feel irritated. In the area where Siegel could only observe, he saw several huge energy groups that kept expanding, from which a faint black light was revealed, emitting an uneasy breath. They were the monsters of the ancient sound spirits of higher levels that were being bred. This was also the horror of the echo tide. Two dense sound spirits could easily give birth to ancient demons above level 4, which were enough to threaten the Dawn Wizards. Siegel stood in place, his eyes flickering constantly. He did not receive any messages, and he did not know whether the person he wanted to find had died in this surging sound spirit tide, or had already escaped because he was smart enough. Siegel weighed the pros and cons for a while, and finally made up his mind and slowly took a step forward. He flipped his palm, and 3 fist-sized crystal balls burning with flames appeared around him. The 3 crystal balls flew forward, and the rune patterns on each crystal ball lit up, radiating red light paths, connecting to each other and forming a triangle shape. Strong spell fluctuations were emitted, accompanied by the silent utterance of a syllable from Siegel's mouth. In the center of the red triangle, a torrent of flames that was as solid as a substance was suddenly released. Boom! In just a moment, the torrent of flames penetrated a dense group of ancient sound spirits in front of him, and directly cleared a vacuum channel in front of Siegel. Siegel's eyes flashed, and his figure immediately turned into a phantom and flashed into it. His spell was like a lit fuse, directly detonating the entire noisy space. In an instant, countless ancient sound spirits roared and pounced on him. 3 crystal balls surrounded Siegel, spitting out flames, and condensed into fiery red long-billed parrots in the void, with their own burning fire rings. Each fire parrot that flew out could burn an ancient sound spirit into nothingness and disappear completely. However, Siegel's situation was not much better. He underestimated the horror of the echo tide formed by countless ancient sound spirits. The dense sound waves came in waves like a tide. The fearless ancient sound spirits continued to fall one after another. When one was destroyed by the spell, more were replaced, constantly attacking his energy shield and mental force field for defense. The 3 crystal balls spit out fire parrots continuously, which gradually became unsustainable. There were too many ancient sound spirits gathered in this area. This was the center of the wave. More and more powerful ancient sound spirits were born every minute and every second. Siegel lifted the red cloak on his shoulders and swung it. A blue flame swept out immediately, burning a large area around it, and then rolled back to form a blue flame barrier to block the endless void ripples from all directions. He gritted his teeth and rushed forward for a while, but when he looked up again, he found that he had lost his way. He seemed to be trapped in a quagmire composed of sound waves. His whole body, even his soul, was bound by invisible forces. Countless ripples were wrapped around him like ropes. The layers of sound waves hit his eardrums all the time. Even with the defense of the magic tools, his mental power was violently shaken. Suddenly, several peak-shaped black ripples quietly diffused from somewhere in the void. In just a breath of time, they tore a crack in Siegel's blue fire cloak and penetrated in. Siegel seemed to be stabbed by a sharp blade in a certain part of his body. His body trembled violently, and the continuous spellcasting action in his hands suddenly stopped. At this time, a blurry light image like a violently vibrating black snowflake expanded rapidly in front of his eyes. In the light and shadow, an ancient sound spirit with black light patterns floating all over its body quietly crawled out, stretched out its slender and sharp claws, and silently reached for Siegel's heart. The claws of the ancient sound spirit pierced through Siegel's body, as if nothing had been taken out, and the claws quickly retracted. At the same time, blood suddenly flowed from Siegel's mouth and nose, and his body arched like a shrimp, and then suddenly shot backwards. Level 4 Sound Spirit. Siegel staggered in midair to stabilize his body, raised his hand to cover the blood that kept oozing from his mouth and nose, and stared at a black sound spirit not far away with a hideous appearance and a strong sense of danger. After he poured a bottle of potion into his mouth and barely suppressed the injury, he looked around, but his expression suddenly became stagnant. 1, 2, 3. A total of 5 huge black ancient sound spirits with strength comparable to level 4 Dawn appeared beside him, surrounded him, and locked him silently with a cold consciousness. At some point, all the ancient sound spirits in the surrounding area calmed down. They were crowded together, stacked into a twisted high wall, and each face was facing Siegel's direction. There was no sound on the field, but in the dead silence there was an indescribable horror. Siegel suddenly calmed down, as if he had lost the will to resist. Time passed second by second, and every second seemed so long. At a certain moment, a huge roar like a tsunami suddenly broke out on the dead silence. The black sound wave rose suddenly, and 5 black ancient sound spirits, with countless low-level sound spirits, suddenly attacked Siegel. Siegel's expression became ferocious in an instant. His robe and the cloak behind him were raised high, and the 3 crystal balls suspended in front of him broke and exploded. A surging wave of fire directly lifted large pieces of ancient sound spirits and spread rapidly in all directions, and then was forcibly pressed back by the terrible sound wave like a tsunami. In the narrow and cramped space, the magic flames wrapped around Siegel's body extinguished one after another, the blue flame cloak quietly shattered, and then the mental force field. His whole body began to slowly twist in the ocean of sound waves emitted by countless ancient sound spirits, like a rag that was slowly twisted out of shape. 5 black sound spirits pounced on him silently, repeatedly lengthening and shrinking in the terrifying sound waves, and their claws with various hideous shapes kept approaching Siegel's body. Siegel watched the black sound spirits approaching, as if a huge black cloth was closing over his head, and his eyes kept getting darker. Suddenly at this moment, strong light tore through the shadows, and a young, slender, and white palm stretched out from somewhere and gently pressed on the face of the black ancient sound spirit closest to his face. The latter struggled, but his body soon broke into pieces like a burnt piece of paper. Someone walked up from behind Siegel. Siegel's pupils shrank suddenly. Light. He saw an incomparable strong light. And a figure bathed in the strong light. The figure waved his sleeves, and the remaining 4 black ancient sound spirits exploded one after another. The ubiquitous spell sound waves in the void dissipated, and those low-level sound spirits piled up and densely packed together melted under the strong light, just like dirty snow under the scorching sun. Siegel was stunned. The next second, the glowing figure soared into the air, and he was also swept up by a force and flew upward. As if passing through a barrier, the absolute silence caused by the extreme noise suddenly disappeared, and Siegel heard the sound of the wind. The two stopped somewhere in the sky, and the strong light slowly faded. Siegel saw a familiar dark blue robe after the light, with white hair dancing in the wind on the robe, and around the robe, the void that was constantly collapsing due to the overly strong mental force field, as if there were invisible celestial bodies constantly moving around it. The figure slowly turned around, revealing a young and handsome face. At this moment, Siegel's throat seemed to be choked by something. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. "You won't tell me what happened here, right?" Ronan looked at Siegel in front of him and said softly. Siegel was stunned in place, his expression was dull, and there were waves of trance in his eyes. After a moment, Siegel exhaled and said in a difficult tone, "Shall we go out now?" "No hurry." Ronan raised his hand and looked at a pile of fine crystal cores of different sizes on his palm, like special gravel. The 5 on the top were the largest, with black light flowing, like pearls. These were all obtained from the ancient Yindro spirit he had just killed. Ronan put away all the crystal cores, squinted his eyes, randomly selected a direction, and then flew forward. Siegel followed in a daze. The wind with a faint smell of decay blew across Ronan's cheeks above the silent corridor. Ronan looked down and casually opened his current character panel. Name, Ronan Damien. Strength, level 4 formal wizard, 1%. Is this the feeling of embracing the dawn? Ronan whispered to himself. At this time, his consciousness space had already undergone earth-shaking changes. The original 15 spiritual power crystals had all disappeared, replaced by a dark golden sphere. The surface of the dark golden sphere was etched with dense and complex rune patterns, and more than 1,200 ancient spiritual characters were crawling on it like living things. Ronan could not see the inside of the sphere, but could only sense that the spiritual power of several elements was constantly surging in it. There was an imperceptible gap in the center of the sphere, revealing a faint white light. Like an eye, it was now in a closed state. The white light cocoon formed by secret pupa had long been squeezed aside and was now under the dark golden sphere. Ronan's mental power, both in quality and quantity, is more than 20 times stronger than before his promotion. Under normal conditions, it is comparable to the late peak of a 4th-level Dawn Wizard. Chapter 310 Growth, Sieg. All the soul symbols are still there, and the effect has become stronger. Ronan's mind moved slightly, and the crack in the middle of the dark golden sphere in his consciousness space quietly opened a crack, and a faint white light seeped out. The spiritual force field naturally emanating from his body strengthened, and the invisible celestial body surrounding him began to accelerate, and the sense of collapse of the surrounding void became more and more obvious. The sudden breath was frustrated, and the extremely oppressive feeling made Siegel, who was following Ronan, couldn't help but distance himself from him and looked at him with an indescribable complex look. As a Dawn Wizard who had already been promoted to level 4, he couldn't understand why the young man in front of him only crossed the threshold of level 3 to level 4, but could bring him a heavy sense of oppression as if he was facing a level 5 wizard. Some of his cognitions in his mind were broken, and it would take some time to digest and reshape them. Ronan continued to experiment. As his mind turned, the white light seeping out of the slightly open dark golden sphere suddenly turned blue. Immediately afterwards, the invisible celestial body surrounding Ronan was stained with a strong icy breath. His mental power extended out, and wherever it passed, large pieces of frost and snow condensed in the void. Soon, the frost dissipated and turned into a violent hurricane. Then there was lightning with a slight numbness and explosive breath. Mental power elementalization. Ronan switched his mental power back and forth between several elemental states, thinking. This is the most significant sign of a 4th level wizard compared to a 3rd level wizard. When he was at the 3rd level, he had tasted a lot of pain in this area. Now that he has mastered it, he finds that this ability is actually commonplace. In a battle of the same level, the direct offensive effect of mental power elementalization is estimated to be very small, and it is only useful for crushing the wizards of the mist level. The greatest use is in assisting spellcasting. The mental power after elementalization can resonate and attract many more free energy particles than the 3rd level wizard. After reaching level 4, spells below level 4 can basically be cast instantly. Ronan thought, and casually flicked a tiny snowflake from his fingers. The snowflake fell straight down and landed lightly on a ruin below. In an instant, countless frost and cold air gushed out, the glacier suddenly collapsed, the glacier rose, and a towering snow country quickly broke through the ground and instantly froze all the ancient sound spirits within a range. Save the complicated and lengthy pre-steps. From now on, I can truly achieve the snow country with a flick of my finger. Ronan fell down, and the invisible force field expanded outward, like a huge and heavy dark cloud rolling down. In the wilderness, the wandering ancient sound spirits raised their heads and roared silently at him, and the dense sound waves gathered into tide, surging along the void. In the consciousness space, the crack in the middle of the dark golden sphere like an eye opened again, and a strong white light seeped out. Ronan's body was once again filled with strong light, like a sharp blade falling from the sky, easily breaking through the layers of rolling sound waves below. The dark blue robe was blown upward by the wind, and mercury-like titanium flowed out from under the robe and gathered behind Ronan. Buzz! At this time, the breath emanating from Ronan's body suddenly became hot, and the mental force field further squeezed the void, collapsing, twisting, and melting. It was as if there were invisible, blazing stars orbiting around him. The titanium gathered behind him began to extend to both sides, condensing into golden hot feathers one by one. Long and huge golden eagle wings grew from Ronan's back, with ruby-like light patterns growing on the wings, bringing an extremely hot breath. Ronan leaned over and flew close to the ground, and the stretched golden eagle wings were like 2 golden blades that had just been taken out of the furnace and burned red, harvesting along the ground. Wherever he passed, whether it was the ruins of the building or the ancient sound spirit, they were all cut off and exploded. Ling Mei, a golden body. After reaching level 4, this spell has undergone some qualitative changes. Ronan paused, raised his eagle wings, and slashed the golden blazing blade through the void. A level 4 ancient sound spirit that tried to approach him didn't even make a sound, and was cut in two by him. Originally a defensive spell, it now has the terrifying offensive power to easily kill level 4 spells. After reaching level 4, all the spiritual power crystals condensed into a spiritual power core, and the improvement Li gained was too great. The soul and spiritual power have all undergone a transformation. The only regret is that austerity body forging has not broken through, which makes him feel like new wine in old bottles, and he feels that he has been reborn halfway, but still wants more. Ronan tried his best to avoid other wizard groups and continued to go deeper into the ruins of the outer corridor. While he was familiar with the changes in all aspects after level 4, he readjusted his spell system and honed his tactics. At the same time, he harvested the ancient sound spirits along the way. He had not forgotten what Siegel had said. This silent corridor was unique, a special elemental life form composed of spell echoes, rune fragments and energy particles. The crystal core in the body could be used as magic crystal to a certain extent. And he just needed magic crystal the most. Once the strength of the ancient sound spirit broke through the 4th level, the body would appear black, and then it would continue to deepen with the increase of strength and the growth of years. The ordinary 4th level ancient sound spirit did not cause any pressure to Ronan at all. This thing was very attractive, and it only needed to make a loud enough sound. Ronan harvested all the way, and the joy of breakthrough and the pleasure of harvest made him gradually immersed in the battle. He didn't know how far he had walked until a loud noise and the strong spell fluctuations transmitted with a sound woke him from his immersion. He stopped and looked in the direction of the movement. Faintly, he heard the roar of the energy tide and saw a group of black and red light colliding and entangled. The black light clearly dominated, revealing a tall and thin wizard figure. It was a man wearing a tall black hat. Huh? Siegel landed beside him, with a lingering complex expression on his face. He had been walking with Ronan all the way, and was shocked and numbed by his powerful means of harvesting the 4th level ancient sound spirits like wheat. It was not until Ronan stopped that he slowly came back to his senses. Level 5, Wizard. Ronan narrowed his eyes, staring at the battle group that broke out in the distance, and spoke softly to himself. He saw that the man in the top hat was a level 5 wizard, and the one who was fighting with him was also a powerful ancient sound spirit with a strength of level 5. Seeing the two forces of level 5 constantly colliding, the free energy particles between heaven and earth were constantly being drawn like tides, and he couldn't help but think of fuming of the elemental ring, and the joy and happiness in his heart gradually faded. It's Sieg of the Witch Heart Hall. Noticing the target Ronan was watching, Siegel whispered, "There are several famous top talents in the Witch Heart Hall, and Sieg is one of them. He has just been promoted to level 5 and came to the silent corridor to hone his skills with the ancient sound spirit." Sieg. Ronan silently recited the name, his eyes flashing, and suddenly took a step forward. "Don't go." Siegel saw his move, his pupils shrank slightly, and he spoke hurriedly. "I'm wearing the emblem of Linghu, can he dare to kill me?" Ronan turned his head and looked at Siegel. Siegel's expression was serious, and he said in a deep voice, "The relationship between Linghu and the Witch Heart Hall is far more complicated than you think. The wizards of the Witch Heart Hall are all crazy, especially." Siegel was interrupted by a calm voice before he finished speaking. "Don't worry, he can't kill me." After speaking, tear, the red gold light burst out, and the two huge golden eagle wings behind Ronan suddenly spread out, and then quickly moved towards the direction of the distant battle group. Ronan was really curious. How far is he from reaching level 5 now? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311, Forbidden Confrontation, The Call of the Golden Land. As the distance got closer, the specific situation of the battle group in front of Ronan became clearer and clearer. The ancient sound spirit, which looked like a multi-winged strange bird, was as solid as a substance. Its body was intertwined with black and red sound patterns, and a complex and strange symbol was entangled at the center of its eyebrows. This was definitely the oldest and most powerful ancient sound spirit Ronan had ever seen. Every time it flapped its wings, it could release dense red ripples, directly setting off a terrifying sound storm in the void. However, in front of the man in the black top hat, its power was useless. Silky dark energy wrapped around it layer by layer, with sharp corners at the end, emitting a trace of indescribable terrifying aura. Every bombardment could cut off a large piece of flesh and blood from the ancient sound spirit, revealing the real body composed of runes and energy underneath. This battle may have entered its end. If nothing unexpected happens, it will end with the victory of the top hat wizard. Ronan did not hide his aura, and his wide golden eagle wings dragged out a dazzling path. As soon as he approached the battle group, a cold and domineering wave of consciousness immediately fell. "Get out." The man in the top hat, who was suppressing the 5th level ancient sound spirit with one hand, turned his head quietly, staring at Ronan with cold eyes. Ronan could see his appearance clearly. This was a young man with high cheekbones, slightly drooping eyes, sharp features, and some gray hair hanging down from the black top hat, like a combination of a venomous snake and a falcon. The edges of his whole body were slightly blurred, like a black mud that was slowly dissolved in water. That was the characteristic of the body approaching elementalization, and it was also the most significant sign of the strength of a 5th-level wizard. The mental power released by the man in the top hat was like the lingering fog on the sea of decay, cold, damp, and with a hint of corrosive characteristics. Ronan ignored his warning eyes, and the golden eagle wings behind him waved gently, making a crisp and pleasant sound of metal clashing, like 2 hot golden blades crossing in front of his eyes. Under the golden-red trajectory, the battle group raging with energy was cut apart. He dodged in, twisted and swung out huge golden chainsaw tentacles under the golden eagle wings, and shot straight at the red strange bird in the center of the battle group. This action undoubtedly directly angered the man in the black hat. Die? The black fog lingering on the Dead Sea surged, forming a surging and surging cold tide. The black magic silk entangled with the red strange bird sound spirit split into several strips, intertwined with each other, and presented a hollow spiral shape. The sharp end was like an indestructible drill. With a buzzing sound, it penetrated through the void in an instant and came towards Ronan. Ronan felt a sudden piercing pain in his forehead. This piercing pain that seemed to reach the depths of his soul stimulated the dark gold eyeball in the consciousness space to open outward again, and rich golden light gushed out. Hula! The other 14 pairs of golden eagle wings suddenly spread out behind Ronan, and then all closed forward, just blocking the spiral black silk diamond as it approached. Bang! A huge circle of turbid air waves suddenly erupted in the field, followed by a sharp friction sound that made people's teeth ache. Gold dust flew, and golden juice flowed. Ronan's figure quickly retreated backwards, his body squeezed the air, making a series of rapid air explosions, and the 16 pairs of golden eagle wings protecting him quickly shattered, and the broken feathers kept falling. When the magic momentum of the black silk diamond was completely dissipated, Ronan retreated almost half the distance he came. At that time, only 2 or 3 broken wings of the 16 pairs of golden eagle wings were left hanging in front of him. The path he retreated was paved with broken gold. Ronan let out a long breath, lowered his numb arms from his chest, and looked up calmly, just in time to meet the eyes of the man in the black hat in the distance. He saw a hint of surprise in the latter's eyes, followed by a deeper and thicker coldness. Level 5. Ronan's lips moved slightly, as if he was stating something, and as if he was sighing about something. Then he naturally entered the state of ethereal extreme thoughts, and his heart lake was divided into 2 parts, half cold and half hot, forming a vortex. A far greater mental power rose from Ronan's body. The invisible celestial force field around him expanded and expanded, stirring his robe and white hair, and a circle of condensed air waves spread out. The man in the hat frowned slightly, as if he felt a little incredible about the changes that had taken place in him, and the mental strength that was now comparable to that of a level 5 wizard. More dark silk was separated from the suppression of the red strange bird sound spirit, floating slightly around him, ready to go. At percent, Ronan uttered an ancient spell, his voice like golden sand flowing thinly, and his hands formed seals. His eyes now overlapped with a dark golden sphere in his consciousness space quietly, and a beautiful and complex golden totem flashed in his pupils. In an instant, endless Dharma energy rose from his body, steaming straight up, summoning a narrow golden crack in the sky. Dark clouds rolled in, golden lightning fell from the sky, and a forbidden breath surged out, like a key to open the door of the golden crack. Boom! The crack suddenly opened, and countless red gold molten magma rolled down from the crack. A huge and indescribable outline appeared behind Ronan, and he took a step forward, and the river of gold followed his footsteps and flowed wildly. Ronan's whole body was dyed into luxurious, noble, and dazzling golden color, and there was a red light flowing on this golden color, like a floating golden flame. The terrifying aura directly tore apart the battle group. When Ronan pointed at the man in the black hat in the distance, boom, the indescribable shadow cast by the golden molten slurry behind him finally took shape. In an instant, the golden hymn sung by countless people in unison seemed to ring out in this world, all calling the same name, Lingmea, Lingmea. The pillar god of the golden country who burns forever and is immortal. The legendary creature with 3-headed lion eagle body and 16 pairs of wings roared down, and the dark sky was stained with brilliant gold. Wherever the countless golden tentacles danced, the ruins became a golden territory. At this moment, Ronan slightly raised his head, his expression was strange, and he seemed to feel the call of the golden country in the dark. Spirit Lake actually has a metal wizard of your accomplishments. The man in the black hat seemed to be slightly moved at this time, but his face was still calm. It's a pity that you have provoked the wrong person. The man in the top hat stretched out 5 fingers, and the 5 black magic rings on his 5 fingers lit up one by one. The dense black magic silk stretched out behind him like ink, quickly intertwined, woven layer by layer, and soon formed a long black cocoon. The forbidden breath surged from the 5 fingers of the man in the top hat, lightning fell, and an indescribable brilliant knife light tore out from the cocoon and cut down Ronan in an instant. The countless golden chants between heaven and earth suddenly boiled, and countless people shouted in unison. The 3 golden lion heads of Lingmea's Dharma body roared, and the wings and tentacles opened together, actively facing the magic knife light. The 2 forbidden forces collided fiercely, and the terrifying energy aftermath exploded. The surrounding void collapsed directly, forming a raging storm. Ronan's eyes were bright, as if there was a golden flame rising in his eyes, and he broke free from the call of the golden land. He stepped on the river of golden magma and went upstream. Lingmea's magic clone twisted its body with the marks in his hands. The dark forbidden blade slashed down, and the sharp blade reflected the traces of runes. Lingmea's golden body was shattered under the blade light, and 1 golden tentacles after another were directly cut off. It's still a little bit short. The man in the top hat looked down at Ronan with a cold expression. His palm with 5 black rings seemed to hold the forbidden blade light in the sky through the air, and suddenly made a horizontal slashing motion, and the blade light also cut horizontally towards Ronan. The light in Ronan's eyes became brighter and brighter, and the speed of the seals in his hands became faster and faster. The golden magma river under his feet set off rolling hot golden waves and roared. At a certain moment, Ronan's hand stopped moving suddenly, and the dense golden light patterns in the void in front of him intertwined into a pattern like a totem. Lingmea roared, and the remaining body shrank, and then a ball of golden flame condensed to the extreme suddenly spit out from the mouth of the lion head in the middle. Golden fire. Lingmea's fury, this flame streaked across the sky like a meteor, shattering the sword light that slashed across in an instant, and then rushed straight to the man in the top hat in the sky. The man in the top hat seemed to be caught off guard and was pierced directly by the golden flame, but the flame went straight through his body, leaving only a large mass of black mist-like traces. The figure of the man in the top hat slowly emerged from the void, and at this time his body was in the shape of smoke, as if it would be blown away by the wind at any time. I want to thank you for allowing me to fully comprehend the technique of elementalizing the body in advance. The man in the top hat raised his hand to just the brim of his hat, looked at Ronan, and a sneer of contempt appeared on his face. He flipped his palm, and the forbidden sword light that had been broken before reappeared, and the light was stronger than before. He raised his hand and slashed at Ronan, and the cold murderous intent instantly filled the entire space with his sword light. Ronan exhaled lightly, and the strong golden fire in his eyes dimmed. His robe fluttered, and his figure retreated in the opposite direction of the golden river, and he and the Lingmea magic clone behind him, whose brilliance also seemed a lot dimmer, passed by each other one after another. Boom! The blade light fell, and the huge Lingmea magic clone exploded. The faint chanting between heaven and earth stopped abruptly, the river of golden magma stopped flowing, the residual golden liquid splashed everywhere, and the golden smoke and dust dissipated. It has turned to the golden end. The remaining forbidden blade light continued to tear open the layers of void and chased after Ronan. Ronan looked calm. In the space of consciousness, the dark golden sphere trembled slightly, the golden light retracted, and then bloomed with a deep black light like a starry night. 7 mysterious and extremely complex rune patterns were pieced together in Ronan's eyes like a puzzle. Ronan lowered his eyelids, and in an instant the whole person seemed to become the center of a vortex. In this ruined land, almost endless free energy particles gathered towards him. Countless energies condensed around him into star-like lights, as well as beautiful and gorgeous light clouds, as vast and magnificent as the ancient starry sky. Ronan raised his head, and the shadow of the man in the top hat was reflected in his pure black eyes. The moment he raised his hand and pointed, he glanced at a red strange bird that was about to escape, and his finger suddenly shifted a few inches involuntarily. At the same time, the man in the top hat in the distance, who had not changed much before, finally showed a trace of shock and disbelief on his face, and almost blurted out, "The second forbidden power." Chapter 312 It's him? Exclamation mark. Imperial spell. Forbidden black hole. This was the first time that Ronan cast this spell as a 4th level dawn wizard. At the moment the spell was summoned, he felt as if countless torrents of energy were colliding and roaring in his soul and body. The world suddenly became quiet. In the sky of the ruins of the silent corridor, a piece of void quietly sank, collapsed, and shattered. Then a pure black hole appeared silently, like a twisted black sun suddenly appeared in the sky, and like an undetectable ancient existence quietly opened an eye. The forbidden law domain aura that was 10 times more concentrated than the previous golden fire appeared, and the black sun turned slightly, directly swallowing up the sword light leaping over the wilderness. A red strange bird flapped its wings to try to break free from this unspeakable terrifying suction and swallowing force, slightly touched the edge of the black hole, and then its entire body directly shattered. A red crystal core as bright as a meteor fell from the sky and was gently held in the palm of a slender white hand. Ronan did not look at the subsequent results. After getting the crystal core of the level 5 ancient sound spirit, he turned around and fled. Thanks to the repeated consumption of the level 5 ancient sound spirit by the man in the top hat, he would not have been able to kill it so easily. The furious roar of the man in the top hat came from behind. The remaining titanium attached to Ronan's body. Under the effect of space silverization, he appeared in front of Seagull, who had been stunned for a long time, and said, "Go to the inner corridor and open the exit and wait for me." After that, Ronan disappeared again. Sieg. Level 5-2 Forbidden Domain Powers. Eagle looked up at the black sun in the sky that seemed to suck his soul in, and listened to the angry voice of Sieg that kept ringing in his ears, and murmured in a dull expression. Finally, he came to his senses as if waking from a dream, and hurriedly left. In a corner of the ruins of the silent corridor, a woman with ordinary appearance and green hair tied into pigtails stood on the air, holding a green bow that seemed to be intertwined and grown by countless vines, and steadily shot white light arrows at the wandering ancient sound spirits in the field of vision. "You have just been promoted. The most important thing now is to get familiar with the power brought by the 4th level. Lord Quasimodo values you very much, otherwise he would not have given you the Dawn Magic Tools Iangmu bow. When you fully master its power, your strength can easily surpass me." A middle-aged wizard wearing a black moon robe stood not far from the green-braided woman and communicated with her with his consciousness. The woman nodded slightly and focused more on the training in front of her. At this moment, suddenly boom. A loud explosion was heard in the distance, followed by a strong spell fluctuation, and the earth was also shaking slightly. The green-braided woman stopped casting spells, and looked towards the direction of the sound and the wave at the same time as the middle-aged wizard. After seeing the scene over there clearly, the pupils of the two suddenly shrank. In the distance, a huge and turbid mushroom cloud was slowly rising, and the aftermath of the mushroom cloud formed a substantial energy tide. Even at such a long distance, the two could deeply feel the terrifying power contained in the center of the explosion, and felt a little palpitation. Such a mighty force as a senior, the middle-aged wizard was obviously more knowledgeable. He released his consciousness wave with a serious face. It should be a 5th level wizard fighting. 5 level. The green-braided woman's eyes fluctuated, but she didn't say anything. She had just been promoted to the 4th level, and the world of the 5th level was too far away from her. There are even 6th level ancient sound spirits in the depths of the silent corridor. It's not surprising that a 5th level wizard appears here, but I don't know why this level of existence would cause friction here. The middle-aged wizard of the Black Moon skull sighed twice, and the consciousness wave he emitted suddenly tightened. The woman with green braids also realized something was wrong. At the source of the explosion, 2 figures, one in front and one behind, were chasing them. "Hurry up, don't be affected by the fight between the 5 levels." The middle-aged wizard looked serious and hurriedly told the woman with green braids to leave. The two immediately gave up their original plan and hid in another direction. The woman with green braids was a little slower, and she fell behind at the start, but she couldn't help but look behind her out of curiosity. The two chasing figures, the former was escaping at an incredible speed, and in just a few flashes, they were almost close to her. The woman with green braids heard the other party's terrible sound of breaking through the air, and felt the surging and powerful force field on the other party like an invisible celestial body surrounding him, and couldn't help but secretly sigh in her heart at the power of the 5 levels. However, the next second, when the figure flashed and just passed by her from a distance, her eyes suddenly froze. The dark blue robe wrapped around the slender, upright, and energetic young body. Even on the way of escape, the face under the dancing silver hair was still calm and peaceful. The other side cast a faint glance at her, and the green-braided woman stopped abruptly. The whole person seemed to be struck by countless lightning at the same time, and her mind instantly fell into a brief blank. She had seen this face. She knew this person. During the entrance selection, he was surrounded by 10 extremely blazing dark blue suns, and the light even overwhelmed Juventus. It was so dazzling, but he fell into the dust under the sighing and regretful eyes of many Spirit Lake wizards. When entering the silent corridor, like her, he followed behind a 4th-level wizard and chose the right place to be promoted to the dawn. The green-braided woman stood there blankly, watching the familiar yet unfamiliar figure completely disappear from her sight. It's just that they look similar, right? She murmured to herself. 2 figures, one in front and one behind, walked out of the vortex-shaped exit. In the quiet inner space of the mountain, under the huge crystal cluster, Ronan was as calm and natural as at the beginning, but he had a bit more sharp and domineering temperament. It was as if the powerful force field surrounding him at this moment was radiating and affecting everything around him all the time. But soon, this temperament slowly retracted and converged along with the mental force field. In comparison, Siegel's state seemed a little embarrassed. His face was slightly pale, as if he had just escaped from an extremely dangerous situation. This is a hole for the wizards of Linghu to enter and exit only. People from the Witch Heart Hall cannot enter. Siegel breathed a sigh of relief and spoke. Ronan nodded and said nothing, as if he was recalling the insights and gains from the battle just now. Siegel couldn't help but look at him with a corner of his eye. At this time, Siegel even suspected that the person he had personally sent into the Ancient One Ascension Array before and the person standing in front of him now were 2 different people. If this experience in the silent corridor was told to others, I'm afraid no 4th person would believe it. A wizard who had just completed his promotion and entered the 4th level could actually cross an entire level and escape unscathed from the hands of Sieg, the top genius of the Witch Heart Hall, and snatched the 5th level Ancient Sound Spirit Crystal Core that the other party regarded as a sure thing. Siegel witnessed all of this happening, and now when he thinks back, his mind is still dazed. What is your relationship with Misha? After a moment of silence, Siegel finally couldn't help but speak. Ronan turned his head and looked at Siegel in front of him calmly. What about you? Siegel pursed his lips and replied, I was originally a wizard of the Flame School. Because I offended the genius of the school, Keynes, I had to switch to Misha's men, seek his protection, and do something for him. What level of wizard is Keynes? 5. Ronan raised his eyelids slightly, with a bit of strangeness in his eyes. Misha is only level 4. Does Misha have a powerful background? Siegel nodded. Linghu has always been jointly managed by the 3 great elders of the 3 major sects. Under the 3 great elders are the other elders of the Council of Elders. Although most of them do not interfere in the affairs of Linghu, they still enjoy a pivotal position in Linghu. One of Misha's ancestors was a member of the Council of Elders, and he was deeply loved by them. It is said that when Misha was born, the other party specially asked the old prophet for a prophecy. What is the content of the prophecy? Ronan was aroused some interest and could not help asking. I don't know about that. It should be a good prophecy, otherwise Misha wouldn't be so favored. Siegel said in a deep voice, but Misha has talent but no character and talent to match it, and he thinks highly of himself. I don't think he will achieve much. Ronan looked at him with a smile. Aren't you afraid that I will tell Misha about what you said? You won't, you are much better than Misha. Siegel shook his head and said firmly, you dare to challenge Sieg, who is at level 5, at level 4, and you will never bother to use such a petty trick on a small person like me. Ronan smiled and said nothing. He knew that Siegel told him these things in order to show him his determination to keep it secret in disguise. Siegel is a smart man, and compared to ordinary wizards, he is more humane, and Ronan doesn't dislike him. In the end, Ronan didn't say what the relationship between him and Misha was. He thought about it and exchanged the contact mark of the communication crystal with Siegel. I'll contact you if there's anything. You can also find me. Leaving behind a word, Ronan left straight away. He had just broken through to level 4, and he still had too many things to do. Only Siegel was left watching his back, watching him go away with a complicated expression. After leaving the rift leading to the silent corridor, Ronan told Heliado the news of his successful promotion. Heliado acted quite calmly, just saying oh to indicate that he knew, and then asked him to go directly to a room in his residence after returning to Linghu to find him. Although Ronan couldn't wait to be alone now and make some self-planning and sorting, Heliado was his current mentor and had given him a lot of help, so he still listened to Heliado's words. After returning to Linghu, he went straight to the place designated by Heliado to meet. Ronan stopped in front of a small door engraved with exquisite patterns, knocked on the small door gently, and soon, the small door was opened from the inside. Ronan's eyes flickered. Judging from his countless experiences of entering and exiting Heliado's laboratory, it was definitely not the White Cat's silver coin or Heliado himself who opened the door for him this time. A meeting with an outsider. A thought flashed through Ronan's mind. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped in. As soon as he stepped into the space behind the small door, Ronan immediately felt something approaching him quickly. Instinctively, he slightly spread out his mental force field, and the thing was immediately bounced away. Ronan only heard a surprised cry, and then saw a beautiful, fair-skinned blonde witch lying on the ground, kneading her almost half-naked full chest with her hands, while looking at him with a rather resentful look. Ronan was slightly startled, and before he could recover from this sudden situation, he was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. Chapter 313 Elements Sing for You, Mrs. Mel. What appeared before him was an extremely luxurious hall. The floor under his feet was flowing with starlight, and there were blooming flowers and scattered crystals everywhere. There were fountains and pools in the center of the hall. Fairy waiters holding wine and food were busy flying around. Wizards wearing various robes or dresses talked and drank with each other, and laughed from time to time. Ronan's first reaction was to wonder if he had come to the wrong place. He tried to find Heliado in the crowd, but was spotted by a female wizard wearing a red pointed hat and white hair. She pointed at him and shouted, "Everyone, look, who's here? Our protagonist tonight." The Red Hat Witch's voice was crisp and loud, attracting everyone in the hall at once. Ronan was caught off guard. Every face that appeared in front of him made him feel unfamiliar, but they were filled with enthusiasm and kindness that he had never seen before. Everyone was looking at him and smiling, raising their glasses to him. The Red Hat Witch, who shouted loudly, looked at him with eyes that seemed to love him deeply, and crossed her arms. What an outstanding and handsome young man. Heliado, is this the disciple you value? Thank God, your vision is good for once. Ronan finally saw Heliado in the crowd. He didn't know whether it was because of the alcohol or his mood, but his cheeks and nose were red. He blinked at Ronan and smiled slyly. At this time, the Red Hat Witch suddenly came forward quickly, stretched out her hand as if she wanted to touch Ronan's face, but stopped suddenly when she was about to get close, then turned her palm, and a cluster of gorgeous magic fireworks bloomed between her 5 fingers. Elements sing for you. The magic fireworks turned into glowing feathers all over the sky, gently falling down. The Red Hat Witch stood in front of Ronan, opened her arms, her eyes curved down, and smiled kindly. "Welcome to the dawn, Ronan Damien." Instantly, a beautiful melody sounded, and glowing little people with wings on their backs, holding harps and accordions, emerged one by one. The fountain in the center of the hall sprayed fragrant wine and colorful candies. The wizards laughed and began to sing and dance. In just a short time, the light gathered on Ronan was dispersed. Ronan felt a little inexplicable emotion in his heart. The scene in front of him reminded him of when he was promoted to a formal wizard. At that time, only a group of owls congratulated him. One of the cards with "Welcome to the Mist World" was still kept by him. Obviously, this grand banquet was secretly held by Heliado to celebrate his promotion to the dawn. Ronan couldn't tell what he felt. At this time, the beautiful witch who had been pushed away by him before twisted her soft waist again, trying to get close to him. He shook his head to refuse, and the beautiful witch could only walk away more resentfully. "Your soul age is no more than 50, but you are so mature that you don't look like a young person at all." Heliado came up with a glass of light red wine in his hand. On each side, a good-looking third-level witch took his arm intimately. "It's too boring." Heliado raised his glass and took a sip, looking at him and shaking his head. Life can't just be about meditation and learning. Before Ronan could speak, the Red Hat Witch who had congratulated him before had come up and naturally grabbed Ronan's palm, holding his fingers tightly like a lover. "Not everyone is like you, old beaver." The Red Hat Witch's voice was crisp and pleasant, more beautiful than a 16-year-old girl, and she looked like a girl. But Ronan could clearly sense the powerful aura of a 5th-level wizard on her body. He let her hold his hand, like every well-behaved and sensible junior. "I just like his personality and appearance. He is almost exactly the same as my 32nd husband." The Red Hat Witch looked at Ronan with a smile, and stretched out her hand to gently straighten a strand of hair on his temples. Heliado seemed to be used to the Red Hat Witch's appearance. He shook his head and asked lightly, "Where are Niston and the others? Why are you the only one here?" The Red Hat Witch said casually, "There is a little girl named Bylan Jones in Black Moon who happened to hold the promotion celebration dinner on the same day. They chose to go there." Heliado's eyes flickered. "Is it the little guy with an 8-star soul qualification? Why didn't you go there? You know, I have never liked the gatherings of the Black Moon faction. The atmosphere is so depressing that it's like a funeral." The Red Hat Witch looked at Ronan with pity and said with a smile, "It turns out that my choice is not wrong at all." After that, she patted the back of Ronan's hand, loosened her fingers that were clasped with his, and kissed him gently on the cheek. "Okay, time is left for you two, master and disciple. I still have to go around and see if there are any of my favorite berries left. I'll remember you, little Ronan." The Red Riding Hood Witch winked at Ronan and walked away happily like a young girl who had just fallen in love. The 2 third-level witches who gathered next to Heliado also followed him very tactfully. Ronan suddenly felt a little itchy on his face that had just been kissed by the Red Riding Hood Witch. He reached out and scratched it, and saw a bright red live print falling in his hand like a maple leaf. "It can be seen that Mrs. Mel really likes you." Heliado looked at the lip print in Ronan's hand and said, "If you don't mind her age, you can try to take this to find her after the banquet. She has always been a very generous person, especially when she is happy physically and mentally." Ronan pursed his lips lightly and put the lip print into the space ring. Heliado saw his attitude and smiled. He didn't continue the topic. Instead, he asked in a relaxed tone, "How is it? Are you satisfied with my arrangement? Give him a glass of water, Dragon Tongue. You don't even want to drink a little wine, do you?" Ronan reached out to take the glass of wine handed over by the fairy waiter summoned by Heliado, and clinked glasses with Heliado. "It's a surprise." "Thank you, mentor." Ronan thanked him seriously, and then drank the wine in his hand. The strong alcohol instantly rushed up from his stomach, making Ronan feel a little dizzy, but it was only for a moment, and it was quickly dissipated by the powerful physique of unsullied body, and his face returned to normal. Passing the empty wine glass to the waiting goblin waiter, Ronan said calmly, "These people should have come to celebrate for me because of the teacher's face." Heliado sighed and whispered, "Recruiting disciples is such a grand event, and in the end, only Mel was willing to come to the 5th level. How can I have any face? Forget it, let's not talk about this, let me see your spiritual light." Heliado changed the subject and stretched out his free hand to Ronan's forehead. Ronan released his mental force field and was considering how much to open the dark gold sphere in his mind, but Heliado's fingers had already touched his forehead like a dragonfly touching the water and then retracted. "It's a little better than I expected." Heliado looked at him with a very satisfied look. Ronan didn't know what to say. Heliado had already thrown a few rune crystals to him. "Here are some of my experiences in cultivation after level 4, which should be helpful to you." "Thank you, teacher." Ronan was startled, and then he accepted the things respectfully. "It's just a little insignificant experience. Among the level 5 wizards in Linghu, I am probably one of the least good at cultivation." Heliado shook his head and said, "Just watch it first. If I can get something better, I will give it to you. There is no rush for everything. Anyway, you are still young, and you still have a full 1,000 years to do these things slowly. You can hurry up to learn the knowledge of potions. I will formally teach you in a while." Ronan listened carefully and nodded from time to time. Since he officially embarked on the path of wizards, the only ones who can be called Ronan's teacher are Benigo, and then Heliado. Almazan can barely be considered half. After the promotion banquet, Heliado's attitude towards Ronan seemed to have changed again, and he became more serious. Like a real teacher, he told Ronan everything in detail. He waved his hand and left Ronan to walk aside until the last thing was said. Ronan was still digesting what Heliado had just said when a figure quickly jumped in front of him. It was a young man with a slightly plump appearance, who was also a 4th-level wizard. He congratulated Ronan on his promotion and said, "Sir Damien, on behalf of the Wizard Master Malone, I would like to..." The slightly plump wizard was interrupted by an indifferent voice before he finished speaking. "Congratulations on becoming a member of Dawn, Damien." The sudden voice caused Ronan and the slightly plump wizard to turn their heads and see a handsome young man in gorgeous clothes, full of nobleness, walking towards them with a calm pace, like a master. "Zorn." Ronan's eyes flickered and he called out the other person's name. Zorn nodded slightly, then raised his glass to Ronan with a smile. "Misha is very happy to hear that you have been promoted successfully. Thank you very much for your help, Miss Misha," Ronan said in a sincere manner. The slightly fat wizard on the side heard the conversation between the two and his face changed slightly. "So you have been recruited by Misha a long time ago." He left in a huff. Zorn looked at the slightly fat wizard's back as he left, snorted with a little disdain, turned his head, and spoke to Ronan with a smile on his face. "We didn't make a mistake. You didn't disappoint Misha." Ronan shook his head with a shameful look on his face. Zorn seemed to be extremely satisfied with Ronan's attitude. He took out a thin blue card from his arms and handed it to Ronan. "There is a contribution point in it, which should be enough for you to exchange for the 4th level spell you want to learn in the spell collection. Misha specifically asked me to give it to you as a gift to celebrate your successful promotion." Ronan was stunned at first, then surprised, and finally flattered to take the card handed by Zorn, and couldn't help but excitedly say, "Praise Misha." "Thank you, Misha." Zorn nodded slowly, and the look on his face became more and more satisfied. Ronan did not hesitate to express his gratitude to Misha and his kindness. He deliberately led the topic of conversation between him and Zorn to Misha as much as possible, and got a lot of information about Misha from Zorn. "There are still more than 200 points short of 3,000 monthly tickets. I want to make it an even number and ask for more monthly tickets. Thank you everyone." Chapter 314, Sorting, Summarizing, and Planning. Ronan even inadvertently asked Zorn about the prophecy made by the deceased old prophet to Misha, curious about the specific content of the prophecy. But Zorn was very secretive and did not reveal anything to Ronan. He just patted him on the shoulder and told him that he would never regret following Misha. It was said that the celebration banquet was held for Ronan, but in fact, after Ronan arrived and made a simple appearance, it had almost nothing to do with Ronan. The wizards above the dawn of the deep sea simply wanted such a lively occasion to gather together to add a little more flavor to their long and boring lives. It is said that the celebration banquet lasted for a full half-month, and Ronan, the protagonist of the banquet, quietly left on the first day. Returning to his residence, he pushed the door and entered. He suddenly found that this private secret space that belonged to him had been upgraded at some point. The space, which was not small to begin with, became larger, and the grass in front of the door became a wider field. A group of small men with strong limbs and thick hair were working hard to cultivate the land. Seeing Ronan coming in, they all ran to him and knelt down respectfully. Ronan recognized that they were crypt gnomes, a branch of the dwarves, with some dwarven blood flowing in their bodies. They were born strong but stupid, unable to do too delicate work, and could only act as coolies, so they were never recognized by the dwarves. Behind the field, there was a winding river running from north to south. The original small lake was also upgraded to a lake. The apple trees by the lake became an apple forest. The house with a red roof became a magnificent and majestic castle. The wasteland behind was still a magic trial field, but there were more traces of rune arrays. Ronan dispersed the crypt gnomes in front of him. These servants did not belong to him, but were just employed. He had to pay them regularly for their work, although he only needed magic stones. Walking forward along the field, the little housekeeper Dust Elfarieti flew over to greet him with great excitement, lying on Ronan's collar, chirping to him with both joy and worry, saying things like the place is too big and she is so busy that she has almost no time to sleep. Ronan was not actually too happy. After being promoted to the Dawn Wizard, he gained more and greater authority in the Spirit Lake, but it was just authority. The Spirit Lake would regularly issue a batch of resources to the Dawn Wizards, which was considered a kind of subsidy, but the amount was very small and could only maintain daily expenses. If you want to be promoted faster, you still need to find a way yourself. No wonder people are fighting for a place to explore the Silent Corridor. To put it bluntly, from level 3 to level 4, from the mist to the dawn, in essence, you are still a worker, just upgraded from a low-level worker to a higher-level worker. Just like the secret space in front of him, although it bears Ronan's name, it is actually just an employee dormitory. Ling Hu has the right to transform it at any time, and can even do it without Ronan's knowledge. It is not private at all. Ronan shook his head, put these trivial matters behind his mind, got rid of Arieti's entanglement, and came to the deserted open space behind the castle alone. He now has the leisure to carefully count the gains of his breakthrough this time. After the battle between the Silent Corridor and the level 5 wizard named Sieg in the Witch Heart Hall, Ronan roughly understood the distance between himself and level 5. In terms of pure mental strength, after opening the ethereal extreme thought state, he can almost be compared with a wizard who has just entered level 5. But the spells are inferior. After dawn, taboo is no longer exclusive to him alone, and the proficiency of the spell inheritance of golden fire needs to catch up as soon as possible. After ascending to the dawn, I unexpectedly found a clue to the golden country on Lingmea. Ronan recalled the moment when he summoned Lingmea's Dharma body. Compared with the mist stage, there were countless more golden chants. Hidden in that voice was the call of the golden country to him. However, the voice of the summons was not clear. Perhaps he could find the way to the golden country and start the inheritance of the next pillar god of the golden country after he improved his proficiency in golden fire. Sieg has just entered the 5th level, and he only fully comprehended the elementalization of his body in the battle with me. If it is a senior 5th level wizard, his combat power may not be better than that of Sieg, a genius of the Witch Heart Hall, but he is definitely more difficult to deal with than Sieg. Ronan recalled the 2 5th level wizards who fought in the Southern Wizard competition. Both of them had opened their own Yuanling True Body, which is a powerful method that Sieg has not mastered yet. The ability of the 5th level wizard to transform his body into elements has greatly increased the difficulty of killing across levels, and the advantage in physical strength has been greatly reduced. Ronan was not sure whether the spirit power brought by the advanced, ancient power, after opening the ancient demon body could cause damage to the 5th level body after the elementalization. However, it seems that the black spirit could directly affect the tailless evil dragon in the soul body state, so it should also be effective for the 5th level after the elementalization. Although austerity body forging cannot be broken through for the time being, Spiral Palace can continue to be built up, which can be regarded as a disguised means of strengthening the body. Ronan casually took out a blue card with contribution points that Zorn gave him on behalf of Misha at the celebration banquet. The first thing to do is to practice the 4th level ice magic, and then start to build a real ice magic system that belongs to me. After being promoted to the 4th level, Ronan's soul power and mental power increased significantly. Many ideas about ice magic can finally be put into action. He will never give up ice magic, even if Hikalto's blood is fading in his body. Thinking of this, Ronan couldn't help but put his hand on his heart and glanced at his character panel. Behind the talent column, the concentration of Ancient Frost Hydra bloodline has been reduced to 3%. Yes, in the past few years since he entered the Spirit Lake, the deduction of the bloodline by the Holy Tree Array has failed twice. Now, Ronan only has the last 3 chances left. If it disappears completely, Hikalto's will withdraw from my body. Will it forget about me, an insignificant ant? If so, it may not be a bad thing. Ronan could only comfort himself in this way. The second thing to do is to quickly improve the proficiency of Energy Missile Particle Torrent to the master level or above. Torbu. Black Hole is still Ronan's biggest magic trump card. The third thing is titanium. Ronan stretched out his hand, and the titanium metal with a hint of red in the black lifted from his palm like a snake. Compared with when he just left the south, the titanium has been consumed by nearly half. If it wasn't able to self-reproduce, Ronan would probably be heartbroken. The level of the titanium, which has barely reached the 4th level, is already a bit low. It can't keep up with my battle rhythm. I should find an opportunity to feed it well. To feed titanium, you only need various precious metals, which can be exchanged in Linghu. Moreover, because there are few metal wizards in Linghu, the price of metal materials is relatively low. But even if it is low, it still needs resources to exchange. Although Ronan has just obtained a large number of ancient sound spirit crystal cores that can be used as magic crystals from the silent corridor, they must be used to promote the maturity of the white light cocoon of secret pupa. Still short of money. Ronan exhaled and shook his head. The stronger the strength, the more short of money. He even considered using Iliado's channels to take on some experimental projects related to potion research in Linghu to earn magic crystals. Many wizards of the Deep Sea School are like this. They may just want to earn resources for cultivation at the beginning, and then as time goes by, they begin to covet a comfortable and stable life and gradually forget about matters related to spells and battles. It's level 4 now. I can start practicing the inherited spell, Ghost Arrow, from the Skeleton Death Bell. Ahoshiaya, who was recognized by Ronan as an arrow embryo, was still lying in the square horned cowbell space. Ronan sorted out the things he needed to do one by one, and casually took out the rune crystal given to him by Heliado, which contained Heliado's practice experience. He read it carefully, and the advice given in the experience was that Ronan should start preparing for the elementalization of the body now. Select an element contained in the light of the elemental spirit, resonate with the body, and repeat this step continuously, so that the body slowly adapts to the process of energy elementalization. In this way, when you reach level 5, you can save a lot of time and energy, and you can achieve elementalization of the body faster than others. Ronan tried it a little and found that the elemental energy washed over his body, just like warm water washing over a reef, and there was almost no feeling of resonance. This is indeed a process of perseverance, which requires a long time to accumulate slowly. Heliado mentioned in his experience that this process may take 200 or 300 years. This is still calculated according to the physical strength standard of an ordinary 4th level wizard. Ronan estimated that if it were him, he might not be able to complete it even if he waited until the 1,000-year life of a 4th level wizard was exhausted. Just right. He had never thought of abandoning the hard work he had spent on body forging. If the road was blocked, it was blocked. After the promotion to the Dawn, the help of meditation to the growth of mental power was extremely small. If you want to improve your strength, you need to start with soul power. It is equivalent to using the growth of the soul to drive the growth of mental power, which is completely the opposite of the fog stage. The main reason is that if a 4th level wizard wants to upgrade a small realm, the total amount of mental power he needs to increase is extremely large, and the little mental power increased by a meditation is simply a drop in the bucket. Fortunately, Ronan is an exception. He tried it, and the ancient star meditation method still has a significant effect on improving mental power. Of course, he cannot give up the practice of improving his soul power, so he can do it in 2 ways. Chapter 315, Supreme Spirit, Transaction, Ghost Arrow. After reaching level 4, you can practice the Amber Soul again. The process of advancing to Dawn removed a lot of impurities from Ronan's soul, and the soul sequelae left over from the last entry selection were greatly alleviated. As long as the frequency of reincarnation dreaming is controlled, the situation should not become as bad as before. Of course, before advancing to level 5, this problem still needs to be thoroughly solved. Otherwise, it will inevitably drag down the final grade of his Yuanling after its birth. The best way to solve the soul sequelae caused by practicing the Amber Soul is to take a sobering potion. Ronan already has an idea about how to obtain the sobering potion, but this idea needs to be verified after he reaches a certain level before it is feasible. Release your Yuanling light and let me feel it. The voice of Alazan suddenly sounded in his mind. Ronan was slightly startled. Why do you make the same request as Heliado? Having said that, Ronan still released the restrictions on Alazan, and then turned his mind, allowing the dark golden sphere in the consciousness space to slowly open a gap. Shoo! A rich and pure white light burst out from the crack, filled with a lively and spiritual breath. Ronan's body also gave rise to a strong white light, pouring out from every pore of his body, as if bathing in holiness. Continue, let go to the maximum, do your best, don't hold back, Alazan kept urging. Ronan's eyes flickered slightly, and in the space of consciousness, the dark golden mental power core shaped like a mysterious eyeball struggled to hold up the eyelids, and the spiritual crack on the core opened wider and wider. The white light around Ronan also became stronger and stronger. In the end, almost the entire magic trial field was shrouded in dazzling light. The white light formed a substantial twisted form around him, spreading outward layer by layer like waves. It's okay. Finally, Alazan spoke. The dark golden eyeball slowly closed, and the spiritual brilliance slowly faded from Ronan's body. Based on the current strength of your spirit light, the grade of your spirit will probably be around 6 stars in the future. Ronan frowned. Why, do you think it's too low? Alazan said lightly. Ronan nodded, it's a little lower than I expected. I originally thought that with my foundation, the grade of my spirit can reach 7 stars. Alazan said, if you can completely eliminate the soul sediment brought by reincarnation dreaming, plus the accumulation in the 4th level stage later, it is indeed possible to reach 7 stars. Just a possibility. Ronan lowered his head. Alazan shook his head and said, you look at this step too simply, or you have spent too little time to reach this step. Normally, a wizard will spend at least 1,000 years to reach the threshold of the birth of a 5th level spirit. What can you rely on? Talent? Background? Or luck? Ronan was slightly stunned. Alazan's words made him somewhat awake. Yes, What can he rely on? He is an ordinary person from a small noble family in a secular kingdom. He has been able to reach this point in just 10 years since he embarked on the path of wizards. He has the hope of becoming a 7-star spirit. Why would he still feel dissatisfied? Perhaps it is because he has been unconsciously comparing himself with Hermes. Hermes was able to reach the peak of dawn in less than 100 years and become the most legendary wizard in the history of the entire Upper Ring continent. That is because he has the most unparalleled superhuman talent in the history of the entire Upper Ring continent. He has no background and his accumulation is strong compared to ordinary wizards, but how does it compare with Juventus, a true child of destiny who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth? The spells and runes he has learned and seen, the knowledge inheritance and resource control he can obtain at each stage, I am afraid that they are not even a drop in the bucket of the other party. His luck is good. He has several powerful and ancient inheritances, and he is privately guided by a former 8th-level wizard like Alazan. But he does not have enough time now to transform these things into his own foundation. The only thing he had that others didn't have was probably the character panel that came with his soul. Unfortunately, the panel was just a tool, a crutch to support him, and he had to walk the road step by step. So, what do you think I should do next? Ronan raised his head and spoke calmly. He knew that Alazan would not bring up this topic with him for no reason. What Alazan really wanted to say next was, I want to make a deal with you, Damien. Alazan was silent for a while, and then spoke slowly. This was the first time Alazan used the word deal with Ronan. You should know the factors that determine the grade of a Yuanling. Bloodline is innate and cannot be solved. So if you want to improve your Yuanling grade as much as possible, you can only start with soul qualifications and knowledge accumulation. For the former, you already have the spirit heart ember, you just need to continue to practice step by step. Of course, the sobering potion is indispensable. As for knowledge, Alazan paused, and then finally told Ronan the specific content of his proposed deal. I will provide you with enough ancient spirits, in exchange for you needing to do something for me. 10,000 ancient spirits in exchange for you going to a place and getting something for me. Of course not now, I will tell you when the time is right. Ancient spirits can improve your foundation better than any rune knowledge. With a foundation of soul and knowledge fully developed, I am sure that you can reach 8 stars in the 5th level of the Yuanling. After listening to Alazan's statement, Ronan frowned slightly. 10,000 ancient spirits in exchange for him doing something for Alazan. Should he cite Alazan's profound knowledge, or should he resent that he has always kept something from him? After knowing that Alazan had such a large number of ancient spirits in his hands, Ronan suddenly felt that his desperate behavior in the Spirit Lake Knowledge Tower seemed so meaningless. But on second thought, Alazan was not obliged to tell him everything he knew, and he were still in a mutually beneficial relationship. In fact, he had always been good to him and had taught him a lot of useful things. At the beginning, he had warned and stopped him several times in the Tower of Knowledge. Everything was his own choice. Okay. Ronan thought for a while and nodded in agreement. He knew that sooner or later this day would come, and he had been waiting for Alazan to speak. Now that he could gain more inheritance of the ancient spiritual text, there was no reason not to agree. After that, Ronan and Alazan fell into a long and slightly awkward silence. Of course, it might be that Ronan felt a little awkward. From the initial relationship of parasitism and parasitism, then slowly transformed into teacher and friend, to now returning to the essence of mutual exchange and utilization, the subtle friendship between them was torn away, and Ronan was still a little uncomfortable. Finally, he took the initiative to break the silence. Juventus's soul qualification and spell mastery are both 9 stars. Although his performance in the Tower of Knowledge is not as good as mine, his accumulation of knowledge should be far beyond mine. Is it possible for him to achieve a 9-star Yuanling? Unlikely. Alazan shook his head. The 9-star Yuanling is also called the Supreme Yuanling. It is the first ticket to the 9th level Supreme Wizard. Although this statement is exaggerated, it is true that very few wizards can achieve the 9-star Yuanling. Even in our era, those who can achieve the 9-star Yuanling are all top talents that all major forces are vying for. Juventus may be able to do extremely well in all aspects, but the blood flowing in his body still lacks a lot. I have said before that the 7th level first generation bloodline is his innate gift, and it is also the shackles and chains imposed on him by fate. Before twilight, it is almost impossible to break it. Ronan listened to Alazan's story and thought about it. He felt that Juventus might also be very clear about this. He tried to replicate the legend of Hermes, perhaps also to break this layer of shackles. Half a year later. Secret space, the spell experiment field behind the castle. Ronan stood on the barren dry grass, quietly looking at a black pool in front of him. The pool was about the size of a small private swimming pool, filled with turbid black liquid, surging violently like boiling water, and constantly emitting wisps of black gas, but it condensed and did not dissipate, and there was no sense of the temperature that boiling water should have. In the middle of the pool, huge bubbles kept appearing, and there seemed to be some living creature struggling and rolling in it, and from time to time there would be a low roar of pain and suppression. Ronan stood by the pool, staring at the movement in the pool intently, and continued to chant low and hoarse spells, occasionally taking out some strange materials and throwing them into the pool, as if a mysterious and evil ancient ritual was being carried out. This process lasted for a long time, until at some point, the boiling water suddenly subsided, and the suppressed roar from the pool also disappeared, and Ronan's movement stopped. On the calm black water surface, all the black smoke shrank back into the water, and a vortex quietly appeared in the center of the pool. The waterline of the turbid black liquid in the pool continued to drop. "It's done." Ronan's eyes flickered when he saw this scene. After thinking for a while, he flipped his palm and threw a thin chip engraved with an unknown rune pattern into the growing vortex. A moment later, the turbid black liquid in the entire pool disappeared, as if it was completely sucked dry by something. Instead, there was a group of thick black gas that was condensed and uncertain above the center of the dry pool, and a faint cold breath emanated from the black gas. Ronan casually pinched a spell and uttered short syllables. The black gas suddenly dispersed, and then a slender figure slowly walked out of the black gas. This was a boy who looked only 15 or 16 years old. His long hair, like dry grass, was scattered in front of him in a mess, gradually turning into a deep red color from the ends of his hair. His eyes were also scarlet, as if they were soaked in blood plasma. The boy was wearing a ragged robe and standing barefoot in the air. His whole body was emitting some black and gray smoke, as if he had no weight. One could tell his ghostly nature at a glance. Ahoshaya. Compared with before, the ghost boy Ahoshaya seemed to have completely restrained his rage, but his aura became even stronger. The aura of the dead emanating from him directly covered the entire pool with frost and ice, and even spread to the surrounding grass. Ahoshaya looked around and finally locked onto Ronan. He looked sinister, with scarlet light flashing in his eyes, and walked towards Ronan step by step. Ronan looked at him calmly until Ahoshaya walked up to him and knelt on one knee respectfully. Ronan raised his hand gently, and Ahoshia's body in front of him suddenly dispersed, and then turned into a small arrow surrounded by black smoke, and whoosh shot out. Ronan's mind turned, and the ghost arrows shot back and forth in the void like swimming fish, with an incredible speed. In just a moment, they left dense and light black tracks that did not dissipate in time. During this period, the whole space was lingering with a crying sound, which went straight to the depths of the soul and brought people a chilling sense of fear. Swoosh, the black arrow that circled countless times finally fell back into Ronan's palm and was gently caught by him. Stroking the arrow body that was extremely cold and had a strong metallic texture, Ronan's eyes showed a faint strange color. The process of practicing this ghost arrow spell is quite strange. It is called a spell, but it is more like refining a unique magic tool. He spent a lot of resources for this. However, the final result of the achievement was satisfactory to him. The ghost arrow refined with Ahoshaya as the embryo can directly attack the opponent's soul. A 4th level Dawn wizard without corresponding protection means is afraid that he will fall in one encounter. Even if they could resist, they would be affected by the ghostly sound emitted when the ghost arrow was shot, and the sonic attack of the ghost arrow was still a range attack. It's just that the effect of this sonic attack can be strengthened. Ronan rubbed his palms together, and the black arrow in his hand turned into Ahoshia's appearance again with a bang. "Where is the rune fragment I fed you?" Ronan asked him. The ghost boy Ahoshia shook his head, his mouth slightly open, and a slightly incomplete rune pattern was stuck on his blood-red long tongue like a sticker. Ronan said coldly, "I feed it to you, not for you to keep it as a decoration. Remember it, comprehend it, and engrave it in your soul." Ahoshia retracted his long tongue, and did not show any dissatisfaction or resistance to Ronan's harsh reprimand. Instead, there seemed to be a flash of intelligence in his eyes, and he nodded very obediently. Ghosts like Ahoshia who survived in the world completely relying on a resentment after death, act almost only on a wisp of obsession in their hearts, and rarely think like normal people, let alone wisdom. However, perhaps Ronan's tone just now was very similar to Hoshia's mentor, the previous generation of skeleton Deathstroke, who was killed by Mifflin. Some residual memories deep in Hoshia's soul were touched, so he respected Ronan abnormally at this time and obeyed his words. Chapter 316 Promotion, Magic Postman, Linghu Information. The rune Ronan fed to Hoshia came from the level 5 Ancient Sound Spirit in the Silent Corridor. The crystal core of the Ancient Sound Spirit obtained from the Silent Corridor had long been absorbed by Ronan as a magic crystal. The remaining rune fragments that were passed to Ancient Sound were relatively complete. Feeding the Ancient Sound rune to Hoshia was just a small experiment for his undead spells. If he really wanted to enhance the sound wave effect of Ghost Arrow, Ronan had prepared another method. Ronan asked Hoshia to kneel in front of him, and then stretched out his right hand, and the tip of his index finger gently fell on Hoshia's forehead, and slowly began to draw. This was like a rune engraving process. Ronan's fingers were like a red-hot iron, etching traces of runes on Hoshia's forehead. Hoshia's already sinister face almost immediately became distorted, as if he was in extreme pain, and black smoke continued to rise from his forehead. Ronan had a blank expression on his face, and his free hand was already gently holding a square horned cowbell of an ancient shape. What he was engraving on Hoshia was the rune he got from the body of the Combone demon snail together with a snail palace, which he named the Sound of Destruction. Since the practice of Ghost Arrow is like refining a magical tool, then in theory, engraving runes on the arrow blank of Ghost Arrow should also be feasible. Ronan engraved slowly, and Hoshia's expression gradually changed from painful distortion to hideous, and the fierceness of the undead gradually exposed, and the overwhelming resentment also gushed out like a volcanic eruption. Ronan was always ready to use the square-horned cowbell to suppress Hoshia's backlash at any time. But to his surprise, until the end, Hoshia did not make any attack on him. Huh? Ronan quickly withdrew his hand, and the black smoke all over his body dissipated. Hoshia, whose body was almost transparent, seemed to collapse, and suddenly turned into a ball of black mist, and took the initiative to throw himself into the cowbell in Ronan's hand. If he continued, Hoshia's ghost body might completely collapse. The engraving of Sound of Destruction was not completed. This was not something that could be done overnight. If he tried a few more times, it would be completed soon. Ronan gently flicked his sleeves, and the soil under him rolled. He refilled the pool open by refining Ghost Arrow, and erased all traces. Then he found a place to sit down and sorted out the gains from his practice in the past 6 months. Name: Ronan Damien. Age: 27. Talents: Ice Affinity, Immaculate Body, active. Ethereal Instinct, active. Ancient Frost Hydra Bloodline, 3%. Strength: Level 4 Formal Wizard, 2%. Skills: Ancient Star Meditation, Mastery 256/400. Ice Tornado, Mastery 211 out of 400. Cold Tide, Mastery 305 out of 400. Summon Ice Spirit, Mastery 156 out of 400. Energy Missile, Particle Flood, Master 1599, 1600. Touch of Black Steel, Golden Fire, Master 823/1600. In half a year, relying on the Ancient Star Meditation, Ronan achieved an astonishing 1% progress in mental power. At this rate, it would only take another 50 years for him to reach the end of the 4th level Dawn and try to impact the 5th level. Time seemed to have gone back to the time when he was struggling with basic meditation during his apprenticeship, but in fact, this progress has indeed exceeded that of ordinary 4th level wizards by many times. If he relied solely on meditation, ordinary 4th level wizards would probably need to spend decades to reach 1% of the progress that Ronan has now. In terms of spell practice, Ronan spent most of his time on the inheritance practice of Golden Fire. For the 3 newly learned 4th level ice spells, he did not spend much energy, but just barely reached the level of proficiency. For him, as long as the 4th level ice spell can be smoothly added to the Frozen Soil system, the remaining proficiency can be slowly improved through practice later. Correspondingly, the proficiency of the 5 inherited spells of Golden Fire can be considered rapidly advanced. All of them have entered the first stage of domain resonance, that is, the master level proficiency is more than 500 points. Among them, Golden Soul, which he focuses on the most, has even reached the realm of 2nd stage domain resonance early. The proficiency of Energy Missile is stuck at master level 1599, and there is only one step left to break through the master level. It will take some time to grind. Also stuck at this note is austerity body forging. Because of the lack of the key power of the holy shrine, it has not been able to break through. However, Spiral Palace has been successfully built to the 3rd level by Ronan, and the ancient demon body has naturally become more powerful. However, Ronan has already felt some resistance from the flesh. If austerity body forging fails to break through, it is estimated that the construction of Spiral Palace will soon come to an end. In the past 6 months, Ronan has been working hard to build his own new combat system for the Dawn rank, which has been very effective. He only needs to verify it one by one in actual combat. Ronan closed his eyes and sank into the consciousness space. The dark golden mental power core in his mind is still the same, but the number of ancient spiritual texts that wriggle like blood vessels on it seems to be slightly more. Ronan's mind moved down and landed on a mysterious black and white light cocoon under the dark golden core. Countless fine threads stretched out from the light cocoon, connecting Ronan from the inside out, from his body to his soul. Under his wholehearted and uninterrupted feeding and the input of a large number of magic crystals, this light cocoon condensed by the secret pupa has now turned from white to black by about 1/3. Ronan even thought about entering the silent corridor again, but he contacted Seagull, and according to him, Sieg of the Witch Heart Hall is still entrenched in the silent corridor and has not given up looking for him, and his personality seems to have become particularly irritable and violent. Ronan had no choice but to give up. Arizin. Ronan gently called Arizin's name in his heart, and a golden ladybug slowly crawled to him from the back of the dark gold sphere. Before he could say anything, the golden ladybug gently spit out a little red light from its mouth, and then slowly spread in front of Ronan's eyes, forming a twisted and strange rune pattern. Ronan silently comprehended the ancient spiritual text in front of him and asked in a low voice, "Which one is this?" 82. Al-Azan responded slowly. Ronan did not say anything. After being promoted to level 4, his soul power and mental power were greatly improved, and his efficiency in comprehending the ancient spiritual texts also increased significantly. It takes about 2 to 3 days to completely remember one. Because of the character panel, he has a unique advantage in memorizing the ancient spiritual texts. After fully opening up his efficiency without concealing it, the speed of memorizing the ancient spiritual texts even shocked Al-Azan. But Ronan still disliked it being too slow. At this speed, he would have to spend a full 69 days to obtain the first 10,000 ancient spiritual texts promised by Al-Azan. Since it was already a transaction, Ronan's ambition was naturally more than just 10,000, and it would be best if he could completely empty the inventory in Al-Azan's stomach. He himself was much worse than the genius like Juventus in terms of bloodline foundation, so in other aspects, he naturally had to do his best to achieve the ultimate. Moreover, after breaking through the mastery level of Ancient Star Meditation Method, Ronan made a little new progress in piecing together the ancient origin runes. Although it seems hopeless to complete this great jigsaw puzzle in his lifetime, what if? So Ronan needs to collect more jigsaw pieces. I am ready to start a new round of spiritual heart amber practice. Ronan discussed with Al-Azan in his mind. Unexpectedly, Al-Azan did not object too much, but just reminded him not to forget about the sober potion. If he could not find the sober potion, all his efforts now would become obstacles to his promotion when he was about to be promoted to level 5. Ronan nodded to show that he understood. While communicating with Al-Azan, he suddenly felt a slight spatial fluctuation, and then a crisp and pleasant bell sounded in his ears. Ding-ling-ling, Ronan opened his eyes and saw from a distance that in front of the apple forest near the castle, a beautiful miniature carriage the size of a palm flew out of the void. 2 ponies with white wings pulled a little old man wearing a blue wizard hat. He was humming an unknown melody and waving a whip. There was an exquisite silver bell hanging on the carriage, and the carriage was bulging as if it was filled with something. "Oh, beautiful Miss Ariete, I'm so glad we meet again." As soon as the old man landed, he saw Ariete holding a small steel fork and doing daily insect repellent care for the apple tree. He ran down the carriage and was about to kiss Ariete's palm, which scared Ariete so much that she quickly hid in the branches and leaves. Ronan flicked his fingers from a distance, and a trace of invisible wave spread rapidly. The old man immediately rolled on the ground for more than 10 times as if he had been kicked hard in the buttocks, and then he climbed up dizzy. "My dear Lord Ronan, you are getting more and more violent. I think my old bones will be broken by you sooner or later." The old man adjusted the wizard hat on his head, muttered, and then began to look for his lost whip on the ground. "If you continue to be rude to Rieti, I will hit you harder next time," Ronan said lightly. The old man subconsciously shrank his neck and finally found his lost whip, then drove the carriage panting and rushed towards Ronan. The old man in front of him was the spirit of a certain dawn magic tool in Ling Lake, just like the space silver cane that Ronan encountered when he escaped from the ancient mirror court. The old man's identity is a postman, specializing in delivering things to various dawn wizards in the deep sea. Yes, and newspapers. The old man came close to Ronan, straightened his robes, and blinked at him. Ronan said casually without raising his eyelids, "Let's get started." As if he had received some definite instructions, the old man's expression brightened, and he pulled out a crumpled parchment from the carriage behind him, then cleared his throat and shouted loudly, "Welcome to listen to this month's Spirit Lake Intelligence information brought to you by Thaddeus Avery Ramsey. New month, please guarantee your monthly ticket. Thanks." Chapter 317 Miksha and the Royal Court of Life, Hathaway, Harassment and Going Out. The old man recited the beginning with great emotion, and immediately threw away the parchment in his hand, and then took out another parchment from the carriage. It turned out that the first piece of paper only had his long and difficult-to-pronounce name written on it. "Lord Ronan, do you want to hear the news from inside or outside the Spirit Lake?" The old man took out the parchment and asked Ronan seriously. "Let's start from inside the Spirit Lake," Ronan answered casually. This monthly news delivery is also one of the benefits after being promoted to Dawn. It was probably created to help many Dawn wizards who have been staying at home for a long time to pass the time and provide fun in life. Okay. After receiving Ronan's reply, the old man nodded and quickly began to read. The Mycelium Society, founded by Valentine, a 5th-level wizard of the Deep Sea School, and several others, announced that the think tank spore cultivation plan will be officially launched. It is understood that this spell spore has. Next one. The old man just started, and Ronan directly asked him to skip. If Ronan remembered correctly, this was the third time he had heard the news about the Mycelium Society and think tank spores. Every time it was soon, immediately, imminently, and it was still soon after several soon. The effect of the think tank spores sounded quite tempting, but to put it bluntly, it was just a blueprint for an idea, and it was not certain whether it could be realized. Ronan always felt that this was a bidding advertisement message, in order to attract investment for the experimental project of the Mycelium Society. The magic laboratory of Croesus, wizard of the Flame School, had its 7th explosion this month. According to insiders, this explosion was caused by. Next. Stephen, a 4th-level wizard of the Black Moon School, has made new discoveries in his Star Track observation experiment, but he is not willing to share the specific content of this discovery at present. Next. Ronan kept shouting to skip. Most of them were useless and boring news. After all, a month was too short for the Dawn Wizard. Even if the scope was expanded to the entire Spirit Lake, how many interesting things could come out? It was just some old stuff that was brought up and chewed over again. The genius of the Deep Sea School, Miksha, announced this month that he was officially preparing to challenge the 5th-level wizard. He was confident in this promotion and was sure to give birth to a 7-star or higher Yuanling. Miksha was preparing to be promoted to the 5th level? Ronan's expression moved slightly. He finally heard something that interested him. It was probably the final preparation for the upcoming Son of the Deep Sea competition. He would specially make a name for himself before the promotion. It was indeed something that Miksha's character could do. Ronan did not doubt that Miksha could be promoted successfully. As for his boast that he would achieve a Yuanling of 7 stars or above, Ronan shook his head. Anyway, no matter what the result was, there would always be a group of people jumping out to defend Miksha. He was like a child who was raised on a throne. No matter what he did, there would be a group of people applauding below. Soon, the news from the Spirit Lake was over. Apart from Miksha's upcoming promotion, the only news that Ronan found valuable was that the famous 5th-level wizard Genius Cannel of the Flame School had a conflict with an old 5th-level wizard. The two sides agreed to fight, but the result was unknown. Go on. Ronan signaled to the old man who was reading the newspaper. The old man took out a small kettle to moisten his throat, and then continued the next round of news reports without stopping. Life Empire, Garcia Alba, one of the members of the Alba royal family, is still missing. Along with Garcia Alba, the 3rd set of life armor of the Life Royal Court has also disappeared. The current king of Alba has raised the reward for Garcia Alba and his life armor too. Life Royal Court is searching for and killing the remnants of the ancient witch, destroying society throughout the territory. Life Royal Court. The first news outside the Spirit Lake made Ronan's mind fluctuate slightly. He couldn't help but think of Selena, who was a member of the royal family of the Life Empire. During the wizard competition, the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society caused chaos in the south. Selena was the primary target of the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society. It is unknown whether she escaped the pursuit in the end. From the news just now, it seems that another member of the royal family of the Life King Court has been murdered by the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society. It is unknown what the relationship between this Garcia Alba and Selena is. Ronan thought while listening to the little old man's recitation. The leader of the 8th Wizard Corps of the Tangista Empire has been replaced. The Sarkaz Wizard Corps of the Tangista Empire has announced the first 10 pages of the Sarkaz Fire Notebook, which are tall. Bang! Ronan was listening, and a muffled sound suddenly sounded in the distance, scaring the old man's voice to stop. Ronan raised his head and looked in the direction of the space entrance. As if he thought of something, his brows could not help but frown. "Give me a copy of the rest of the message, and you leave first," he whispered to the little old man. The latter seemed particularly timid, nodding repeatedly, and after copying the unread message in the carriage to Ronan, he drove the carriage to break through the space and leave in a hurry. Ronan stood up from the barren grass, with a silver light flashing on his body, and when he appeared again, he was already at the light gate at the entrance of the space. Bang! A huge muffled sound rang out again, and the light gate in front of him suddenly lit up with dense rune patterns and ripples. It seemed that someone was banging on the door outside. Ronan stretched out a finger, pointed it at the light gate horizontally and gently swiped it, and the light gate opened. He looked at someone outside the light gate who was raising his hand to make a gesture of banging the door, and said calmly, "Hathaway, you are here again. If you keep saying no, I will keep coming." The person said nonchalantly, then squeezed his body away and strode in as if he was at home. Ronan looked at the beautiful woman in front of him with chestnut hair, blue eyes, fair skin, and wearing a black lace-edged wizard hat, and his face showed a deep sense of helplessness. Looking closely, he found that the beautiful woman looked a bit similar to the 5th-level wizard Mrs. Mel, whom he met at the promotion celebration banquet. The beautiful woman also imitated Mrs. Mel's movements and expressions. If you ignore the subtle differences in their hair color and eye color, they are like sisters. It's still the same, a monotonous and boring scene. The beautiful witch named Hathaway entered Ronan's space and immediately made an unceremonious evaluation. Ronan seemed not to hear it, but just looked at her calmly and said, "I have told you many times that your request is completely impossible for me." Hathaway clenched her fist in front of him, but her tone softened in a second. "Damien, please help me. For more than 100 years, Grandma has only been interested in you." Hathaway clasped her hands together, looked at him pitifully with her cheeks slightly raised like a Persian cat, "and her 1325th birthday is coming soon. I really need a gift that can surprise her." "I'm not your gift." Ronan refused in a tough tone, walked past Hathaway and walked into the space. "Perhaps you can think of other ideas, such as a cake baked by yourself, a scarf knitted by yourself. I think Mrs. Meyer will be touched as well. Do you think I haven't thought about what you said?" Hathaway jumped in front of him in a blink of an eye and blocked him again. This time she changed to a fierce expression, like a threat. "I have already done everything you can think of. This year, now, my grandma only needs you, a partner who can fill the empty part of her heart. Then I will be your grandfather." Ronan frowned and said in a slightly cold tone, "Have you ever thought about this problem?" "It doesn't matter." Hathaway showed an indifferent attitude and waved her hand and said, "I have had many grandfathers. You are not the first and will not be the last." Ronan was completely speechless. "Promise me, I swear you will get unimaginable benefits." Hathaway looked at him with bright eyes, and suddenly whispered in a rather ambiguous tone, "Not only from my grandma, but also from me." As she said that, she deliberately lifted the hem of her long skirt, revealing her snow-white thighs wearing black lace stockings underneath, as if to seduce Ronan. Ronan slowly narrowed his eyes. Bang! The violent airflow made Hathaway close her eyes subconsciously. When she opened her eyes again, there was only a tightly closed small door in front of her. "Damn it!" Hathaway gnashed her teeth and slammed the small door twice. After finding that it was futile, her lively and pretty face finally slowly turned gloomy. "You are still putting on airs." A foreign wizard with only 3-star solo qualifications who is lucky enough to be promoted to level 4 by luck. On what basis? Just relying on that cowardly and incompetent old guy Heliotto? Humph. Hathaway sneered at the light door with disdain. When you find it extremely difficult to take another step forward, see how you can beg me. After saying that, she turned around and left with a cold look. At the same time, in the secret space separated by a door, Ronan whispered to himself thoughtfully, "It seems that I have to go out and hide." Hathaway is the most beloved granddaughter of Mrs. Mel, and she is also a level 4 Dawn wizard. Whether it is her identity, background, or strength and qualifications, Ronan can't do anything to her. And she kept harassing him, making it impossible for Ronan to practice hard. I'm planning to search for clues to the next shrine and promote the faster maturation of the secret pupa, light cocoon. To evolve with titanium, magic crystals are needed. Ronan thought for a moment, and simply called Ariete to give her a few simple instructions. Then he left his residence and headed out of the Spirit Lake. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, Tail Cut. Above the dark green forest, a figure was running fast along the edge of the forest. The dense leaves of the forest parted on both sides like ink waves, surging layer by layer. Suddenly, several black shadows appeared silently around him, like the skylight was blocked by invisible things, casting shadows. In the shadows, the blackness was wriggling, and soon several figures wrapped in black robes slowly walked out of the shadows. The running figure stopped, revealing the image of a handsome young man wearing a dark blue robe, with white hair down to his waist, and calm and elegant. The young man calmly looked around at the black-robed figures on his left and right, and at a certain moment, the battle suddenly broke out. 6 black-robed figures rose up like big birds and pounced on the young man they surrounded. Their movements were highly synchronized, and there seemed to be some kind of strange connection between them. A trace of evil aura interacted in the void, faintly forming a mysterious magic circle. The sky above suddenly dimmed, and a shadow formed out of thin air began from the young man's feet and quickly covered his cheek. The young man stepped back slightly, stretched out his hand expressionlessly, and gently pointed at the void in front of him. A small snowflake peeled off from the white and slender fingertips, spinning and flying forward, and the mysterious energy poured out from the 8 corners of the snowflake at the same time. In an instant, the terrifying cold air gushed out. Boom! The frost roared at this moment, the pure white ice flames filled the air, and the cold ice spikes grew wildly. The ancient and huge ice and snow country suddenly rose from the ground in the void, and in an instant it enveloped the 6 black-robed figures. The 6 black-robed men seemed to be unaware of the biting cold around them, and their movements were not affected at all. They shot out like lightning, crossing each other like razors. Bang! The young man's figure exploded and scattered like a broken mirror. At the same time, he walked out from the other side of the snow country, raised his palm lightly, and the tornado, cold wave, and ice spirits ran out at the same time. The 6 black-robed men turned around and rushed towards the young man again. They passed through the tornado and cold wave, smashed the long ice spikes and the swaying pure white fire, and the black robes on their bodies were torn at the same time. They roared, revealing the strong and ferocious silver-white bodies underneath. They looked like 6 strange lizards, but they had human-like limbs. Above their bloody mouths, 2 slender eyes revealed the cold and bloodthirsty light of beasts. The 6 lizardmen broke through the curtain of heavy ice and snow, and in just a moment they were close to the young man. The young man's eyes flashed slightly, and there seemed to be a complex and exquisite silver pattern flashing in his pupils. In an instant, the snowflakes falling all over the sky froze quietly, and everything stopped, including the 6 lizard monsters. The young man squinted his eyes and looked at the 6 lizard monsters in front of him as if he was appreciating 6 lifelike ice sculptures. At a certain moment, he exhaled lightly, and then the silent snow country began to shake. It was like an exquisite mirror, which was shattered into tiny pieces from the edges. Under the terrifying power of annihilation, a trace of forbidden energy flowed out. The 6 lizardmen who were frozen by the power of space seemed to feel the danger, their eyes rolled, and they struggled hard and let out violent roars. The young man stretched out his right hand, and the fragments and powders formed by the broken snow country mirror gathered on his right hand again, and a little light rose from the palm. In an instant, it turned into a silver-white and dark blue intertwined ball of light. The forbidden breath became more and more intense, and even a slender arc of light kept jumping and flashing in the space. Through the translucent surface of the light ball, one could faintly see the outline of the vast ice field and the undulating glaciers. There were tornadoes and cold waves raging on the ice field. The half-human frost spirit ran like a real ice and snow country, miniaturized in the palm of one's hand. However, before the country was completely formed, the young man had already smashed a light ball in his hand with the palm. In an instant, a terrifying torrent appeared, and the power of space annihilation and icy freezing intertwined and merged, pouring out in all directions. The 6 lizard monsters were the first to bear the brunt, roaring with their mouths open, and their strong bodies were quickly washed into powder and scattered under the torrent. When all the noise subsided, the young man stood quietly in his original position. Around his feet, there were only 6 silver-white tentacles covered with frost, which were still twisting slightly. It's better to say that they are the tails cut off from a huge creature than tentacles. The cut surface is smooth, and there are strange rune patterns left. Ronan squatted down and gently fiddled with the tails that were still wriggling. He always felt that the appearance of these tails made him look familiar, as if they were from some creature he had seen before. Dragon. Ronan's eyes suddenly flashed, and he slowly uttered, "The tail of the dragon." Not long after he came out of the spirit lake, he was inexplicably chased by the lizard man who was transformed from a strange broken tail in front of him. Now, he seemed to have figured something out and slowly stood up. "It's Golini." Alazan said the answer in his mind. He should have sent this man to test your men. What kind of existence is he in the Hall of All Spirits? What does the gatekeeper mean? Ronan asked. This confusion has existed in his mind for a long time, and it's a good opportunity to ask it now. He can see that the tailless dragon Golini is extremely afraid of Alazan, but it seems to be on an equal footing with other witch chiefs, and it seems to have a close relationship with the dragon witch chief Balhofis. Balhofis once got the tail of a giant dragon. I don't know what she did, but the tail became Gorni later. Ronan was stunned. You mean Gorni itself was transformed from a tail? Yes. Alazan said lightly. Gorni is not weak, and has a sinister and evil nature. He has provoked conflicts between witch chiefs more than once. Balhofis tried to kill it several times, but I don't know whether it was because she was afraid of the real body behind it, or because she couldn't do it at all, so she failed. Who is its real body? That's probably only Balhofis who knows. Alazan paused and said, It knows I'm on you, it's eyeing you, and it will definitely find you again. You have to be careful. Ronan frowned, looking at the broken tails under his feet that gradually stopped moving and remained silent. Suddenly, the 6 broken tails exploded with a bang, forming some black smoke, and then quickly gathered together, gradually condensing into the shape of a human figure. White hair, black skin, thin lips, thin figure, deep eye sockets, staring at Ronan with cold eyes, exuding an evil and strange aura. Evaqui. Ronan saw the figure clearly, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Even though the other person's appearance had changed drastically, he still recognized at a glance that this was Evaqui, his good friend who had come out of the south with him and lost after entering the spirit space. If you want to save his life, follow me. The man in front of him, who looked 3 points like Evaqui, looked at Ronan with an evil smile on his face, and uttered a strange and sharp sound like the friction of a smooth object, said something, and then turned and left. Alazan whispered to dissuade him, Don't go. This is its usual trick. Ronan's eyes flickered, he took a deep breath, and finally chased after him expressionlessly with Alazan sighing. He stared at the back of Evaqui, and his 5 fingers hanging naturally trembled slightly, and swirling snowflakes floated from the fingertips of each finger. Snowflakes floated in the air, forming a certain formation. Then, a dazzling dark blue beam of light shot out from his palm like an angry dragon, catching up with the Evaq in front of him in an instant and wrapping it up layer by layer. However, the opponent seemed to be completely unaffected by the frost-blocking force, and actually passed through the intertwined beams directly, at an incredible speed, flashing like light and shadow and jumping out for a long distance, then turned around and gave Ronan a slightly mocking sneer. Ronan changed several methods again, but none of them could have any effect on Evaq. It seemed to be completely immune to ordinary energy and physical attack methods. After several times, the mockery on his face towards Ronan became more and more intense. Ronan narrowed his eyes, and suddenly a huge mental force field came out of his body like an invisible celestial body, switching from frost to fiery form, like a star orbiting around him. His fingers touched the center of his eyebrows, and in an instant, a gilded ripple emerged from his forehead, spreading rapidly, and drawing a long golden line of fire in the void. The ripples quickly passed over the body of Avakwa, and in just a moment, the latter's face changed. A cluster of golden red flames jumped out from under its feet, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a blazing human-shaped torch. Avakwa's face twisted in an instant, revealing a painful and sad expression. It stretched out its hand towards Ronan, as if begging Ronan for something. "Damien, don't give up on me." Ronan's pupils reflected the swaying golden flames, and he watched Avakwa melt bit by bit in front of his eyes like a candle, and finally burned up completely. "I don't know how long it took," Ronan whispered. "Let's go." Then he turned around and left with a calm face. Boom. Ronan walked out of the suddenly collapsed cliff and the smoke and dust raised by the rolling rocks. He held a black stone ball in his hand, and the surface was covered with a lot of cracks. "It's an abandoned shrine altar. The power inside has almost disappeared. And it's not what I'm looking for." Ronan gently crushed the stone ball in his hand. The broken pieces of the stone ball slipped from his fingers and fell to the ground with a rustling sound. Next one. Ronan took out another black stone ball from the space ring. It was almost exactly the same as the broken one before. The only difference was that there was a narrow crack in the middle of this stone ball, and a faint blue light shone through the crack. Ronan stretched out his hand and gently pressed on the stone ball. The surface of the latter seemed very soft, and his fingers pressed down on several dents. As Ronan chanted a low spell, the stone ball vibrated slightly, and then several translucent black lines that only he could see emerged from the stone ball, extending in different directions. Ronan's eyes flashed slightly, and he randomly selected one of the black lines, took off, and flew forward along the black line. He quickly passed through the mountains, dense forests, and rivers. At some point, his figure suddenly stopped and looked in one direction with a slightly strange expression. The third update asks for a guaranteed monthly ticket, thank you. Chapter 319. Ronan felt an inexplicable throbbing in his heart, as if there was some kind of strange feeling left in the depths of his soul. He thought for a moment, and then slowly flew in the direction of the feeling. Ronan's main purpose of coming out this time was to find an opportunity to help austerity body forging break through, and he also took on a few tasks that only 4th level wizards were qualified to take, but he could do it or not. After flying for a while, the soul feeling became stronger, with a hint of deja vu for Ronan. Ronan frowned slightly, and just as he was wondering, a figure suddenly appeared in his field of vision and quickly approached him. Ronan stopped abruptly and saw the man's appearance clearly. He was a young man with dark skin, medium build, thick lips, and the strength of a 4th level wizard. The strange feeling from the depths of the soul came from the other person. But Ronan searched his mind, but he could not find any memory of knowing the young man in front of him. The thick-lipped young man saw him from a distance, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. Then he opened his mouth and smiled, speeded up, and ran straight towards him. Ronan's scalp tightened slightly, and goosebumps appeared on his back. For some reason, he could sense a hint of charm from the smile of the thick-lipped young man in front of him. Damn it! Ronan bit his teeth lightly, and the mental force field as powerful as the movement of stars had already penetrated his body. He was hesitating whether to take action. At this moment, 2 figures suddenly came from behind the young man, whistling through the air. From a distance, there was a terrifying mental force crushing over. Level 5. Or 2. Ronan's pupils shrank slightly, and the last bit of hesitation in his heart disappeared. Titanium flowed out from under his robe like water, turning into a brilliant golden state. In an instant, it condensed into dozens of hideous and thick golden chainsaw touches, and then twisted into an even thicker and more terrifying one, with a monstrous hot breath, tearing the air, and pulling towards the thick-lipped young man in front of him like lightning. The thick-lipped young man's pupils shrank suddenly, and the smile on his face froze. He was hit head-on by the terrifying golden touch without warning. Boom! To Ronan's surprise, when the golden touch hit the thick-lipped young man, it was like he had drawn a bunch of fireworks that were about to be ignited, and countless blazing flames gushed out directly. Boom! In the raging flames that suddenly rose, Ronan watched helplessly as a figure struggled to arch upwards, his whole body covered in flames, and his robes and flesh were all burned and melted in the flames. Immediately afterwards, A slender and beautiful girl, holding a short stick in her mouth and holding up her skirt with both hands, ran out of the flames in small steps. The girl quickly jumped to Ronan, took off the beautiful woman's cane from her mouth, stared at Ronan with wide eyes, and angrily cursed, "Ronan, you damn ice earthworm, you broke my last human skin cloak." Ronan looked at the girl in front of him, his expression dazed, and after a moment, he suddenly blurted out the other person's name. "Molly. Who else do you think it is?" Molly raised her chin, revealing her fair and graceful neck, as proud as a black swan. Ronan finally knew why he had such a strange feeling in his soul. It was the symbiotic connection between him and Molly that was quietly at work. Ronan took a deep breath, calmed down, and said, "Why are you here?" "I was going to ask you why you are here." Molly shook her head, turned her head in another direction, and said quickly, "This is not the time to talk about this." After saying that, she jumped up without waiting for Ronan to react, pointed the red short staff in her hand at the two level 5 wizards who were breaking through the air in front of her, and shouted loudly, "Ronan! Kill them for me." As soon as the voice fell, Ronan felt two huge mental powers belonging to the 5th level instantly fall on him. In an instant, it was like two mountains suddenly crushing down, pressing the mental force field around him to creak. "Fuck." Ronan cursed for the first time, and glared at Molly with an ugly face. Without saying anything, he turned around and left. He could try to fight one level 5, but two level 5s? He could only run away. He should not have come to investigate earlier. He was tricked by Molly again for no reason. Hoo-hoo, Ronan increased his flying speed to the maximum, and his mental power pushed his body forward frantically. After the silver space, the titanium used the ability of short-distance space transmission from time to time, and took him to fly forward in a jumping manner. It was hard for Molly to keep up with him and keep pace with him. "Stay away from me." Ronan squeezed out one word at a time from his teeth, looking at Molly coldly. Molly, on the contrary, moved closer to him, and her cherry red lips opened and closed gently, whispering, "I remember you have a way to perfectly cover up the soul breath. Get lost." Ronan was too lazy to pay attention to Molly anymore, and just buried his head and hurried on. The scenery below and on both sides of him changed rapidly, and the two level 5 auras chasing behind him seemed to be slowly being pulled away by him. But before Ronan could breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt an extremely strong warning in his heart. Boom! There seemed to be a flash of lightning above his head, and then Ronan felt a rolling energy tide between heaven and earth rushing in. Ronan turned his head and caught a glimpse of countless dazzling lights gathering above the clouds. Two human-shaped shadows with bodies in the form of colored glaze, one in front and one behind, shuttled through the void in the clouds and rushed over quickly, and the elemental energy as vast as the sea gathered around them. The true body of the Yuanling. Ronan's eyes tightened, and he had no time to react. The magic wave surged out, and 16 pairs of golden eagle wings had already intertwined and closed in front of him. He only caught a glimpse of a meteor-like light falling rapidly in front of him, and the next moment a terrifying pressure like a landslide and tsunami followed one after another, and it was in front of him in an instant. Bang! Ronan was hit hard, and his 16 pairs of golden eagle wings shattered at once, and his body shot backwards like a cannonball. Boom boom boom. After smashing several low mountains in a row, he slowly walked out of the ruins of rocks in a mess. Hiss! Ronan took a deep breath, and a deep dent on the chest of the broken robe cracked and rose up, returning to its original state. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and he had entered the state of ethereal extreme mind. He raised his head slightly, and met the cold gaze of a person with a body full of light flowing. His body seemed to be condensed by countless pure energy, and 5 dazzling crystals on his chest were arranged in a star-like pattern. Ronan gently wiped the little blood that seeped from the corner of his mouth, and casually put on an exquisite and gorgeous armband on his arm. Then he pointed at the figure and slowly pointed a finger. Double control. Torbu. Black hole. In an instant, there seemed to be a completely invisible transparent air wall in front of his finger. Every movement seemed to consume endless power. At the same time, a flood of taboo aura surged from his fingertips. The sky suddenly changed, and large patches of dark clouds rolled in for no reason. Ronan's long hair and robes swelled up at the same time, and the majestic spiritual force field like a celestial body expanded rapidly, and finally exploded with a boom. Boom. The whole space was like an invisible drum, which was hit hard by someone. An infinitely dark hole suddenly appeared, like a huge black sun, with twisted edges and countless black lightnings entwined and intertwined. The terrifying suction force that swallowed everything came out of the black hole, and the whole space trembled. The face of the bright human figure facing the black sun suddenly changed, and he struggled, but his body was constantly pulled over by the black hole. Cough. Ronan opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt like a piece of porcelain with countless cracks from the inside out, which could shatter at any time. After level 4, the power of Turbo Black Hole was greatly enhanced. In addition, the master level proficiency of Particle Torrent was close to perfection. The double blessing of Control Spell, the backlash force, far exceeded his expectations, and almost broke him alive. Crack, it seemed that he had broken through some shackles. Ronan glanced at the character panel, and the pain caused by the injury in his body disappeared immediately. I didn't expect to break through at this time. Turbo Black Hole, Grandmaster 0/3200. Particle Torrent, which was almost at the master level perfection, finally transformed into Turbo Black Hole, at this moment, from extraordinary to officially entering the Forbidden Realm. Looking at the word Grandmaster that appeared for the first time on the skill bar of the panel, Ronan felt a little comforted. Let's go. While activating the vitality light ball in his body to heal his wounds, he habitually called Molly to leave. Turning his head, he saw that Molly was squinting her eyes, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, with an expression of intoxication and enjoyment on her face. What a fucking oil cake. Ronan resisted the urge to slap her delicate and tender face, which seemed to be fragile, and grabbed her arm and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, when he turned around, he saw another level 5 wizard who had manifested his true spirit body, standing not far away and looking at them coldly. This guy's attention has completely shifted from Molly to Ronan, and his eyes have been staying on the armband on his right arm. Ronan's heart sank slightly. He took a deep breath, poured a few bottles of healing potions into his mouth, then let go of Molly's hand and was about to walk up to her. It's a good time to try it out. I've officially reached the Grandmaster level. The power of the Forbidden Black Hole, blessed by the double magic control. Ronan's eyes sparkled, his long white hair moved without wind, and a fierce anger in his heart burned like a flame. The magic control armband on his right arm seemed to sense his intentions, buzzing non-stop. However, at this moment, a warm and soft little hand gently grasped his little finger. Ronan turned around and saw Molly staring at him with a strange look. Ronan, do you know why these two guys are chasing me? Because you really deserve a beating. Ronan's tone was cold and hard. Molly rarely lost her temper. She was so gentle that she didn't seem like herself, and even had a bit of shyness that only girls have. Actually, it's because of this. Molly shook her head, gently shook Ronan's arm, and then took out a silver white ball the size of a goose egg from her arms, with exquisite hollow patterns on the surface, as if treating a lover. With a crack, it was directly crushed. In an instant, an extremely pure silver white light gushed out, accompanied by extremely strong spatial fluctuations, and a terrifying suction force that was even greater than the black hole above his head. Ronan had no reaction at all, and was directly swallowed up by the silver white light. Before he completely lost consciousness, he vaguely saw that Molly in front of him suddenly torn off the disguise of a shy girl on her body and returned to her true nature. Holding a beautiful female short staff, she bared her teeth and claws, and smiled like a little witch who finally succeeded in a prank on Halloween night. Don't even think about running away. The 4th update is completed, and I am asking for the guaranteed monthly ticket, thank you. Chapter 320, The Minotaur's Endless Maze. The feeling of falling that is unique to traveling through space seemed particularly strong and long this time. The moment he was engulfed by the surging silver light, Ronan felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless foggy vortex, and his consciousness gradually became hazy, until a voice complained in his ear. You're pressing me. He suddenly opened his eyes, and his chaotic consciousness instantly became clear. He quickly stood up from the ground and saw Molly being pressed under him like a quail. Where is this? Ronan looked around with a slightly focused look in his eyes, and found that he had entered an unknown secret space. There were 2 high walls of gray fog in front and behind, forming a passage several meters wide, extending to both sides. The only good news was probably that the spells blessed by the double imperial law backfired fiercely and quickly, and the injuries in his body were almost healed by the vitality light ball. At the same time, he did not see the 2 level 5 wizards who had just blocked them and surrounded them. I didn't expect the rumor to be true. Muriel's voice came to his ears. Ronan turned his head and saw Muriel standing in front of a high wall made of grey fog. She was full of curiosity and whispered, "Legend has it that there was a wizard named Minotaur who built the greatest maze in the world. He buried precious treasures deep in the maze. From ancient times to the present, many wizards have entered the maze to explore, but no one has ever come out." Muriel said the last sentence and turned to look at Ronan with a bit of strangeness in her eyes. Minotaur's maze. Ronan frowned tightly. He quickly walked to a high wall of grey fog and reached out to touch it. He felt a cool and soft touch on his fingertips. After thinking for a while, Ronan tried to cast a spell, but after half a breath, a burning fireball was delayedly summoned. He casually blasted the summoned fireball towards the grey fog high wall, but the fireball was silently swallowed up by the grey fog flowing on the high wall without any ripples. Ronan's face suddenly became a little ugly. He took a deep breath and was about to talk to Molly, but suddenly he seemed to sense something and his expression changed slightly. Then, he slowly took out something that he had almost forgotten from the space ring. "This is trouble." After a moment, Ronan returned to Molly, with no emotion on his face. "Spells and physical attacks are useless against the wall, and as long as you leave the ground more than a certain height, the wall here will extend infinitely upwards." "Oh." Molly responded casually, as if she was not listening. Ronan frowned. "You don't seem to be worried at all. What are you worried about?" Molly asked him back. "We will be like those wizards who came in before, and we will never be able to leave again." Ronan looked at her expressionlessly. "Then we can't get out, let's die here together." Molly put her hands behind her back, smiling, and she didn't seem to be anxious at all, as if she was not in a dark and strange ancient maze full of unknown horrors, but in a sunny and fragrant meadow. Ronan looked at her quietly without saying a word, but the air around him became colder and more oppressive. Molly seemed not to notice, with a bright smile on her face all the time, and even took a few steps towards Ronan, looking up at him with interest. Time passed by, and the atmosphere became more and more solemn. Just when it was about to reach a peak, suddenly everything calmed down. The coldness on Ronan's face disappeared in an instant. "Forget it. It's useless to blame you now." He turned around and walked in one direction with a calm expression. "Find the exit first." It seemed that in just a moment, he completely forgave Molly's actions. Molly stared at Ronan's back in astonishment. It was obvious that Ronan's attitude and reaction were completely beyond her expectations. She frowned, unable to figure it out, and could only raise her feet and follow him. At this time, the two of them were in a straight passage with high walls made of flowing grey fog on both sides. The sky above was also grey, as if it was covered by thick fog that would never dissipate. The light around was not dim, nor was it bright. There seemed to be a mysterious force in the air, so that the mental power could not extend too far, and as long as it touched the grey fog wall, it would disappear without a trace. Ronan strolled in the straight passage with no end in sight. At the most midline position between the two grey fog walls, every step he took was as precise as if it was measured with a ruler. He lowered his head, and it was unknown what he was thinking silently. The sound of small steps came from behind, and Molly caught up and walked side by side with him. "Hey, let me tell you. On this trip, I met a woman who uses ice magic like you, but she is much more powerful than you. It seems that she came from the far north and was looking for something." "The far north?" Ronan's eyes were touched, but he replied lightly, "Did you fight with her?" Molly blinked. "How do you know? Isn't that your usual style? You haven't beaten her, right?" Ronan said slowly, without looking at her, just walking forward slowly and straight. "Almost. After all, she is level 5. Molly kept talking to Ronan, while Ronan's eyes kept wandering back and forth between the grey fog walls on both sides, occasionally looking up. Suddenly, Ronan said out of the blue, "Why didn't you go to see Selena again? Didn't you like to make trouble for her the most in the past?" "Her?" Molly shook her head. "Ever since she killed her brother, she has become completely boring." "Killed her brother?" Ronan paused, looked at Molly with a slightly strange expression. "The missing Garcia Alba. Who else could it be?" Molly made a beautiful stick flower with a short stick in her hand, and said casually, "Garcia Alba is the most talented heir to the Alba royal family. Many people are optimistic that he will succeed the current king of Alba in the future. Compared with Garcia Alba, Selena is not even as good as his little toe. But the irony is..." Molly curled the corners of her mouth and complained with a little sarcasm, The most promising prince of the Alba royal family lost his life for a bastard princess who no one is optimistic about. Then Selena must not have an easy life now. Ronan's eyes moved, and he said slowly. Maybe. Anyway, I have no interest in her now. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. The two walked forward for a while, and Ronan seemed to finally be unable to stand Molly's chattering like a sparrow. He paused for a moment, thought for a moment, and said, "Why didn't I realize that you talk so much before?" The voice in his ear stopped immediately. Then, Ronan was kicked in the calf for no reason. He frowned slightly and turned to look at Molly, but Molly's eyes widened and stared at him without showing any weakness. Ronan avoided her eyes, as if he was too lazy to care about her, smoothed the wrinkles on his robe, and continued to move forward. After walking a few steps, he found that he had reached the end of this maze, and there was a left corner in front of him. Ronan blinked and walked a little faster. After turning the corner, there was another straight passage in front of him. The only difference was that there was a little light gray fog in this passage. Ronan grabbed a strand of it and rubbed it between his fingers, but he could not detect anything unusual. The two of them walked forward along the new passage. The fog in the passage gradually increased, and the temperature of the air seemed to be slowly decreasing, with a slight piercing smell. Ronan felt something pulling his arm, and turned his head to find that Molly was close to him without knowing when, holding the hem of his robe sleeve tightly with one hand, and her pretty face was slightly tense. Ronan suddenly felt a little funny, and he found that Molly seemed to have changed a lot when he met her this time. Of course, it might be his illusion. Otherwise, he would not appear in this endless maze of Minotaur now. The improvement in his impression of Molly was immediately rejected by Ronan, and he pulled Molly to continue forward. Not long after walking this passage, he saw the end again, and the next passage turned to the right. At this time, Molly let go of Ronan's sleeve, passed him, and trotted to the corner ahead, as if she wanted to take the initiative to explore the way ahead. Wait! Ronan grabbed her and stared at a place. It was a passage near the corner. The fog seemed to be particularly thick, even showing a hint of black. On the walls on both sides, some gray fog even condensed strangely, wriggling like a living thing. Something is wrong. Ronan said slowly, "Don't go over there yet." Molly was about to refute him habitually, but at this time, a figure suddenly walked out of the corner ahead. It was a middle-aged man wearing a gray robe with gold patterns. His expression was cold, and there was a hint of pride between his eyebrows. As soon as the gray-robed man appeared, his eyes immediately met Ronan and the others, and then a strong brilliance burst out of his eyes. "I was just worried about where to find you. So you are here." The gray-robed man saw the two people, sneered, and swayed his body, rushing towards them quickly. This man was one of the two level 5 wizards who had chased the two people outside the maze before. Seeing that the enemy was on a narrow road, Molly's face changed, and she subconsciously retreated, trying to pull Ronan back, but Ronan did not move, just staring at the strange passage between the two sides. Seeing that there were not many people, the gray-robed wizard's face grinned more and more, and his speed was amazing. Almost in the blink of an eye, he rushed into the passage covered by the strange gray fog. Then, as if disturbing a quiet school of fish, the gray fog diffused and the entire passage became agitated, and strands of it tightly wrapped around the gray-robed wizard's body like ropes. The gray-robed wizard's face suddenly changed, and the powerful mental power of a level 5 wizard came out of his body, and he struggled desperately. At this time, on the gray fog walls on both sides of that passage, skinny and long arms appeared, and quickly grabbed the gray-robed wizard. Cack, clack, clack, accompanied by a series of strange sounds like chattering teeth. 4 bald and strange heads with only a few strands of hair hanging on their foreheads quietly emerged from the dense gray fog. How long has it been since new people came in? Blood and flesh. Fresh and delicious blood and flesh. Mine, all mine. Don't snatch it from me. Don't snatch it from me. Cack, clack, clack. 4 strange and terrifying heads made sharp and strange sounds, shouting like crying and laughing, and then opened their dark mouths and bit the gray-robed wizard fiercely. The latter looked shocked, and a dazzling light suddenly bloomed on his body, but the light could not wait to condense and was torn to pieces by those sharp and narrow fingers. Immediately afterwards, amid the gray-robed wizard's terrified roar, his whole body was torn into pieces by countless big hands like a piece of rag, and his flesh and blood splattered, and was snatched and eaten by the 4 heads. A panicked soul body jumped out from the bloody corpse, but before it could escape, It was also tightly grabbed by a big hand, and then randomly stuffed into the big mouth of a human head. Crunch, crunch, in the quiet passage, only the greedy chewing sound continued. Molly seemed to be completely frightened by the creepy scene in front of her, and stood there motionless. Ronan also suddenly felt a strong chill in his heart. A 5th-level wizard couldn't even resist an escape, and was eaten alive in front of him. Ronan took a deep breath, quickly grabbed Molly's palm, and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." Chapter 321, Ghost Mist Society, Feast, Patrick and the Key to Space. Almost at the moment when Ronan said the word go, the chewing sound in the empty passage stopped abruptly. The 4 heads that were eating suddenly stopped what they were doing, turned their heads together, and stared at the 2 of them dimly. Ronan felt his scalp tingling, and without hesitation pulled Molly and turned to run. In the completely no-fly passage, Ronan's powerful body was fully unleashed, and he kicked his feet hard, making a dull explosion sound. The whole person rushed forward like a sharp arrow, and in just a moment he reached the end of the passage. A series of rapid da-da-da sounds came to his ears. Ronan turned his head and saw a human body with hands and feet all over the body, with 4 huge heads, twisted and weird, like a strange and huge humanoid spider, chasing him along the wall at an incredible speed. The 4 heads had not licked the blood foam from the corners of their mouths, and their faces were all extremely greedy and eager, staring at him. Ronan gritted his teeth, grabbed Molly and ran wildly, turning several corners in a row. When he ran to an unknown passage, he was blocked by a high wall of gray fog at the end of the passage. His escape came to an abrupt halt. This is a dead end. It's over. Molly looked at the gray wall that was tightly blocked in front of her, and said with a blank expression, "Da-da-da." The rapid sound of countless fingers hitting the wall approached rapidly behind him. He could almost smell the stench of decay and heavy blood emanating from the human-headed monster, and hear the greedy and rapid breathing of the 4 human heads. My. The creepy muttering kept repeating and approaching rapidly. Ronan's expression seemed unusually calm. He looked at the high wall of gray fog in front of him, suddenly turned back, and shouted loudly to the human-headed monster that was almost approaching him, "Patrick." This name seemed to have some kind of magical power, and the human-headed monster that was still moving quickly suddenly stopped. Immediately afterwards, countless hands on its body reached out to the 4 human heads, and the faces of the 4 strange human heads all showed expressions of pain and confusion. Ronan stared at the human-headed monster in front of him that was in a strange state of self-struggle. He turned his palm and a palm-length, silver-white, transparent strange key appeared in his hand. Ronan held the key and gently scratched the gray fog wall behind him with his back hand. The originally unbreakable gray fog wall was melted like a piece of paper, revealing a narrow gap that was barely enough for one person to pass through. Ronan threw Molly over, and then bent over to pass through. At this time, through the gap space, you can see that the human-headed monster that was still struggling with its head in its arms just now seems to have woken up at this time, and once again restored its original terrifying and hideous appearance, and swish rushed to Ronan. Countless hands grabbed the edge of the gap, and a head opened its eyes wide, roaring and trying to squeeze in. Molly was so scared by this wave of close-up killing that she jumped back. Ronan was relatively calm and picked up the key in his hand and scratched the wall again. This time, the original gap began to close quickly, and the human-headed monster looked at them unwillingly and roared. After the gray fog wall was completely closed, the sound of crazy hammering and biting could still be heard from the opposite side, and then at a certain moment all the sounds suddenly disappeared, and the surroundings became completely quiet. "Whew," Molly let out a long breath, and sat on the ground with her pretty face pale against the wall. The experience just now obviously scared her. Ronan glanced at her and said coldly, "Do you know how serious the problem is now?" Molly nodded slowly with lingering fear, and suddenly, she reacted, jumped up from the ground, staring at Ronan with wide eyes. "How did you get the key that can break the wall of the Minotaur labyrinth?" Ronan looked down at the exquisite key in his hand that was silver and transparent and exuded a strong breath of space energy. He whispered to himself in surprise, "You can't imagine it. I didn't expect it either." Ronan really didn't expect it. When he was in the Silver Ring, the mysterious space key he got from a mysterious garden on the edge of the ruins of the ancient Mirror Court would actually be related to the legendary Minotaur labyrinth. Maybe this is the key to open the door to the maze exit. Ronan murmured, and Molly rushed over quickly. "Let me play with it." "Dream on." Ronan dodged Molly's grab, looked at Molly who was unhappy, and said seriously, "This key has a limited number of uses. The 2 hits just now have already consumed some of its power. Now is not the time for games. If you still want to get out, you must listen to my instructions obediently, otherwise. Ronan glanced at the grey fog wall that he had just escaped from, and said lightly, next time you encounter a similar situation, don't blame me for abandoning you. Molly, I have done my best for you. Don't forget that not long ago, we were mortal enemies. Molly seemed to be touched by his last words, her beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and the expression on her face slowly converged. After a dull silence, Molly spoke again, what do you mean by Patrick? A person's name. Ronan was thinking about whether to communicate with Alazan, and answered Molly casually, 500 years ago, the most outstanding genius of the Ghost Mist Society, it took less than 200 years to touch the threshold of the 6th level wizard, but suddenly disappeared in the midst of everyone's expectations. I didn't expect that he was trapped in the maze. After weighing the pros and cons, Ronan finally decided not to let Alazan know. After restoring the trading relationship with Alazan, he had consciously kept Alazan to himself, trying not to let him know too much about himself. How did you guess that guy? That monster was Patrick from the Ghost Mist Society 500 years ago. The way he disguised himself as Grey Fog was a unique inherited spell of the Ghost Mist Society. He was born in the Ghost Mist Society, his strength is above level 5, and he may appear in the maze. After screening several conditions, his identity can be basically determined. Ronan ended the topic, thought for a while and said, have you noticed that the free energy particles in the maze are much thinner than those outside? The level 5 wizard who was eaten by Patrick just now didn't even have time to condense his own spirit body. Molly frowned and said, is this a good thing or a bad thing for us? Ronan pondered for a moment and replied, it's both a good thing and a bad thing. Alazan once said that the grade of a wizard's spirit determines the level of his authority in the universe and nature. This involves some mysteries about natural rules. The power of a level 5 wizard lies in that after opening the Yuanling true body, he can mobilize dozens or even hundreds of times more elemental energy than in the normal state by relying on the rule authority brought by the Yuanling. The casting process of some spells is also omitted, becoming a natural instinct. The thin energy means that wizards above level 5 have lost this powerful advantage, and it is difficult to unfold the Yuanling true body, and their strength will be greatly weakened. But on the contrary, after losing the Yuanling true body, all their energy for a long time will be focused on the understanding of the spell itself. In this state, the honed level 5 existence will far exceed the wizards of the same level in casting ability and spell understanding. Extremes often create real monsters. Patrick is the best example. Under him, ordinary level 5 wizards can only be eaten like broilers. We should be careful next. Ronan exhaled lightly and said slowly, it is unknown how long the Minotaur's labyrinth has existed. Those wizards who were trapped in the labyrinth and could not escape went crazy under the torture of despair and pain, and even ate each other. In this environment, those who can still survive are extremely terrifying. Just like Patrick. Molly was obviously thinking of what happened just now, and her pretty face turned pale. But she soon calmed down and said nonchalantly, anyway, you have the key to open the door of the labyrinth, and we can get out sooner or later. Let's talk about it when we can find the door smoothly. Ronan glanced at the space key in his hand and stopped talking. The two walked slowly forward along the new grey fog passage. With the experience of encountering the human-headed monster before, Molly was obviously much more obedient. She kept holding Ronan's sleeve, followed him honestly, and rarely spoke. The road after that was quite peaceful, and no monsters like Patrick were encountered again. But the long and winding maze seemed to have no end. No matter where you go or how long you walk, you will always see grey fog, high walls, and a dark black sky. Time seems to have lost its meaning here. Thinking of those wizards who have intentionally or unintentionally entered the maze, and then spent the rest of their lives in the long maze until they were completely swallowed up by despair. Ronan took a deep breath, and the key of space held tightly in his palm felt cold and real. Some emotions in his heart gradually faded away. I don't know how long they walked until they turned a corner and came to a passage. Tick tick tick, it sounded like water drops. It was particularly clear. Ronan stopped in front of the entrance of the next passage and quietly looked at the scene in front of him. Dark red and sticky blood fell on the grey fog walls on both sides of the passage, and the blood slowly dripped into the passage along the walls. A thin layer of blood had accumulated on the ground. The two small hands holding his arm slowly tightened, and a petite body was shrinking behind him little by little. Feast. Ronan's expression was slightly condensed, and he whispered to himself. During his days of hard training in Linghu, he spent almost all his free time reading the Book of Linghu, and learned a lot about the large and small wizard forces and schools in the central continent. Unexpectedly, it would come in handy at this moment. The scene in front of him was quite similar to the spell effect of a blood wizard school called Feast, but he didn't know which feast wizard above level 5 was it. While thinking, the blood dripping down the walls on both sides of the passage in front of him accelerated a lot. The blood accumulated on the ground also flowed towards Ronan and the others like a living thing. Ronan had a blank expression on his face, holding Malil with one hand, and retreated. At the moment he turned the corner, he picked up the key of space and scratched it hard on the gray fog wall beside him. When the gap opened, he quickly slipped in with Malil. Almost at the moment after he entered, a turbulent river of blood roared over from the other side of the corner. I will try to update again before 12 o'clock. Please give me your monthly vote. Thank you. Chapter 322 Bull Demon and the Exit. A few drops of blood passed through the gray fog wall that had just closed and fell to the ground, wriggling like a living thing. Ronan's eyes flickered slightly, and he moved his feet and stomped it hard to extinguish it. A sharp and piercing sound, like a woman's scream, and the sound of countless water splashing against the wall came from the other side of the gray fog wall. Just like the last time he encountered the human-headed monster, after a while, the sharp and noisy sound from the other side of the wall suddenly stopped and disappeared without a trace. Molly patted her chest with lingering fear, blinked and looked at Ronan thoughtfully. Is this wall moving? It seems so. Ronan checked the space key in his hand. The fluctuations of the space energy on it were obviously weakened a lot. The originally transparent silver-white color became a little dim and obscure, and there was a trend of developing into an ordinary silver form. Molly couldn't help but mutter, there is no direction in the first place, and the maze is still moving. When can we find it? For the time being, we can only try our luck slowly. Ronan replied and continued to move forward. Their luck was obviously not very good. Not long after they avoided the feast wizard, they stopped involuntarily at a corner of a passage. In the dim passage, the sound of a music box seemed to float. A beam of light shone from the top of the head and fell on a figure. It was a woman in a white ballet skirt. Her golden hair was piled high. She was very beautiful and had a bright smile on her face. The strange thing was that she stood on tiptoes like a puppet and did not move. Her green eyes looked extremely empty. A huge brass spring was inserted on her snow-white and plump chest. As soon as Ronan's eyes fell on it, he felt Molly gently pinching the soft flesh on his waist with her hands, and heard a warning voice as thin as a mosquito, "Don't look." Click, click, click. Suddenly, the brass spring on the woman's chest turned. The puppet-like woman seemed to have received the power released by the clockwork. She danced a series of stiff and frozen dances, and suddenly moved closer to Ronan and the others. Ronan's eyes moved slightly, and he slowly retreated with Molly along the original path. But when he turned around, he saw from afar a figure wearing armor and holding a sword in one hand, standing quietly like an ancient knight at the end of the passage they came from. Ronan's pupils tightened, and Molly beside him subconsciously covered her mouth, as if to prevent herself from screaming suddenly. He took a deep breath, and just as Ronan slowly raised his right hand that was holding the key of space, thump, 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 click, 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 the sound of the ancient boots stomping heavily on the ground and the sound of the clockwork turning rapidly sounded quickly in front and behind him, as if urging his life. Shoo! The sharp tip of the key gently cut through the high wall made of gray fog. Ronan hugged Molly tightly, just like he hugged her tightly in Homer Bluetown to avoid the dawn fire falling from the sky, and rolled into the wall. The moment he landed, Ronan slapped the gap in the gray fog wall with his backhand. Titanium slowly poured out, and transformed into a brilliant golden state in the space. Under the strong magic fluctuations, 16 pairs of golden eagle wings quickly opened and closed even faster. Boom! On the other side of the high wall, a terrible energy as powerful as a flood gushed out and hit the golden eagle wings fiercely. Ronan was directly hit hard against the wall behind him by this force, and coughed up blood. At this time, another strange curse power spread out and extended rapidly along the golden eagle wings. Where the cursed power had clung to, the golden titanium seemed to have been washed away by a long river of time in an instant, and the light dimmed, and pieces of gold peeled off like metal rust. Next, Ronan gritted his teeth and threw the space key in his hand to Molly. Molly caught it, and a blazing flame instantly ignited on her hair, and her eyes suddenly turned into noble golden red. Molly raised the beautiful woman's cane in her hand, and threw it whistling towards the crack where the violent power was gushing out. Without looking at the result, she immediately held the space key and pointed it at the crack and slashed it down hard. The gray wall that closed quickly was like a dam that kept closing its gates. The violent power gushing out from the other side of the gap gradually decreased until it disappeared completely. Bang! When the gray wall was completely closed, a huge and dull roar came from the opposite side of the wall, and the wall seemed to shake slightly. Huh? It was a close call. Ronan exhaled a foul breath and slowly stood up from the wall. He put the titanium back into his robe, and his right hand kept shrinking and stretching, relieving the slight impact of the strange curse power just now. A ray of silver light flashed over, and Ronan caught it casually. He glanced at Molly in surprise. He didn't expect Molly to return the space key so readily. Molly looked expressionless, and at this moment, she made Ronan regain some of her impression of her as the Ashes Witch in the past. Without this space key, they would have died several times in the maze. Ronan looked at the silver key in his hand and shook his head slowly. At this time, he didn't even know whether he should feel lucky or unlucky. He raised his head and wanted to look at the new environment in front of him. The next second, Ronan's eyes froze slightly, and at the same time, he heard Molly's voice beside him. I didn't expect our luck to be so good. But this door, isn't it a little too much? At this time, what appeared in front of them was a straight passage. On both sides of the passage, there is a small door with strange patterns carved on it at a short distance. At the end of the passage, there is also a small door, the only one without any patterns on it, and it is extremely smooth. Ronan gave Molly a look, and then slowly walked up. He came to the small door closest to him, squinting his eyes to look at the appearance of the small door in front of him. It is a small gray door with yellow patterns on it outlining some unknown patterns. There is an obvious keyhole at the position of the door handle. Ronan picked up the space key, aimed at the keyhole, and gently inserted it, but quickly pulled it out. His eyes flickered, and he gave up the idea of trying to open the lock directly with his space key. Instead, he mobilized his mental power and slowly penetrated into the small door through the keyhole. It was as if he was walking through a dark and long corridor. At a certain moment, he finally saw light in front of him. Ronan's mental power tightened slightly, and he saw that there was a not-so-large space inside the small door. In this space, everywhere was covered with sticky and disgusting yellow mucus, and the sky was drizzling with yellow mucus rain. In the center of the space, countless thick mucus gathered into a small yellow lake, and there seemed to be a figure sitting cross-legged in the lake. Just when Ronan wanted to see the specific appearance of the figure, suddenly, a terrifying force that was more than 10 times stronger than the two level 5 monsters on the opposite side of the gray wall suddenly appeared, like an invisible giant hand that appeared out of thin air and grabbed Ronan fiercely. In an instant, Ronan felt as if his entire soul was about to be sucked in through the keyhole, and the life-light ball quietly suspended in his body was like a flame blown by the wind, and the strands of life energy were pulled towards the opposite side. Who? Ronan suddenly disconnected the mental power that detected the keyhole. His face was pale, and the whole person retreated a few steps in embarrassment. There was an unconcealable shock and horror in his eyes. What is the strength of the figure inside? Level 6. Or is it beyond level 6, a terrifying existence above dawn? Ronan pursed his lips and stared at the small yellow patterned door in front of him for a long time. He was sure that the terrifying and mysterious power could not seep out from the door, and then his mood slowly calmed down. For some reason, at this moment he suddenly felt that the place he was in was not a maze. It was more like a prison. All wizards trapped in the maze and unable to escape were prisoners in the prison. The weak are preyed on by the strong, and those with average strength wander around the corridors of the prison. Those with too terrifying strength are imprisoned in separate cells. Day after day, until their sins are washed away, and they die in endless despair and pain. What did you see just now? Molly grabbed his hand and asked urgently. Ronan shook his head without explaining, but turned and walked forward. He looked straight ahead, and dared not easily peek into the situation in any of the doors on both sides, and walked straight to the small door at the end of the passage. Ronan hesitated for a while in front of the small white door without any texture or pattern. Finally, he made up his mind and whispered to Molly beside him, "Hide behind me. If anything happens, remember to get out of the way in time." Molly was stunned when she heard this. The corners of her mouth seemed to rise, but she raised her chin and made a light hum sound from her nose, pretending to be impatient. Then, she walked behind him and stood obediently with her eyes bent down. She also stuck half of her head out from behind him and looked at the door curiously. Ronan then took the space key in his hand, calmly inserted it into the keyhole on the small door, and then turned it gently. Click, with the sound of the crisp silver lock turning, the small door in front of him creaked and opened automatically inward. There was a soft white light coming out from the inside, accompanied by a faint fluctuation of the magic circle. Ronan's eyes flickered, and he slowly stepped into the door. At this time, a pair of small hands took the initiative to grab his palm and followed closely. The next moment, a slightly scorching wind blew in his face. Ronan found himself standing on a solid and dry land. He looked up and saw a bright sun hanging in the sky. Ronan suddenly heard an extremely heavy and huge gasp. He heard Molly's short low cry, looked up, and was stunned by the scene in front of him the next second. I saw a black monster as tall as a mountain standing under the sun, in the desert. It has an extremely huge black bull head, and two huge and sharp horns are bent upwards. The tips of the horns flash with dazzling red light, as if they can pierce the sun in the sky. In the center of the black eye sockets, an unextinguished flame is burning fiercely. Wherever he looks, the air is distorted in large areas. Thick smoke and sparks spew out of its nostrils. Every breath can stir up a scorching wind on the ground, as heavy as the precursor of a volcanic eruption. Hot lava dripped from the corner of its mouth, hitting the ground with a hissing sound, and instantly melted into a magma quagmire. Under its head was an upright human body, with limbs as strong as mountain pillars. The gaps between muscles were full of red magma. 5 extremely thick rune chains locked its neck and limbs tightly. Every tiny movement would cause a huge clattering sound of metal collision. Anger, fire, destruction. Ronan's mind kept popping up symbolic words about the huge bull demon in front of him. He stood in the shadow cast by the bull demon and almost forgot to think for a moment. Until the bull demon exhaled a breath with dense flames, making a sound that shook the world. Are you ready to answer Babley's questions? Bugs. Chapter 323 How many stars are there in the ancient times? Rules. The hot wind with a strong smell of sulfur raised a cloud of dust on the dry land, blowing the robes of Ronan and Molly. Ronan looked up and stared at the huge monster with a bull's head and a human body in front of him, and then heard Molly's murmur. Abyss. Bull demon. The Minotaur's labyrinth actually imprisoned a bull-headed monster from the abyss. Ronan took a deep breath and subconsciously took 2 steps back to avoid the lava saliva that the abyss bull demon in front of him was randomly spitting. He looked around, trying to find clues and things that could provide some help with the current situation. Suddenly, Ronan's eyes fixed on a certain place, and his eyes fluctuated slightly. He saw that behind the huge body of the abyss bull demon, there was a black stone cliff protruding outward, about the height of the bull demon's waist. At the top of the cliff, stood a small blue light door. The exit of the maze? Exclamation mark. Ronan turned his head subconsciously and happened to meet Molly's eyes. Molly had obviously also discovered the existence of the blue door and was constantly winking at Ronan. Answer me. Boom. The thunderous sound exploded again above the 2 people's heads. The abyss bull demon swung his huge body angrily, pulling the chains all over his body. Are you ready to answer Babley's questions? It's so noisy. Molly covered her ears with her hands, complained, and quickly walked to Ronan. It looks like that's the exit of the maze. Ronan glanced at the blue door in the distance. After thinking about it, he released his mental power, and his body began to float, and he actually flew up slowly. Sure enough. Ronan's eyes flickered slightly. In this space where the sun was still hanging in the sky, the power of the no-fly rule similar to that in the maze corridor outside was much weaker, and a 4th-level wizard could barely fly. The concentration of free energy particles in the air was also slightly higher than that in the maze corridor. Perhaps there are only a few wizards who can find this place and enter this room. Ronan raised his body to about the chest of the abyss bull demon, looked up at the pair of eyes burning with flames. Babley. Ronan spoke, his calm and clear voice amplified with the fluctuations of the spell, and spread clearly to the surroundings. Is it that as long as we answer your question? Ronan pointed to the blue light door on the cliff in the distance and said, we can go out from that door and leave here. Of course. The abyss bull demon shook his huge head like a hill and answered in a muffled voice, as long as you can give the correct answer, you can leave safely from Babley's hands. Large groups of magma saliva spurted out of the bull demon Babley's mouth and fell on the mental force field around Ronan, making a hissing sound. Ronan didn't care, nodded, turned around and waved to Molly below, and Molly seemed reluctant to fly up. Ask it. After Molly arrived, Ronan looked at the abyssal demon in front of him and spoke calmly. Then I ask you, seeing that Ronan and the others were ready, the bull demon Babbly dragged out his voice and spoke again, shaking his head and giving people a look of not being very smart. How many stars are there in the ancient sky? The bull demon's question made the void buzz. Ronan was stunned when he heard this question. Before he could react, Molly beside him blurted out, "Countless." Wrong. Boom, a huge bullhead suddenly came up to the two of them, opened its mouth wide, and roared the word wrong. The rolling sound waves were emitted, accompanied by countless magma foam splashing. Molly screamed, and the whole person seemed to be washed by the magma saliva. Although blocked by the force field around her body, she was still frightened and quickly retreated. "It's your turn." The abyssal demon shouted Molly back, turned around and stared at Ronan, and said in a muffled voice, "Tell me your answer." Its ferocious and terrifying face was very close to Ronan, but Ronan's face showed no expression. "Wait." Ronan shook his head calmly, "Let me think about it and tell you the answer later." After saying that, he turned and fell down. "Then you'd better hurry up. Lord Babbly doesn't have much patience to wait." The bull demon retracted his body and returned to his original standing position. Ronan landed gently on the ground. Molly was slapping herself all over with a flaming short stick with a disgusted and disgusting look on her face, as if she had just been doused with the stinky saliva of the bull demon. Enter the room and answer the questions asked by the bull demon correctly, and you can leave through the exit of the blue light door. If you answer incorrectly, you will most likely be driven away by the bull demon immediately. This should be the maze rule set by the Minotaur. Ronan said. Molly's smooth white skin was almost rubbed red, but she still couldn't get rid of the nausea in her heart. She asked frantically, "Do you know the answer?" "No." Ronan shook his head. "How many stars are there in the ancient sky?" It's just like counting the total number of hairs on the stupid cow in front of him. This is an unsolvable question. At least, Ronan couldn't think of any absolutely correct answer. Then what should we do now? Ronan glanced at the blue light gate on the black stone cliff in the distance, and whispered, "It won't do anything to us before I tell you my answer." "Maybe." Ronan flipped his palm, revealing an exquisite silver key. His eyes flashed slightly and said, "We can try other methods." Molly's movement stopped. She looked up at the huge bull demon towering like a mountain, then looked at Ronan, and said with a slightly complicated expression, "Are you sure? I have the means to perform short-distance space teleportation. Maybe I can find a chance to avoid it, run to the light gate, and open the exit. I'll pretend to answer its questions later, and then you." Ronan put away the key in his hand and looked at Molly calmly. "Are you ready?" Unexpectedly, Molly was a little hesitant at first, but after Ronan's crazy plan was finalized, her face showed an excited expression of eagerness to try. Maybe some people have the genes of madness and adventure in their bones. "Hurry up." Molly tapped her palms with her short stick like a baseball bat, her eyes fixed on the head of the abyssal demon in front of her, as if she was ready to take revenge for being sprayed with saliva. Ronan didn't waste any words, and took off. This time he flew very close to the abyssal demon in one breath. The black stone cliff behind it was almost within reach, and he could reach it in one step. "Have you thought about how to answer Babbly?" The bull demon scratched his ears with his hands, stood up from the ground like a mountain, and came to Ronan again. The scorching wind blowing in his face blew Ronan's long hair at the temples. Ronan narrowed his eyes and said, "Okay. Say your answer." The bull demon urged loudly. Ronan took a deep breath and said word by word, "The total number of stars in the ancient sky is." The bull demon subconsciously opened his eyes wide and moved closer to Ronan, just waiting for him to say the answer. At this moment, boom! A brilliant red gold flame dyed the sky of the secret realm red, and in an instant it condensed into an extremely huge cane phantom. Molly's eyes were golden red, and she was like a seductive witch who had walked out of the ashes. There was an evil smile on her beautiful face, and she suddenly appeared above the head of the bull demon with a beautiful female cane in both hands. Then she aimed at the bull demon's slightly lowered head, used both hands to hit it hard with the cane. Bang! The bright sun hanging above his head seemed to be 3 times hotter in an instant, and a violent and angry roar sounded in the sky. Under the violent and turbulent power of a volcanic eruption, Ronan's eyes flashed, and his eyes were fixed on the blue light gate not far away. Now, titanium quickly attached to Ronan's body like mercury, and then Ronan exploded with a bang. separating 7 or 8 silver light-flowing figures, and rushing in all directions at the same time. He himself was mixed in with the scattered figures, and disappeared like a flash, heading towards the direction of the small door. A moment later, bang! Bang! 2 heavy muffled sounds followed, and 2 large pits appeared on the dry and solid ground. Put! Molly suddenly jumped up from the big pit, constantly spitting out the sand in her mouth. The effect of the isolation spell near the small door, even the space spell is no exception. Ronan climbed out of the deep pit. His face looked a little ugly. Roar! A thunderous roar interrupted the communication between the two, accompanied by the sound of violent chains rustling. Heavy footsteps sounded one after another, and the ground shook with it. Stupid, cunning and despicable insects, you have successfully angered Lord Babley. Roar! The eyes of the abyssal demon, who was in a violent state, were red, and hot flames spewed out of his eye sockets. Smoke came out of his nostrils, and he strode towards the two. Level 6. It was as if a mountain was rumbling down. Feeling the suffocating pressure, Ronan's face was solemn and he spoke in a low voice. More than that. Molly shook her head, seeming quite sure, and her pretty face rarely became serious. A huge bullhoof burning with blazing flames broke through the void and came like a dark cloud. Ronan and Molly's pupils shrank slightly, and they didn't have time to think and quickly flew back. Boom! The two of them dodged the terrifying bullhoof attack by a hair's breadth. When the burning bullhoof was raised, they saw that there was only a bottomless lava pit left at the original position. Under the rules, it dare not really kill us as the answerers. We can only drive it away, otherwise we would have died long ago. Ronan's eyes flashed slightly, and he said in a low voice, "Where's the door?" Molly shouted from the side, with a bit of irritability and panic, looking around for the light door that came in. At this time, the terrible bullhoof roared and kicked at the two again. Ronan looked calm, picked up the space key in his hand, and stabbed it hard in the air. Buzz! A strange wave spread out, and the exquisite space key suddenly dimmed a little, followed by countless light patterns emerging in the void, outlining the outline of a small door. The space key was inserted exactly in the keyhole. Ronan twisted it lightly, opened the light door, and flashed in with Molly. Chapter 324 New Friends and Old Friends. Stupid heads and stupid butts. Huh? Ronan and Molly flashed out of the light gate, and the small door behind them closed quickly. It seems that there is really no way out. Molly sighed and turned her head aside, looking quite disappointed. No. Ronan shook her head. The method is correct, but we are not strong enough. What do you think? Molly followed Ronan's gaze and saw the passage they came from, and the small doors on both sides of the wall quietly closed. You don't want to. Molly opened her eyes wide. Ronan said calmly, yes, but not them. Ronan's eyes passed the small doors on both sides of the passage and looked in the direction farther away. He had spying on the situation inside a small door before, and was almost sucked away by the terrifying existence inside the door. These people imprisoned in separate rooms are too dangerous and difficult to control. Ronan's idea is to gather those monsters wandering in the maze to fight the abyssal demon named Babley just now. Apart from the fact that we are delicious blood food, as long as you see the effect of the space key, you can guess that the clue to escape the maze lies with us. People like Patrick will chase us desperately. Ronan narrowed his eyes and said, as long as we can help us contain the bull demon for a while, we can find a chance to open the exit and leave. Even if we can lead them all here and enter the room. But why should they obey your command? Molly frowned. I will naturally have a way. Ronan straightened his robes that had just become a little wrinkled because of the battle, and calmly called Molly to leave. Let's go. This plan still needs your cooperation. Molly's face flashed with a few inexplicable expressions, as if she had something on her mind, but after hesitating for a while, she still followed Ronan's footsteps. Ronan stopped at a certain distance away from all the small doors, picked up the space key and gently scratched the gray fog wall in front of him. A crack appeared, and he led Molly through it. Followed by the same operation. After breaking the wall several times, Molly saw the silver key in Ronan's hand, which was obviously dim, and she wanted to say something but stopped herself several times. Suddenly, when he broke through the high wall again, Ronan stopped and turned to look at the side of the passage, where there was an obvious corner. There's one over there. Ronan said, and took the lead to walk towards the corner. Molly followed with a suspicious look on his face. After a few breaths, the two who had just turned the corner appeared again, but this time, they were running for their lives. Bang! Bang! Ronan stepped on the passage one after another, making the sound of gas explosions, and his figure moved like lightning, and Molly followed closely behind him. Behind the two people, hua, a river made entirely of blood chased them, and in the rushing river of blood, a vague figure slowly stood up. How do you know that this is the passage we walked through at the beginning? Molly stared at Ronan in great surprise, as if there was something on his face. Ronan did not answer, but simply cut a hole in the nearby high wall and pulled Molly in. This time he did not close the crack, and continued to break the wall, flee, break the wall, and flee. The sound of the blood river could be heard behind him all the time, and it seemed to be getting more and more intense. When they arrived at a certain passage, Ronan gave Molly an order in a hurried tone, "You go left and I go right, one on each side." Molly nodded, and Ronan quickly rushed to one side. After turning a corner, he saw an old acquaintance standing far away at the end of the passage, holding a sword in one hand, like an ancient knight's sculpture. Almost at the moment when the other party turned around, Ronan returned along the same route. He returned to the place where he separated from Molly, cut through a high wall on one side, and stared at the direction where Molly disappeared. Occasionally, he would pay attention to the gap in the gray wall where he came from, and the sound of the blood river rushing there seemed to be getting closer and closer. Soon, Ronan heard a cry of bitch. Accompanied by a short explosion, Molly ran out from the corner on her side with her head down, her whole body on fire. Behind her was a woman with a distorted face, a brass spring spinning rapidly on her chest, scattered golden hair, and traces of fire burning on many parts of her body. She was chasing after her in a weird ballet step. Molly almost ran into Ronan's arms, but her free hand that was not holding the short stick was only concerned with covering Ronan's eyes. "I said you can't look." Ronan grabbed her and forced her into the newly opened gap in the gray wall, narrowly avoiding the fierce collision sound of the three giants meeting. "Huh?" Ronan breathed quickly. The plan was still going on. The two of them seemed to be dancing on the edge of a knife every minute and every second, and the rhythm was so fast that Molly forgot to ask Ronan why he knew the exact location of each passage. Tear, the dim silver key of space cut through the gray wall, and a grotesque face wearing a black and white clown mask squeezed in from the gap almost instantly, as if it had been pressing its face against the wall, waiting for Ronan to break the wall. Before the clown-masked man could make any move, a short staff with red flames had already hit its head hard. Bang! The clown man groaned, and his face distorted and temporarily retracted. Ronan felt pain just by hearing it. He gave Molly, who was holding the cane and looked excited, an approving look, and Ronan continued to break the wall with his hands. "This is a new friend." "Huh?" Ronan and the other person walked out of the gap in the gray wall on one side, and stepped on the solid ground. Listen carefully. Q-Q-Q, the familiar sound of teeth chattering, accompanied by the da-da sound of rapid fingers tapping the wall, approached quickly. Ronan's face was relieved and he smiled. "Patrick, this is an old friend." Ronan led Molly to move around in the maze, wandering in different maze passages. Molly seemed to enjoy this thrilling and exciting process. She held Ronan's hand tightly, and her palm was sweaty because of excitement. Finally, when entering a passage, Ronan lowered his head and seemed to count silently. Almost. He calmly cut through the gray fog wall in front of him and walked in with Molly. Then, under Molly's surprised eyes, the two returned to the passage full of closed small doors again. Quickly walking to the light door at the deepest part, Ronan did not rush to open the door, but turned around and squinted his eyes to look at the end of the passage. He heard the roar of the blood river, the sound of ancient combat boots rubbing against the ground, the sound of the clockwork turning, and the sound of chuckle from the narrow opening on the gray wall. A series of twisted, weird, evil but powerful level 5 auras leaked out from the gap. A group of level 5 monsters born in despair and fear, and driven by the hope of escaping, were rushing towards this side step by step with incredible excitement. "What are you waiting for? Open the door quickly." Molly seemed a little nervous and kept urging Ronan. Ronan was unmoved. Finally, when a twisted and narrow hand suddenly appeared in his field of vision through the gap in the gray wall, he suddenly took 2 steps forward, and then under Molly's incredible gaze, he quickly inserted the space key in his hand into the keyhole of the small black door with strange patterns closest to him. Click, with a slight twist, the small door creaked open. An indescribable smell of decay came out from the door, gently blowing Ronan's hair. Ronan squinted his eyes and could only see an extremely dim room with decayed and torn black cloth strips fluttering everywhere. A figure whose face could not be seen seemed to be slowly raising his head and looking at him. For safety, Ronan said quickly without taking another look. Then he returned to his original position, opened the small door of the room where the abyssal demon was locked, and slipped in with Molly. Whoosh! The scorching wind, the bright sun, and the familiar irritable and not very smart roar of the abyssal demon. How dare you, despicable bug, come back! Ronan ignored the angry bull demon, and quickly moved Molly to the side, as far away from the light gate they had just entered. He stared at the entrance of the light gate that could disappear at any time. Da-da-da. A human-headed monster with arms all over its body and 4 bald heads quickly crawled in. 1. Ronan counted silently in his heart. Then a bright red figure made entirely of blood walked out silently. 2. 3. 4. Ronan counted the figures of the level 5 monsters that appeared one after another. The bright scene in front of them seemed to shock these guys. They easily noticed the eye-catching light door behind the bull demon Babbly, and then connected it with the key that Ronan had been using. Soon, a series of majestic and powerful consciousness waves rose to the sky, interacting excitedly. Exit. I saw the exit of the maze. That kid has the key. The key that can open the exit. I can get out. 1,000 years. I've waited for a full 1,000 years, and finally I can get out. The monsters were extremely excited and talked almost crazily, but Ronan stared at the entrance of the light door that slowly dissipated and disappeared completely, frowning slightly. He didn't see the prisoner in the last prison that opened. Didn't make it. He felt a little regretful. What are you going to do now? They won't listen to your command. Obediently Molly stared at the monsters below, her pretty face slightly tense. Ronan blinked, took a step forward, and then pointed at the irritable bull demon Babbly not far away and shouted, Babbly, you are such a stupid idiot. Listen to me. Ronan pointed at the monsters who were in a collective carnival below, and sneered with disdain. Although I don't know the stupid answer to your stupid question, I have a group of powerful and reliable friends. They will help me to twist off your stupid bullhead and stuff it into your stupid ass. Ronan's voice echoed clearly and loudly in the space. In an instant, the whole space was quiet, and everyone, including the bull demon Babbly, stared at him. Damn it, you don't think you can use such a clumsy method? Molly stroked her forehead, and before she finished her speechless complaints, she was interrupted by a roar like countless volcanoes erupting at the same time. Roar, roar, roar. Damn it. Bugs. All of you, Lord Babbly, go to hell. In the scorching wind caused by the abyss bull demon who was in unprecedented rage, Ronan turned his head calmly, looked at Molly who was stunned, and said lightly, the simpler the method, the better it is to deal with guys who don't have much brains. The next second, the terrifying battle broke out. Babbly, whose 5 chains were suddenly tightened, roared, clenched his fists, and smashed hard at the monsters below. The whole space was instantly reduced to a chaotic battlefield with strange laughter, exclamations, low roars, and explosions. Molly pursed her lips tightly and suddenly said, you don't think it's that simple? Of course. Ronan took a deep breath and said calmly, this is just the first step. Chapter 325 I heard that you were also geniuses before you became monsters. What do you mean? Molly was stunned. The chaos is only temporary. Sooner or later, their goal will fall back on us. Ronan slowly put the space key in his hand, which was dim to the point that it had almost completely lost its silver transparency, into Molly's hand. When that time comes, I will be responsible for blocking them for a while, and you will be responsible for opening the door. Why not you open the door? Molly blurted out. My goal is bigger than yours. Everyone, including that stupid cow, focuses most of their attention on me. It's easier for you to open the door. Molly bit her lower lip tightly and looked at him, seeming extremely reluctant. Okay, stop dawdling. Remember to hide the key and don't let anyone find it. Ronan avoided her gaze and looked in the direction of the battle group not far away. The chaos lasted for a shorter time than he expected. Several monsters were already approaching them. Then I'll open the door. How do you get here? I have my own way. Molly continued to ask, you've just been promoted to level 4 not long ago? Why do you think you can hold off a group of level 5 monsters for a while? Since I said so. Ronan spoke slowly, word by word, of course I can do it. After that, he took out an exquisite glass arm ring and gently put it on his right arm. Then there was a black stone ball that seemed to be filled with an unknown liquid, which drank up the faint blue light that seeped out of the cracks on it. Ronan's body seemed to tighten, and then, the whole person was covered by a thin layer of blue light film, and he was lifted up little by little. Buzz, woo, it was like a full moon night, the tide gently hit the reef, and the sound of a kite came from the deep sea. Crack. Ronan's body suddenly jumped up, and his robe suddenly collapsed, revealing the knotted muscles underneath. On his majestic back, there were threads growing rapidly. Spiral Palace. First level. Crack. Ronan's long hair fluttered without wind, and from the ends of his hair, it was dyed with ink color bit by bit. Second level. Crack, crack, crack. The black spirit was like mercury leaking out of the ground, emerging from all the pores of his body, burning upward like a flame, and Ronan's body continued to rise. Third level. Boom. An indescribable, terrifying and oppressive aura suddenly exploded, and the invisible airwaves rolled and spread in all directions. The enchanting black flames rose, and the equally dark lightning and hurricane surrounded it. A demonic body that looked like the seed of an ancient demon walked out of the dense black fog. Triple Spiral Palace. Ancient demon body. Ronan stretched his body to his heart's content, his long black hair burning silently behind him like a flame, the black, ancient power lines on his chest entwined like vines, interweaving into a strange totem, and the dense spirals on his back resembled a maze. Black mist, black flames, and black spirit flowed to Ronan's hands like water, and finally condensed into two ancient black, one-handed long swords. Kaka. Ronan gently twisted his neck, making a sound of bones clashing with bones. Buzz buzz buzz. On his right arm, the magic armband trembled endlessly, and Ronan's pure black eyes moved down to it, whispering soothingly, "Are you also excited? It's not time for you to appear yet." Molly opened her eyes wide, as if she was frightened by his current appearance. "Get lost." Ronan gently spat out a word to her, which was plain but contained an unquestionable meaning. Molly stamped her feet, gritted her teeth and retreated, but her eyes were always fixed on him. 5 minutes. Ronan looked at the two swords in his hands that were completely condensed by black spirit, and the defensive light film around his body given by the power of the shrine, and whispered to himself, "It should be enough." Ding! The two swords collided, making a crisp sound as clear as a silver bell. Ronan leaned forward slightly, like a dark and agile dragon, silently breaking through the air and moving forward to meet him. In his field of vision, the ballet woman with a brass spring inserted in her chest and the thin middle-aged man wearing ancient knight armor and holding a sword in one hand, leaned towards him from the left and right, with indifference in their eyes. The thick and slender black hair was raised high behind his back like a damaged cloak. Ronan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, crossed his two swords, and chuckled. "I heard that before you became monsters. You were all geniuses." As soon as this sentence came out, the eyes of the ballet woman and the middle-aged man holding the sword turned cold in an instant, and the strong killing intent almost burst out. Ronan rushed forward and collided fiercely with the middle-aged knight. Boom! A white gas exploded in the air. Ronan crossed his two swords, but was blocked by the middle-aged knight's single sword. His pure black eyes flickered slightly, and the totem of ancient power on his chest seemed to move slightly. The spirit surged around his body, and even more violent power was crushed out, instantly knocking the middle-aged knight back. The latter's face, which was stiff and numb like a dead man, seemed to be slightly moved. Ronan held two swords in his hands, not giving the other party a chance to breathe, and then drew a black sword light wheel and slashed down. The terrifying power tore through the void, forming a large transparent distortion visible to the naked eye. The middle-aged knight's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and suddenly he raised his hand. The longsword in his hand burst into a strong earthy yellow light, followed by a forbidden aura rushing out. The void cracked, and suddenly a dense and thick elephant trunk that seemed to be made of rocks jumped out, slapping Ronan fiercely. Boom 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 boom, in a series of violent explosions, countless chopped rocks scattered, and Ronan flew back, with a strange look on his handsome and enchanting face. Dance of the Elephant Spirit. Are you the former commander of the 8th Legion of Tangista who disappeared early? A trace of recollection and remembrance flashed quickly in the middle-aged knight's eyes, and then it turned into a stronger and more urgent killing intent. Crack, 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 layers of gray rocks appeared out of thin air, covering his body one by one, and the ancient elephant's body rang in the void. In the blink of an eye, the originally skinny and tall middle-aged knight had turned into a giant over 5 meters tall, with rocky muscles all over his body, and an extremely strong giant. On his chest, there was a flashing totem of an ancient giant elephant. The huge mental power of a 5th-level wizard penetrated his body, attracting a continuous stream of earth element energy. A sandstorm rose out of thin air in the sky, hitting the light blue light film on Ronan's body, making a crackling sound. Very interesting spell school. Ronan made a comment, and there seemed to be fire burning in his eyes, and the armband on his right arm trembled even louder. Whew! He turned into a black afterimage, tearing through the heavy sand and dust in front of him, and was about to continue the unfinished battle. But in the next moment, he suddenly stopped, and his body seemed to be entangled by countless invisible silk threads, pulling in all directions. Ronan frowned slightly, and then he saw the sinister and evil smile on the face of a witch in a ballet skirt not far away. Ronan took a deep breath, and the sound of tides and conch shells came from the body of the demon. The ancient power close to perfection surged, and his limbs exerted force. Bang bang, the invisible magic threads wrapped around him broke one after another. He had no expression on his face, and slashed at the woman in the ballet skirt with a sword. The sword body passed through the void, and a huge black arc of light that seemed to be substantial was cut out of thin air. With a terrifying breath that cut through everything, it was close to the woman in an instant. The latter's puppet-like stiff face suddenly changed slightly, and she screamed sharply, and her hands swung quickly, sending out a piece of violent magic fluctuations, blocking the black arc of light. Ronan didn't even look at the result, and turned around and plunged into the battle group with a middle-aged knight, fighting with skills and magic. There was not much time left for him. The Minotaur's maze trapped these level 5 monsters for too long, so long that under the unique rules of the maze, they almost forgot the most powerful means of being a level 5 wizard, the super high authority to mobilize the energy of natural elements. They were now fighting Ronan with pure spellcasting skills. Ronan, who had the dual blessing of triple spiral palace, and ancient power, and the perfect defense of the power of the shrine, was able to deal with them. But as the battle time passed, the fighting instincts of a 5th-level wizard gradually awakened, and the pressure Ronan would bear would undoubtedly become heavier and heavier. So, he had to hurry up. Ronan casually slashed with a sword, and in an instant the whole person suddenly entered an indescribable subtle state. The longsword in his hand seemed to be affected by something, and then an extremely majestic and heavy momentum condensed out of thin air. He slashed down with a sword, and it fell with a condensed and heavy aura, and instantly fell on the middle-aged knight in front of him. Crack! The latter's stone elephant-like body was instantly shattered, and the whole person was hit hard, coughing up blood, and for the first time, he flew backwards with a great shock. What kind of power is this? The subtle state was fleeting, and Ronan looked at his hands in surprise. He felt that the power just now was not given by the ancient power. He seemed to have accidentally touched some kind of natural lock power between heaven and earth. Is it the basic swordsmanship that is about to be perfected by the master level? A flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through Ronan's mind, but before he could continue to catch it, he saw 2 more figures in the distance, breaking away from the battle with the abyss bull demon Babbly and heading towards Molly. Ronan's eyes tightened, and his figure rushed out like light and shadow. The narrow black sword mark brought a forbidden lightning that cut through the sky. A monster with 4 heads let out a low howl, and the arms on its weird and twisted body were cut off at the root. Ronan stopped coldly in the direction that Molly must pass. The level 5 monsters gradually approached him. He spread his arms and swung his 2 swords. Countless black lightning and hurricanes roared out around him. Stormlord Bloodline. Boom. The horrible explosion of magic sounded continuously, and the turbulent energy in the sky became more and more huge and majestic. The aura of the forbidden domain continued to emerge, like the sudden cold light of a dagger. Ronan alone stopped 5 level 5 monsters. The dark red sticky blood ribbon with a strong corrosive aura was wrapped around him, like a thorn in the bone, and it was difficult to get rid of it. The gray fog condensed above his head and did not dissipate, dropping a strange airflow. Countless hideous and narrow arms stretched out from every corner of the fog, tearing and grabbing at him frantically. The giant elephant roared, and the sword-wielding knight launched rounds of charge at him like a comet. Every collision was wrapped with a taboo aura that seemed to be able to crush everything. The sound of the clockwork twisting kept echoing, emitting a strange curse power, lingering around. If he hadn't used the energy of the entire shrine in one breath and had a strong enough defensive light film, Ronan didn't know how many times he would have died under these level 5 spells. Bang! Boom! Suddenly, a large area of strong light suddenly gathered in one place. Ronan's pupils shrank slightly, and he watched a thin figure wearing a black and white clown mask expand rapidly, and then turned into a gray glass with flowing light, and 6 bright crystals shone on its chest. A thick gray beam of light fell without warning, and Ronan was caught off guard. He only had time to cross his 2 swords in front of his chest, and was hit hard like a sandbag. There will be a 4th update in the early morning, please vote for it. Thank you. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.